Hello and welcome to the Law Patrol, proudly presented by Glazed Legal. On this channel, we take a look at all things legal and lawful as they happen in Australia and around the world. We review concepts, cases, and just generally shoot the breeze. Whilst we don't give advice, we can answer some questions and hopefully at least point you in the right direction. As we cover everything legal and don't shy away from the hard topics, we may occasionally cover themes or discussions that some may find disturbing or distasteful. So if necessary, make yourself a cup of concrete, put on your big kid pants and pull up a chair. If you have any questions or comments about anything we discuss, please don't hesitate to reach out by email at info@glazedlegal.com.au. Follow us on Facebook and remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, let's get into it.
And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to this episode of the Law Patrol. And guess who fell asleep whilst putting his daughter to bed? So I do apologise for running a little bit late as per usual. This evening in the news, we take a little bit more of a closer look into the Brittany Higgins matter. An openly gay man in Queensland has his case for, what do we agree to call it? Intimate violation of his female friend has a result. Disturbing pictures of excess force in Victorian remand centres. And police officers find $20,000 worth of cocaine hidden inside a jukebox imported to Melbourne from Greece. I will also be tearing apart the particular Reddit post that has slightly infuriated me. And let's see if we can annoy a few people. But in the meantime, let's welcome special guest, Kiwi. Morning, brother. How you doing?
Well, that all depends on whether or not this shit's working.
Well, we're looking at a pile of trainer cards. So
I was meaning more the microphone because I'm trying to have it trigger off me, but not pick you up because I can't be putting my earbuds in just at the moment.
Fingers crossed you got your noise gate working then.
Well, I think so, because that's what I'm fucking with at the moment. And we're in unknown territory here, because I am a fucking boomer. So shit has been known not to work exactly how it's meant to.
Fair enough. On to one of the major updates for the evening. PR Guy 17 has supposedly revealed his own identity ahead of RV Yemeni applying.
Do I need to not listen to this to avoid contamination?
No, because this is pretty much killing the case anyway, so it's fine.
Okay.
He has allegedly revealed his own identity by appearing on the Australian YouTube channel Friendly Geordies, basically ahead of Avi Yemeni making an application to the federal court. He has bit the bullet and revealed his own identity, as opposed to allowing the court to order Telstra to hand over his account details. The man behind the high-profile and controversial Twitter account PR Guy 17 has publicly revealed his identity to head off attempts by a right-wing commentator to expose it and bring legal action against him. For the record, him revealing his details is not going to prevent the legal action. If anything, it'll speed it up. The Age and Herald spoke on the phone to the man purporting to be Jeremy Maluta, who provided identifying documentation and images proving he was the user of the account. I will note I myself have reached out to Mr. Maluta, and fingers crossed we might get 5 or 10 minutes of his time at some point down the track. PR Guy in a tweet said, "Hi, I'm Jeremy Maluta. You may remember me from such hashtags as #IStandWithDan and I can't believe it's not a staffer. I caught up with Friendly Geordie so I could finally meet with all of you face to face. Enjoy." I myself watched bits and pieces of that. I did fall asleep partway through because I was watching it whilst trying to put Scarlett down. Maluta went public after Twitter provided personal information connected to the account to right-wing rival Avi Yemeni, who has previously pledged to pursue a defamation case against Maluta. While this masthead confirmed he is the user of the account, Maluta would not reveal personal details such as where he worked or lived. As well he shouldn't. He said he wanted to maintain his privacy, as well he should. I'm just
on a quick side note. Parallax, shut up. As you were.
What now? Not even
he's telling me I'm not allowed to mute my camera. It's too fucking early in the stream for that shit, Parallax.
Fair enough. All right. I'm just a normal, everyday person. I don't want to be a celebrity. Too late, mate. You're a bit of a hero to certain people. This has meant that...
Anti-hero. Come on, let's be fair. Anti-hero.
No. There's plenty of people that think he was an absolute hero. There's more than enough people that think he was an anti-hero. And let's face it, there was more than enough people to thinking that he was an absolute dick. But that's just various opinions.
Can he not be an absolute dick who is our anti-hero? Don't forget, I know nothing about this guy. I have stayed neutral in this for you.
That is true. So now that we know the details, I will do a summary video coming up, especially given that I'd say we can probably look at federal court litigation against Mr. Maluta. Probably, I'd say they've already had the paperwork and ready, so probably filed by the end of next week. So I'll have to get on top of that. I'm okay with putting my name out there, but I just want to have a bit of privacy too. I can confirm I don't work for Premier Dan Andrews or any political thing whatsoever. Those theories are completely cooked. To confirm, Maluta was the account holder. The Age and Herald independently found a phone number that this masthead suspected was connected to Maluta and called it. Maluta called back shortly thereafter and on request provided a form of photo identification with some information obscured. He then provided a photo of an unsent draft tweet immediately before it was posted to the account. Maluta appears to use different variations of his name in different settings and online profiles. That's not uncommon. Yemeni said that he is reviewing his legal options, but has said he has no plans of suing anyone by the name of Jeremy Maluta at this stage. Interesting, Avi. Interesting. Does this happen to play into the whole thing about you putting up promotions for legal battles that don't necessarily proceed? I mean, look, that's just my understanding of the situation. Well, I'm not making any allegations about it. I'm just saying that there are websites out there that are alleging that he does that. In particular, him raising awareness and funds for a litigation defense fund for his... So he attended a protest a couple of years ago. And the exact... it would appear from the evidence that is available that at the exact moment that he was being loaded into the back of a divvy van and claiming to be arrested, which was basically he was being transported away from the situation so that he didn't further inflame the situation. A Rebel News website went live with a what was the wording for it? Help for RV. Please donate towards his legal fund to fight his arrest or something along those lines. I looked at it last night.
Are there not laws against soliciting funds or donations for a litigation that you have no genuine intent to ever actually bring?
Surprisingly, I don't believe so. But more to the point,
would it not be sort of like a misrepresentation of the truth?
Well, how the hell would you prove it? I mean, yes, there's probably a little bit of propensity evidence there. But, as I said, I can't make any sort of allegations against Harvey. I just think that it's very interesting that all of a sudden he's come out saying he has no plans of suing anyone by the name of Jeremy Maluta.
Yeah.
Now, whether he's saying that because he's going to take the time to still engage with Telstra, go through his own channels to determine whether or not Mr. Maluta is in fact PR Guy 17, or if this was all just a beat up for the media, we will probably not know. At this point, I think RV is probably backed into a corner where he would need to commence proceedings after he makes a genuine attempt to ascertain whether or not Mr. Maluta actually is PR Guy 17. But if Mr. Maluta can actually prove that he is the account holder, I think it would be very interesting to see RV back away from it at this stage.
I mean, admittedly, my conspiracy brain says if this is some sort of conspiracy where RV and PR Guy have collaborated with each other in order for him to have the most epic face reveal ever in Australian history, I'd have to tip my hat to that.
Well, see, my understanding is that it's not uncommon for Rebel News to do this sort of thing. The editor... there's websites on the internet basically specifying that the editor of Rebel News in Canada is an extraordinarily litigious person who has sued various news outlets for defamatory statements and whatnot. I can't confirm or deny any of those allegations. I've only seen what's been written online. None of that has been court documents that I've been able to source or anything like that.
Yeah.
But it does seem to be like there may be an appearance of a pattern, but that's just sort of my opinion that's developed over looking at various internet sources, which to Avi and the people at Rebel News, like I said, I'm just giving you my general impression based on the information that's available. I'm not casting any aspersions. I'm purely saying this is what it looks like to a member of the public.
I like that word.
What's that?
Litigious. It's actually, I've decided it's going into my category with moist.
Ooh.
I love the word moist. I don't
Stop saying moist on my stream.
What's wrong with moist?
So, certain people have a phobia against it.
Are you for real? You're not just shitting me like that. You're not pulling my leg right now.
Oh, look, I don't personally give a rat's ass about it, but the simple fact of the matter is certain people cannot stand it. To certain people, it is like nails on a chalkboard, and I can understand it because there are words that I cannot stand myself.
I'm Googling this. This can't be a thing.
Is this, you've seriously never run into that?
Oh, I've run into people that go, it's a dumb word. But I've never run into people that are like, oh my God, if he shares that word that rhymes with hoist one more time, I'm going to go into my safe space.
Oh, well, you go Google, because there will be a lot of things that pop up.
Words. Phobia of words. Hippopotamonstrossus. What the fuck? Wait, now that's not even all of it. Hippopotamonstrossus quipedaliophobia. What the fuck?
Dude, can you just check your
anxiety over the use of certain words?
Told you it's a real thing. Can you maybe just check the volume on your thing? I haven't loaded up Banana Meter, so I don't have
I don't even know how loud I am not.
Oh, you're coming in hot.
Let's tell me.
Yeah.
On what?
You're coming in hot. It's maybe just like down 10% if you can.
Well, let's try this way. Tell me if this reduces it. Like, I can't actually change the volume. There's no volume control on this thing.
Oh, okay.
Let me go here. Is there a volume control on StreamYard?
No, I tried to have a look. I think that's why a lot of the guys run it through OBS, so they have control over the volume of the guests and that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I've seen people on StreamYard adjusting volume. What about this?
All right, so we've got quite a few chats. I'm just going to finish this and then we'll dive into it. On Friday afternoon, probably about the same. Look, doesn't matter too much. On Friday afternoon, the PR guy account tweeted a message to followers with a link to a video recorded with Sydney political YouTuber Jordan Shanks. Oh, I didn't know that Jordan's last name was Shanks Markovania. Interesting. Claiming to be the author of the account. Hi, I'm Jeremy Maluda, the tweet says, mimicking a famous line from The Simpsons character Troy McClure, the avatar used by PR Guy. You may remember me from such hashtags as I stand with Dan and hashtag I can't believe it's not a staffer. That's because Avi and some of his supporters were absolutely certain that PR Guy 17 was a staffer in the Victorian Labour Party government because he was so pro Dan Andrews during the lockdown and whatnot. In the hour-long interview with Shanks Markovina, an ally on Twitter, the pair discussed the reasons why Maluda came forward ahead of a further federal court action by Yemeni. It's a two-sided thing because on one hand, the anonymous thing has been hanging over my head for a while. It's a bit of pressure. I'm keen to kind of get this all over and done with and get my name out there, out in the open, Maluda said. On the other hand, it hasn't been done on my terms. It's someone who's gone absolutely bonkers, playing the system to try and out me because he thinks I'm some kind of spook working for the government. Maluda and Shanks talked at length about their criticism of the media's coverage of the Andrews government and the Labour Party. Maluta's face was partially obscured during the interview by a watermark containing a message criticizing Yemeni. I'm not going to lie, I did see that. I think that was very effective because basically Yemeni's not going to be able to use bits and pieces of that video without showing that particular message, which was, whilst it's not necessarily defamatory, it certainly was unkind. Yemeni vowed to return to court, this time seeking the information from Telstra in his quest to unveil the identity of the user and lodge legal action over comments posted by the account at the height of the pandemic. Yemeni obtained a federal court order last week directing Twitter to hand over the account details of PR Guy, who is intending to sue over social media posts he says defamed him. Twitter complied with the order and supplied Yemeni with several IP addresses. The name and emails provided by Twitter did not offer enough information to identify the account owner. It's a picture of Friendly Geordies there, Jordan Shanks. As the account's following grew, it now has over 90,000 followers. PR Guy and its supporters repeatedly clashed with politicians, journalists, and other commentators who were critical of Dan Andrews and other Labor figures. Yemeni is a well-known polemicist, and correspondent for Canadian alt-right website Rebel News, which was connected to the anti-lockdown movement. Maluta said he had been planning to leave Twitter, but Yemeni's legal action spurred him to remain on the platform. If he was trying to shut me down, you could probably say that he effed up. He effed that up a little bit. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly where that goes. Fingers crossed Yemeni doesn't get it in his head to start going after other YouTubers who may or may not have been commenting on the situation, just to keep things going. In terms of chats, Parallax, what's up? Hello, my friend. M Ball, check out the Aussie Cossack channel. What's going on there? I don't know. Give me a few minutes. I'll run through some chats and have a look. Kripke's in the house. G'day, Mr. Kangaroo Man. Hi, Hayden. How you chat? How you, Kripke? Hope you're feeling well. Hope you're doing well. Parallax is reminding you to switch from top chat to live chat.
It's not.
Seems he got locked up. Crystal's in the house. Good evening. As is Rebecca. Good morning, good afternoon, and evening, y'all. He wouldn't dox himself, so give us a couple of days and we'll do it for him. That's pretty much what it boiled down to, yeah. Does he have a possible countersuit claim? Maybe the fraud claim RV put out today. Look, I'm not 100% sure. Basically, without talking to him, I can't really know details of what the actual situation is behind the scenes. Personally, I would find it interesting as to whether or not he would actually have a counterclaim. Because it's kind of difficult to counterclaim when specifically the information being brought against you is for defamation, because generally you're not going back and forwards defaming one another at the same time. So, I mean, look, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, technically that was two separate cases that got amalgamated into one. So there is always the possibility and exception to it. So, and always remember, we do not give specific legal advice that should be relied upon. Always consult a legal professional as your circumstances will be specific to your situation. Crystal, in the Friendly Geordies video, they talked about the info they could get, as RV would have to prove damages and how interesting that would be. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree. Anita was talking in the background. I was being kind, okay?
I told you to be quiet. Get back in the kitchen.
That was him, not me, Anita.
You made her giggle. She's losing her shit. Fuck. Mute. Back in a minute.
Yeah. So basically, as I mentioned to Farron a couple of days ago, Australia very much used to be what's considered a defamation paradise. Actually, I think I might have mentioned that on my stream here a little while ago as well. Up until yesterday. We'll call it yesteryear, given that I've already started using the words yester. It used to be slightly less difficult to prove a defamation claim. Now they have to show a serious harm. So whether that's going to be in damages or to their reputation, it'll be being able to actually prove that would be interesting. So Arby said on Twitter he doesn't believe that this is the real PR guy.
Actually, just to respond to Sigrid, I was just bitching to Anita that it's gone from being like 0 degrees freezing cold to I'm literally sitting here now sweating because it's bloody hot.
Arby said on Twitter he doesn't believe that this is the real PR guy. Look, it might well be that they've tried to organise a fall guy for it. There's all you can't rule out the possibility. I do think that that's a little bit tinfoil hat time, to be perfectly honest. That's my opinion. So whether he proceeds or if he's just dragging it out for more headlines, I'm not really sure. Short Order Cook is in the house. Hello, M Ball. Why wouldn't he continue to go the IP route? Well, look, there's nothing stopping him. But in this instance, because Mr. Maluta's already come out saying that he is who he is, in the event that he still goes to court, goes down that route with Telstra, and then either does or doesn't proceed to actually start proceedings against Mr. Maluta, he'd be looking at whether or not he could actually claim damages and legal expenses, which, if Mr. Maluta's already given his identity, the court's not going to award RV any court costs for the application, because the specific reason he was making that application was to find out his identity. So you can't really gain any sort of information from that, or money, basically. Why would anyone rely on a random guy claiming fame? Look, that's one way of looking at it, but the simple fact of the matter is that there's an individual that's come out claiming to be the person. He's given reasonably identifying material to state that it is in fact him that runs the Twitter account. So, I mean, Avi would, need to still prove that there was sufficient details. So there'd probably be a directions hearing. There'd be various things to make sure that Mr. Maluta actually is the owner of the account. But at this point, it's probably a two-pronged, double-edged blade. Fuck, I'm still tired. So this is what happens. I tried putting my daughter down at about 9 o'clock. She's still slightly under the weather. She was still running temps overnight. And I fell asleep. So my brain's still rebooting because I woke up like 10 minutes before showtime. Crystal, Arby only gets headlines when he attacks someone else. It's his MO. There does seem to be a pattern to that based on the information that I've been able to ascertain on the internet. But again, I feel confident in my personal opinion as to that. So he's hoping that he doesn't get any ideas about who's next on his list. Parallax, what are the words you can't stand? And moist cake is better than dry cake. Painful. If the claim to fame is your own Twitter account and then you post on it that you are on that Twitter account, why would you disbelieve? Yeah, fair enough. No comment. Oh, for God's sakes. I have followed Rebel News before 2020, more so the Canadian Rebel News with Ezra Levant. Interesting, Short Order. Then in that case, you can probably give me a view on things, because my reading of information about Ezra has not been positive. I mean, there's definitely those that support him, obviously, but the information that I've found has been that he's been effectively considered by others to be a vexatious litigant. Now, I personally have not done too much.
I don't like that dude.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, he gives me real creepy vibes.
Fair enough.
And that's funny because I was a fan of his.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I liked him as the Flash, and if you said to me based on
Jesus,
I didn't like the suit, but
Kiwi, different Ezra.
Ezra Miller.
We're not talking about Ezra Miller. We're talking about Ezra Levant, the editor of Rebel News.
I have no idea who the fuck that dude is. Okay, different guy. Back to me. Bye.
Oh, sorry. Sigurd's in the house. Hello.
On a side note, was the audio any better?
Yeah, slightly.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Jean's hello. Jean here is here. Oh, so someone has come out and said that they are PR guy. Yes, they have. Yep. So who are we talking about? So just giving a rundown on the results of Jeremy Maluda coming out on Twitter and Friendly Geordies, basically saying that he is in fact PR Guy 17, and how that's more or less torpedoed RVMN's federal court action against Telstra, because there's basically no need for it now. He's a lawyer, I think, lol. I hadn't actually looked into what he is professionally. That's something that I'll certainly look into. As I said, I only got to see part of the video itself before I started pushing Z's. Oh, excuse me. He did a video with Friendly Geordies today with his face watermarked, complete random. Yes, and whilst I don't necessarily promote the content of that watermark, that was a power move. I'm not going to lie.
What was the watermark?
I'm not repeating it. Trust me.
Can you link me to somewhere I can see it?
Mm-hmm. What I will do is I will link the Friendly Geordies video.
Donka.
Where are we?
I didn't say donka.
You did.
I did not say donka. I said donka.
No,
I even threw in my best Dutch accent.
You didn't. It was horrendous.
It was fucking amazing. You would have thought I was
You're not
Hans
talking
Zimmerman.
about basketball, darling.
What's basketball got to do with Dutch?
You're the one saying dunker.
Yeah. Isn't married life fun, Hayden?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Did you say you were a divorce lawyer?
No, family law is one of the few things I do not touch. Specific reasons.
Oh, wait, your wife.
No, she's in personal injury. Again, we don't touch family law.
Well, if I keep talking like this, I might need her anyway.
That's not what it counts as. Personal injury is when you injure yourself on the workplace, injure yourself in the workplace, or she also does work cover, which is basically if you have a car accident.
Well, if I'm a stay-at-home dad, that makes the house my work site and my wife my employer. So if she beats me to death, that's technically a workplace injury and mismanagement.
Oh, right. Yep. So that's the for anyone that's interested, that's the Friendly Geordies video. It's about an hour. But yeah, fingers crossed. As I said, I reached out on Twitter, so fingers crossed we might be able to get PR Guy 17 here to have a quick chat on our own terms, basically. Where are we? All right, moving on. Let's move on to
that watermark's asking for trouble.
Yeah. Yep. Loretta, hello. Rebecca says we need more of Kiwi's wife.
I'm not sure how to interpret that.
Okay, so new twist for openly gay man accused of intimate violation of a female friend.
Oh, don't say anything.
What?
Oh, he's too weird. I'm just worried that you'll.
Oh, he's allowed to talk about gay people. They exist. They're not like Australia. They're real. She's worried about talking about a gay person doing anything bad might get you in trouble. No, because we said
Now,
SA.
about your opinions, darling.
My opinions?
Yes.
I'll play nice. If I don't, Hayden takes away my toys.
Yes, I do. Rebel News started to gain traction after they began being targeted by the Canadian government for releasing documents related to COVID-19. They had their funding shut down, etc. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Rebecca says, I love your Kiwi, but she is brilliant. Where are we? Okay. A jury deciding the fate of a gay Queensland man standing trial for intimately violating his female friend has been discharged after failing to reach a majority verdict. Dominic Edmund Hansen pled not guilty to intimate violation of a woman on December 7, 2019. He was in a committed same-sex relationship at the time. He faced a nervous 10-hour wait while the jury deliberated at Brisbane District Court. The jury of 7 men, 5 women finally returned on Friday morning. The panel was unable to decide whether Hansen intimately violated his friend in the early hours of the date in question or whether she made up the damaging claims. He pled not guilty to a single count of intimate violation when the trial started at the start of the week. During the trial, I really hate that these websites jump up and down like that. I use a pop-up looker. During the trial, the jury told Hansen the jury was told that he turned up to the woman's house in the early hours of December 7. He denied the prosecution's claim that he convinced the woman to allow him to sleep in her bed, reassuring her she was safe as he was gay. The Crown claimed that he intimately violated the woman. But Hansen's defense team argued the sex was consensual and the woman held a vendetta against him. Hansen's parents were in court on Friday after the judge discharged the jury. The matter will return to court on July 14, where the future of the case will be decided. Discuss. CJ's in the house. Hello. Crystal, we had an openly gay man at my work fired for sexual harassment of a female worker. He sued and won. Interesting.
I want to see if you get this joke. Look in private chat. Just real quick. Hang on.
Okay.
So he said that he doesn't like dick, right? Oh, he doesn't like women so she's safe. Now I'm going to put the joke in, and then I think I'll know when you've read it.
Yeah, you probably will. Crystal, an overwhelming majority of the other workers could not comprehend. The complaint was about inappropriate sexual comments. Right, okay. Well, look, to be fair, I can understand how he may still have been let go if he was making inappropriate sexual comments in the workplace. That can be a very big thing in terms of sexual harassment. I don't feel like your orientation should necessarily give you a free pass to make members of the opposite sex feel uncomfortable in the workplace. But again, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that it might have been an appropriate way to handle the situation. But again, without further details, I can't really, short order cook. They released the Canadian military document illness in participants in the Wuhan military games in October 2019, which is 2 months earlier than the official world announcement. I'm going off memory. Don't sue me if I'm wrong. It's a good question. Gene says, excuse me, Kiwi, why do you have your cards out? He always has them out. That's literally his desk. That is how his house looks 24/7.
Could you rephrase that?
Wait, what did I say?
Put a designator in there if you don't mind.
Did I use the word deck? I'm still half asleep.
Would you stop? That accent, I'm never going to get used to it. You think I'm talking about fush and chops.
It's like a 12-year-old.
And every time you say deck or six, it's like... Go read the joke just real quick. I want to see if you...
Oh, right. Sorry, the joke.
I'm sorry. You sound lovely.
Who's the main actor in the movie?
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Oh, jeez.
As you were.
Yep. Yes, Gene, they are Pokemon cards. We I don't know if you've seen much of the streams that we've been doing recently, but we do tend to geek out a little bit over Pokemon cards. So I will be opening up.
This dude messaged me at 7:00 on Facebook. He's like, "Dude,
do not throw me under the bus.
Oh no! He's like, are you there? Are you there? And I was like, dude, is everything okay? Is everything okay? It's like, I bought Pokemon.
So,
and I was like, holy shit, I thought the world was ending or something. Because it was just are you busy? You know, like if your wife comes in and she's shitty at you, the second she just says, are you busy? And it's like, the shit is about to hit the fan.
That is true. It's high up there. It's almost with the we need to talk. Or
no, we're not talking about weapons of mass destruction.
No, my favorite one is go ahead.
Or name one.
They had this big culture change push, just fired everyone accused of anything. The gay guy was one of the many accused by the same person and fired. They all won when they went to Fair Work. Right, yes. And see, that's why cancel culture can be dangerous, particularly if you wind up in what, for lack of a better term, if you wind up with a woke person at the top, it can be very disastrous. In Magic the Gathering, you build decks with different colors, red, black, blue, green, etc. You can understand how, with some accents, asking what color is your deck can be interesting.
Or what color of deck do you prefer to play with?
Yep.
I mean, I personally like a good, hard psychic deck.
I don't know. I'm probably better off with a steel deck.
I thought you liked good old fairy deck.
Typical Kiwi, always peeling his banana or fiddling with his deck.
I know. I couldn't even. I was just sitting there. I was like, I can't even. Well, there was a banana moment.
And Anita's gone. All right. This is fun. This is like my new favorite game. How much can I get a laugh on stream? Have to get my book out and get him to check the cards out. Lol. Fair enough.
I have never been muted so many times as when my wife's on the stream. Stop it!
Sounds like poor management style that creates problems, and their solution was to wipe the slate clean, which is proof of their poor management style to begin with. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with you on that, Asher. Rebecca's laughing her ass off, which is great. Kripke. Before my connection is lost again, how close are you now, Hayden? Oh, good question. I shall have a look for you, Kripke. And I'm sorry to hear that you're losing connection. Just double check that I'm not on 5G. No. All right. No, I want studios, not regular. Welcome to the back end part of the show where we discuss analytics and crap. Currently at 2160, so thank you everybody. Remember, please do the YouTubey things, like, subscribe, hit the bell. It's all very helpful. In terms of content, all right, so officially as at 22 June, it's saying 2927, which is BS. I still can't believe they docked me those hours for the Amber Heard video. I'm really annoyed. Advanced mode. Currently saying 3034.8. So I really don't know. It doesn't really make sense. But anyway, we're getting there slowly but surely. Parallel Kiwi wrecked.
Did you stop giggling?
Not
you, him.
One hand we needed the on one hand we need
my expense.
It's easy to do.
You guys are bullying me. I'm going to call Johnny and tell him to come and help me.
We're going to wind up at Fair Work. On one hand, we needed the culture change, but on the other hand, you can't fire everyone accused or even legit claims if they have done the exact same thing for the past 40 years with zero coaching. Look, I don't necessarily agree with whether or not they've been doing it for the last 40 years. I think that there needs to be a line drawn in the sand with various types of conduct. But at the same time, I agree with you. If there is not any sort of phasing in of policy or anything like that, and if it's a clean cut down the line thing where they've just sort of told everyone to piss off, then I think, yeah, pretty much everyone had a very serious action and claim there. So Asher, do you seal your deck with cork? Kripke says German telecom sucks at the moment. Sorry to hear that. Asher, I need to reseal both my tub. I could use the skills.
Oh, my wife's cracking up laughing because she's just remembering, because I'm a Trojan and I've spent years with my hands just covered in cork. Like, legitimately. And now she's literally dribbling.
So
you've my wife's going to pee in her PC chair, and
you've spent a lot of time with your hands on your tool, is what you're saying.
Oh, my hands are always on tools, and like if it's not on the tool, then I'm washing my hands in a nice moist bucket. But the thing about cork on your hands is that it gets really sticky, and if you let it dry out, your fingers can get stuck together. I'm being clean here. I'm talking about my trade. This is important to me. It's a passion. And you guys, I'm talking about. I want to talk about my good decks, because I spend a lot of time putting my deck together, and my collection is really and my corking skills and my tool abilities.
You don't need to use your corking skills and cork it.
I'll cork you in a minute.
Let's be careful with what we say on the stream. But look, at least we're not talking about you building wooden decks and playing with wood in the backyard.
Well, it is a wooden deck. It's a hardwood deck. Why would you want to try and do anything on a deck with softwood?
Oh my goodness. No one's going to learn anything.
You think people wouldn't going to learn anything? You haven't met Parallax, have you? Or Kripke? Parallax's sole job is to get Hayden giggling, and you're doing it for him. So Parallax is probably just sitting back there, just going.
It's creepy.
You're creepy.
Parallax says, "Would you call yourself a masturbator?"
Shut up! Shut up! No talking about surnames.
Oh my goodness!
My surname may or may not be Bates. I can neither confirm or deny.
Oh, Batesy, that's great.
And until I reached puberty, I was Master Bates. And afterwards, I was just something else.
That's not great. What was the other one? What was the other one? Was along those lines? Oh, it was from Will and Grace. When Jack and his partner at the time decide they're going to go into a baking class, so then they can be master bakers together.
Oh my gosh, you guys are covering everything.
Yeah. What do you mean covering everything? Dude!
It's important to know your labor laws. Oh, hang on. I think I got a screaming child.
And just think about it. The fact that I talked a lot when I was a kid, people would tell me that I was an overly masticating Master Bates.
And the audience just reduced itself to 12-year-olds.
We've made Hayden run away. He's gone. You've made him go and cry.
Oh, sorry, Hayden.
And okay, we need to fix this situation right now. Here's a llama bean. Well, actually, that's the top of Llama Bean's head. Looks like a sheep. But he's a doorknob, so I can probably do this. Ooh, that's just kind of creepy.
Oh my goodness.
Well, my surname wasn't always Bates, but it is now Bates. Or it could be. Or it could be if I wanted it to be. And yes, I am thumping a llama's butt into my desk. What?
You're just making me giggle because it's very late.
It is very late, and yes.
And I find the topics that you're covering very
our decks,
interesting.
our lawyers, and our llamas.
Yeah. It's challenging times, people.
Hey, Libley's here.
We don't cover code.
I like Libley. It's a very easy name to say. Where did Hayden go? I don't like it when he does this to me. I don't have content. All I have is my deck in my hand and my llama on my desk. And it's what?
And your Pokemon.
Yes, my Pokemon deck that's full of fairies.
Oh, magic people. Oh, I think we're going to throw some away.
There's 23 people sitting here listening to you chortle about how shit I am on stream and how there's probably no one going to be here in 5 minutes' time.
Oh, where is Hayden?
Hayden has gone.
Where are you?
He has Star Trek the fuck out of here.
He's grabbed his stick.
He's grabbed his fucking cork and he's just fucking decked the fuck out. All right?
Oh. Oh my god.
What's this, Phil? Lol. Well, I was going to say
Alright.
entertain us, but then you started talking about your wanker. Lol, never mind. I did no such thing.
What?
I did not talk about Hayden while he was gone. I mean, myself in any kind of disparaging manner.
Oh god.
You ran away. You left me unmuted in front of the channel.
It was wild.
You are entirely to blame for everything that's gone down since. There's been
crap, I'm gonna have to
deaths,
go for your review.
corks, llama beans, bananas, and at least 23 yahoos egging me on. I'm not fucking responsible, okay? I plead the 5th, the 12th, the 8th, and the 16th. And if you don't accept that, then I'll fucking plead the 2nd.
Rebecca says, y'all are making it difficult for me to get ready for my appointment. Sorry, Beck. Sigrid's off. Big day tomorrow watching the footy. Yep, fair enough. Have a good weekend yourself.
Is it soccer or is it?
Don't fucking start.
Oh, okay.
He'll fucking mute me the minute I fucking open my mouth up against Aussie rules.
Oh, is it Aussie rules? Is it Aussie rules?
He's fucking muted
yeah.
me.
All right.
I didn't mute you.
Let's see my beautiful voice.
Well, you do have a beautiful voice, but they don't have a beautiful. I'm not saying anything about their game.
Where are we?
In all fairness, can I ask one serious question about Aussie rules?
Yeah.
Is the reason
I'll be able to answer it.
field is because you are too fucking cheap to do anything beyond converting a cricket pitch?
I don't actually know enough about.
Did they start out on cricket pitches?
I would assume so. I don't actually know enough about the. I mean, my understanding of it was that yes, it was basically using the cricket pitches during the off months in order to keep cricketers in good fitness. So they were basically just bouncing a ball around the stadium. Don't quote me on that. That's my understanding of the history. I don't actually know all that much about AFL, aside from the fact that I enjoy watching the games.
My wife just said he literally described the origins of Aussie rule as a bunch of bored cricketers in between seasons bouncing balls around an empty paddock. And it's like somebody one day thought, what's the object of this game? I know, I'll put a couple of sticks at the other end. What do we do with the sticks? I don't know. We kick the ball at them. But that's,
oh, look at Parallax is comparing you to Norman Bates.
At least it's not Norman Bundy.
True. Asher, I have no clue being unaware of your laws. However, I was fired for being good at repping our workers. I wouldn't change it though. Someone had to ensure fair treatment. As well you should. Always stand up for the little people, particularly the workers.
Well, I would say if you want to get on an even footing with the little people, wouldn't you sit down?
Libley, nice to see you in the chat. Hello. Is that what you smuggle drugs in? Yeah, that is illegal here, so they try and find something else to get you on. As a rep, you have to be 100% at all the time. Yes, and that is a lot of pressure. I have seen a number of people that buckle under it, so I have a huge respect for union representatives. Just don't bring one into my workplace.
What's the drug smuggling stuff?
I have no idea. I must have missed that. It was Phil talking about it. The little one was crying.
because
Yeah,
that
she
just
was.
makes it make sense. I'm like, what was the drug smuggling stuff? And you're like, oh, it's just Phil.
It's just Phil. It's drugs. It's Phil. Why are you surprised? Hey, Phil, apparently you're now the drug guy.
That was him, not me. Let's be clear. Parallax says, don't put your deck in the llama.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Kripke says, what? Llama banana?
What about if I nickname my wife the llama?
Mel says the llama looks impressed by your deck, Kiwi.
Oh, would you be more confused if it was brown?
What's brown? What's brown?
Your dick.
My dick is. Oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, this stream's going to get pulled.
Oh my goodness. I need to leave.
Kiwi's deck discussion is going to get pulled off my channel.
You brought the dicks into it. I have never used I have avoided the word dick like the plague, talking about Pokemon. And then you just throw a random dick in the fucking middle of the floor and expect me not to pick it up and run with it. I'm not going to leave a dick lying out in the open.
Well, no, honestly, given how often you play with it, I would assume you have at least 6 decks.
How often I play with it. I'm not a fucking Klingon. You are breaking my wife.
I have had children. Can you be gentle?
Libley's calling us yahoos.
She just said, I've had children. Can you be gentle?
You made me laugh too much. It's not going to end well.
What, for me or the
Oh,
chair?
no. Yeah, I was going to say. Oh, look out. We're going to... Careful, Anita. You're going to wind up with an Amber Turd sort of hashtag at some point if you're not careful.
For fuck's sake.
CG says, I will not sit here and be lectured by a damn sheep shagger.
What did you call my wife?
What seems to be helping us lately is that everyone hates my employer, including judges.
Ram you.
All I'll say is Khan the Blues.
What does that mean, Khan the Blues?
Go the Blues. The State of Origin is I think it's game 2 this weekend.
Apparently, Loretta would like to ask a question that does not involve my, and I quote, very impressive Pokemon deck.
I love that you had to add the word Pokemon in there. It would have been so much funnier if you'd left that out. Fair enough, Loretta. Go ahead by all means.
We shall sit here in bated anticipation.
Haha, Kripke says you're breaded.
What?
I'm
gonna have to figure out this breaded shit because I'm just imagining somebody dumping a whole bunch of flour and water over my head.
Go and watch some of Ricada's streams, even if all you do is sit and watch the 5 to 10 minutes each episode of Unbreaded, and you'll understand.
So breaded is a bad thing.
Breaded is bad, based is good. Unbreaded is good. I don't know if unbased is a thing. Yeah, look, I was surprised. State of Origin is usually on a Wednesday. That's sort of what threw me as well. But I think I heard something today in the news about it having been on Sunday this week. Oh, let me just double check. Because I generally like to sit down and watch it. But,
That's right.
Unfortunately, with my little girl, I just never get the chance. Oh, don't start that shit.
Yeah. How do you keep telling future?
Oh, maybe they're talking about the Women's State of Origin because they're playing. So the Women's State of Origin is playing at GEI Stadium tonight, or yesterday, I should say. Anyway, for anyone that doesn't understand, State of Origin is basically the best players for rugby across Australia getting sorted into two teams, and they play against each other. So generally,
it's just Queensland and Victoria beating the shit out of each other and pretending it was a ball sport.
Well, for starters, it's New South Wales, not Victoria. But the fact of the matter is, so many players from New South Wales and Queensland move into the outside teams that you basically still get to take the best of the best. So, Libby, sorry, Carlton.
Queensland
my apologies.
New South Wales are so shit that all their best players fuck off to other territories and only come back for the State of Origin.
No, it's not that they fuck off to other territories because it's bad or anything. It's literally because they get paid a lot of money because of salary caps. So teams can only spend a certain amount of money on players for the whole of the team. So for certain instances, it's just better for them to move to other teams, and be that whether or not it's interstate or whatnot. Because they get more money.
You don't ever have to feel bad about supporting New South Wales, brother. All I've got to show is the fucking Warriors.
Oh no! Look, to be fair, I mean, I can't wait until there's a All Blacks game versus Australia. We are so going to be live streaming that.
Oh fucking oath! I can't wait to watch a grown man cry.
Just look in the mirror.
You might be there too.
Libby, love the Pope. Yep.
Honestly, actually, I was one of the few Kiwis that was glad that the All Blacks didn't win that third World Cup. I actually thought it would have been a real fucking momentum killer for the World Cup for the All Blacks to win another one.
Jane says she doesn't go out at all. All right, fair enough. No, look, I can't actually find where. I can't work out why. Someone must have. I swear to God, someone said to me that it was going to be played on Sunday night. I thought it was so weird. Because it's usually played on a Wednesday night for some ridiculous reason. Mostly so that we've got a reason to get plastered in the middle of the week, I would think. But
when do you need a reason to get plastered in the middle of the week?
Since I got married. State of Origin 22.
Isn't that a reason to get plastered every night of the week?
Yeah, no. See, this is why it's surprising. So because they're playing the game in Perth, they're playing game 2 between the Blues and the Maroons. Yeah, at Optus Stadium on Sunday, 26th of June. That's so weird. It doesn't
sound right.
I reckon they've probably done it because it's going to be held in Perth instead of Melbourne. Because they do generally bring one of the games down here usually. I would say that they're doing it on the weekend to try and ensure that they're going to be able to fill the stadium, would be my impression.
Has there been a lack of fan participation of late?
Look, quite possibly. I can't really comment. So, Gene says, oh my God, I won't be watching it. No, fair enough. Crystal, I drove from Cairns to Sydney a few years ago, a few days before Origin. Signs and maroon flags everywhere in Queensland, zilch in New South Wales. Yeah, that's because it had been quite a few years since we'd actually won. So,
when did you last win? Just honestly, I haven't followed it in about 7 to 10 years.
So much so that I'm having to Google it. Let's put it that way. State of Origin win.
Is that picking me up?
2018.
Hayden.
Sorry? Is what picking you up?
Oh, it's just I asked when you guys actually, like, genuine question, when you guys actually last won. And you
and that's what I said. I had to go and actually look it up.
It's been that long.
No, it's just been that long since I've paid attention. Like, I get into it on the day, but it's one of those things where it sort of just goes straight out of my mind afterwards.
I just love the fights. I wish they wouldn't ban them.
Mate, if you want to see a bunch of big burly blokes hitting on each other, just head down to the pub.
Can't say you're lying.
For State of Origin, you can only play for the state where you first played in a club team or after you turn 16, I think. See, I thought it was provided you were born in that particular state as well. I could well be wrong. That's not my...
I thought it was over where the game originated.
Oh, I do love that Breaded actually made it into the Urban Dictionary. That's hilarious. Urban Dictionary says the definition of Breaded is having a lot of money with disregard onto how it was accumulated. So Nick must be super breaded.
Oh, and in that case, I'm definitely fucking unbreaded because I'm poor as fuck.
Look, I don't know that that's specifically the manner in which Nick uses it, but, neither here nor there.
You know why I'm so poor, right?
Sure, it's just not spelled wrong.
No. It's not misspelled. It's literally, he uses it every day.
What are you? I think you guys are talking about totally different shit.
Probably. I thought she was talking about Unbroaded.
No, I was just saying, you know why I'm so poor?
Yeah, I can see what's in your...
Because of my massive debt.
Camera. Exactly. Because, when you have to pay to increase the size of your deck, it can be quite
for fuck's sake.
Got him!
Is this why you've still got so much money? Because you haven't bothered to extend yours out yet?
Some of us don't need to, mate.
What, you're quite happy to go through life without a deck?
Oh my god, what did Parallax try to say? He got stuck by Streamlabs. Parallax, Kiwi, I'm
back on
poor
fucking Top Chat. How the fuck did that happen?
Oh my goodness.
What did
Kiwi.
Parallax say that got deleted? It didn't even tell me.
I'd say it's this one. And now he's telling off Streamlabs. He says, Kiwi, I'm poor as fuck. Kiwi, I'm poor as fuck. Also, Kiwi, I have thousands of Pokemon cards. Asset rich, cash poor. Fair enough.
Well, until
what
I
did you say, Parallax? I've never seen
thousands
anything
of
deleted
Pokemon
like that.
cards.
Crystal, don't think winning has much to do with it, maybe part, but I think New South Wales is a bit indifferent to it. I am also finding we seem to have more popular sports, e.g. soccer and AFL are really growing. Yeah, and look, I'll be perfectly honest, I do think that has a... Rebecca says, yep, it's a no makeup day. I can't stop crying with laughter. Sorry, Beck. No, look, I'll be perfectly honest. I think that's got more to do with the fact that... So in Sydney, I mean, obviously it's big on multiculturalism and that sort of thing. So I can see how that might be happening. You're not going to see that as much in Queensland. Let's be perfectly honest. At least that's my opinion of the matter. So, you're seeing more interest in international sports, things that wouldn't necessarily be considered an Australian sport. But, as long as kids are getting out there, having fun, so long as guys have got a reason to go to the pub and have a drink on a Friday or a Saturday, I don't think it really matters as long as everyone's having fun. I mean, can you imagine Kiwi going to the pub and getting drunk after playing around with his deck?
I'll have you know, I haven't stepped foot inside a pub in 13 years. Yeah, how old are the kids?
It's always a good yardstick.
12 years and 9 months. Yeah, we stopped going when we found that you were pregnant with your whole can't have babies.
Yeah, well. You've got a lot to answer.
Alrighty, where are we? Move on to... Got to try and move on to some of these news articles because I got through shit all yesterday.
That better not have gone through the mic. I don't think the fucking audience wanted to know that.
Oh, sorry.
I heard noise, but I was talking, so I didn't actually pay too much attention. That doesn't mean that everyone else wasn't, though.
Just keep talking about your dick coming. Fabulous.
Where are we? $20,000 worth of cocaine found inside a jukebox imported to Melbourne from Greece.
Oh, yeah. Well, Greece is known for its cocaine exports. What the fuck?
Police have charged 2 men after a vintage jukebox was used to smuggle a large amount of cocaine into Australia. Roughly 45 kilos. 45 kg to pounds.
I always thought one of the best ways to bring in coke,
100 pounds, basically. 100 pounds of cocaine.
Is to mix the coke with plaster of Paris, mix it into statuettes.
The drug dogs are still going to smell it. Where are we? Roughly 45 kilos of the drug was detected by Australian Border Force officers when it arrived in Melbourne from Greece. The drugs have an estimated worth of around $20 million. Police allowed the consignment to be collected and transported to a property in Sunshine North. Jesus Christ, in Sunshine North, which is like 20 minutes from me, where they arrested 3 men on Tuesday. a 30-year-old man from Spotswood, a 26-year-old Reservoir man, and a 66-year-old Greek foreign national were all interviewed by police. The 66-year-old was subsequently released pending further inquiries, and the younger two men were charged with importation of commercial quantities of border-controlled drugs.
Anita reckons that they should mix coke in with cork and then fucking put it into the decking so that you've got a coke corked deck, and that if the dog can sniff that and fucking still do its job afterwards.
It's like the... Oh god, that reminds me of...
I turned what you said was and I turned it into words.
Hey, I am not well and my throat hurts because of your dick. So-
what the fuck?
Okay. Where are we? Those Pokemon cards are not stuck together, are they? You saying Queensland isn't multicultural? Well, look, I'll be perfectly honest. It's been a while since I've been up there, so things may have changed. I only really saw the very, very pale white English people on the beaches in the Gold Coast, so I can't really say. In other words, one night's use stuffed up in Amber Heard's face. Lol, dancing on the senses, are we? I'm not even sure what that means, but no, there's no... I will say we have lost 7 people inside 3 minutes, so we've probably offended some delicate sensibilities there.
No,
but then I get...
If they were here
12
up until 3 minutes ago, then they saw worse.
That is true. And to be fair, I did forget to put out a Twitter post just saying that I was live tonight. So Rebecca's heading off. Got to go, y'all. See you, Beck. Have fun. Oh, she might actually be the... Oh, God. Is that going to drop to 11 now?
It goes up and down. You know it does. You stream at an oddball hour.
That is true. That is very, very true.
Too late for
damn it. I just realized...
Too early for Americans.
I was going to go through the Reddit post that called out all the law tubers and go through it in depth. I don't want this to be my viral video with everything we've been talking about.
Do it.
I'm gonna have to leave it for tomorrow. I'm so upset.
No.
I'm so mad at you.
Do it.
No, because I cannot be that yobbo from Australia. I just can't do it.
You are that yobbo from Australia. It's why everyone likes you, because you're a lawyer that talks about dick and cork and coke and drug smuggling and jukeboxes.
Police will allege the men are significant members of a crime syndicate that's been involved in previous illicit drug importations. Officers also searched 4 additional properties, seizing items including 2 Mercedes vehicles, a Harley Davidson, luxury watches, jewelry and items of clothing, and various drugs, and a large quantity of cash. Don't you know you don't keep the cash with the drugs? Seriously. AFP detective...
What is the story there? If you keep the cash separate to the drugs and they get the drugs, do you get to keep the cash?
If they don't find it.
Well, no, what if they find it but can't prove that it's drug cash?
Well, if they can't prove that it's drug related, then you should be fine. But in general... Okay, so... I would definitely say, oh, you know what? No, I can't give out criminal legal advice like that. Moving on.
No.
AFP Detective Inspector Mark McKiernan said, as well as the potential harm cocaine could have on the community, organised crime groups were undermining Australia's national security, economy, and social security system. We know drug traffickers can lead to drug wars on our streets and in source countries. What? On our streets and in-source countries. Oh, in-source countries. And often law-abiding citizens can be the collateral damage to that violence. Illicit drug trafficking can also bankroll other abhorrent crimes, such as human trafficking and sexual servitude. The 2 men who were charged faced Melbourne's Magistrates Court on Wednesday and were remanded in custody.
It's funny. Phil just said, title the stream, we talk about cork. No, I reckon we call it cork, coke, and a good hard dick.
Oh my god. I'm doing that.
Yeah, cork, coke, and a good hard dick.
Good hard dick. Oh, I really hope my family doesn't find that.
Hey, I know your family's Facebooks. I can link this to them.
Don't you dare. Oh.
Do you like me?
It's time to discuss Kiwi's decks. Oh, hang on. Breaking news. Looks like Roe v. Wade has been overturned. Let's have a look.
Did it? About fucking time. How can you have such an important legal precedent based on a mistake or a lie?
Well.
Because now the states can pretty much bring in their own laws, can't they?
That's my understanding of it, yeah. Okay. I haven't seen anything come out in the last hour or so, so I will keep an eye on that, but thank you for letting me know.
My personal opinion on this, and this is my personal opinion, I don't think that abortion should replace condoms.
Oh, my apologies. There's been things that have come out in the last 5 minutes. Sky News, I'll have a look at Bloomberg, Cincinnati Enquirer. I suppose it's big, so they're going to be... Oh my god, even a website called Scary Mummy is... US Supreme Court. Okay, so we've got The Guardian. I'll have to see how many of these aren't behind a paywall. I would hope that given that it is it's of national interest that it wouldn't be, but you never know. All right, let's start with Sky News. Roe v. Wade overturned by Supreme Court live updates. Roe v. Wade... Okay, so as at 5 minutes ago, Roe v. Wade has been overturned. The US Supreme Court has voted to overturn the constitutional right to choose abortion, paving the way for half the country to severely restrict or completely ban the practice. The power to decide on abortion rights for tens of millions of women will now be handed over to the 50 states to determine individually. It is one of the most consequential rulings by the Supreme Court, the highest court in America in recent history. At least 25 states are poised to make it illegal to access abortion in many cases, including in some instances where conception has resulted from SA or incest. Many of those states...
Go to a neighboring state where it's legal?
I think that can cause problems. Like, this is something that I'm going to have to look in depth with and potentially see if I can get one of the US LTs on. Many of the states are in...
Go to California to smoke pot.
Many of those states are in the south of the country. Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi are 3 of the 13 states which have so-called trigger bans in place, which will mean abortion will be banned immediately as of today or in the coming days and weeks. So there you go.
All federal laws based on Roe v. Wade are now defunct.
Case law and precedents are, in terms of anything that's been put into legislation, no, that will still be applicable, but there isn't any, basically.
Well, I was going to say, technically, just because a law is based on precedent doesn't mean you have to change the law. It just means that if you the first time you tried to enforce the law, that precedent would no longer be there.
Exactly. So basically, if anyone tries to now bring a case and use that as a basis, as a precedent to follow, basically they no longer can. So I mean, it's entirely up to each of the individual states to bring in their own legislation now, and it will be interesting to see what happens. Basically, I mean, obviously, we were expecting certain states to outlaw it immediately. But, you know, if you're in one of those states, either get the fuck out of Dodge or lobby.
Or wear a rubber.
Hey, they're only... hang on.
The vast majority of abortions are still because of contraceptive accidents, as it's reported. Like, one would wager that the availability of the ECP outweighs the necessity of the abortion 20 years ago, because the ECP is now readily available.
Yes, but let's just remember...
5 days?
Let's just remember, it's only 98% effective.
This is true.
Always,
and Amber
if you can, always use more than...
a liar.
That's a good point. Hope you have your PS salt mines. Cork, Coke, and a good hard deck. Bearded speaks the truth. Yes,
what
power
I
devolves back
think
to the
is that these people that are using this as a doomsday scenario of, oh my God, they're going to take away my rights. What they should be saying is, okay, Well, it's been overruled. The governments are going to start making new laws. Let's lobby them rationally
Exactly.
with rational laws or rational suggestions.
Mm-hmm.
Stop just yelling in the streets and just go start lobbying.
California will be giving them out in bulk.
Now, lobbying is not a trigger word.
He's coming up with a funny catchphrase on Dixie.
Almost all abortions are due to economical reasons.
Dicks and shits.
I make no comment on that, Crystal. No uterus, no opinion, basically, as far as I'm concerned.
No, do you know why I say I'm allowed an opinion? Because a baby isn't made by one person.
No, look, that's true, and I do have some fairly strong views, one way or another, on parenting responsibilities and obligations, as well as abortion. But
I'll tell you a quick story about when my views were cemented in my mind, and this is a very personal case, and it's a large part of how I came to think and feel what I think and feel. And I think that in the worst case scenarios, there are times when an abortion is appropriate. I don't think it should ever be taken lightly. I don't think it should ever be considered as a simple procedure to remove an inconvenience, right?
Oh no, absolutely not.
That I won't quibble on. But what I did come home to one night was my father on my doorstep, my late father on my doorstep, with the news that I needed to go up to the hospital. And I said, why? And he proceeded to tell me that it was because my brother had slit his wrists. And I'm not going to describe
Oh, Jesus, trigger warning, people.
Say it nicely. And he did it because his girlfriend at the time had a secret abortion to a baby she hadn't told him about. And I'm not going to nice it up, because when you disregard the input of the other half of the equation, you're ignoring the fact that it can have life and death consequences. So it's not just a simple matter of it's her body, her choice. It is her body, her choice. You're right. But what she does with her body and based on her choices can have a massive effect on the him. So while it might not be his choice, he should still be considered.
No, look, I agree with that. I do think that the opinion of the male should still be taken into account. I am very much a big proponent of, if either parent is able to, obfuscate or remove their parenting responsibilities, I think that should apply equally. So I do think that if, look, I'm not getting into that right now. I will do a whole big stream on.
If the father said, "I'll raise the baby."
Yeah, basically.
I agree with you in concept. However, I think that the problem there is you can't force a woman to carry it. Like that, I don't agree. I don't like.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that.
Such a complex situation.
Yeah, no. And again, this is why I want to do a properly hashed out and well thought out stream on that, in particular, so that if it is a whole stream that gets taken down, so be it. But more to the point, when we're talking about this, because it's a sensitive topic, I tend to say stupid shit when I'm not pre-planned. So we're going to move on.
Oh, don't forget, you can always remove a video, edit out the portions, and put it back up.
Look, that's true, but at the same time, it fucks with the algorithm, and all my views disappear. So, what else do we have in the news?
The beauty about your stream, man, is that these people will always be back.
Yeah,
even if YouTube takes your views away, I'd say these people would come through and give you 10 times as many in replacement.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect that of them, especially not if it's my screw up. How long's that one? Okay, that's a quick one. All right, we'll do one more news article.
Yeah, as we said earlier, it is such a sensitive topic that there's never going to be a right answer from either perspective, because no perspective can be completely inclusive of all sides fairly.
No,
So
exactly.
it's a conversation we simply have to put at the start of it, the letterheads. These are my opinions, and to you they are probably wrong. To me they are right, as yours to me are wrong. And therefore neither opinion is wrong, and both are simply a matter of opinion. That is where the law is going to be up against a real hard wall, because the law now has to find a way to try and be fair to all. And I do not envy that legislature.
No, exactly. All right. Disturbing picture of excessive force in Victorian remand centres. A damning report has detailed the persistent and endemic use of excessive force against Victorian prisoners held in remand centres. The analysis by State Ombudsman Deborah Glass was tabled in Parliament on Wednesday and noted violent acts against prisoners do not appear to be declining in recent years. Ms. Glass said that not enough is being done to identify or act on patterns of poor prison officer behaviour and improve performance management processes. Many prisoners have complex needs which can result in behaviour that endangers themselves, prison officers, or other prisoners. If that's the case, they should probably be in rehabilitation centres as opposed to prison. Let's be perfectly honest. If they're there because they have committed a crime, because they're, say, mentally disabled or something like that, I do not genuinely believe that prison is the right place for them. But whilst I understand that it is about both punitive measures, in those instances, you do still have to look at whether or not rehabilitation should outweigh that. The use of force by...
Speaking as an ex-con, I can tell you that the 90% of the time, the inmates will be the last people coming forward with these complaints. So if these complaints are making it out, it means it's real bad.
The use of force by prison officers may frequently be necessary in the interests of safety and good order of the prison. Allegations may also be vexatious.
The only time when it is authorised to use physical force with a prisoner is if they require CNR, or control and restrain. And it is a specific procedure taught to officers, and it is usually initiated by no less than 3 officers. Basically, officers are taught that if an inmate becomes violent, you are to remove yourself from the threat, contain the individual, and wait for backup or for assistance. You are not to engage in it with an inmate one-on-one.
Interesting. But when there's a justified complaint about unreasonable force, prisoners may face uniquely difficult circumstances. Ms. Glass probed 8 cases where prisoners had claimed to have faced unreasonable force at the Metropolitan Remand Centre or Metropolitan Assessment Centre. She said in the report officers had instigated violence in 2 of the instances, but didn't de-escalate the situation in the other 6. Allegations of abuse are usually hard to investigate and harder to substantiate. Prisoners told us that instances were not reported for fear of making the situation worse, fear of reprisal, fear of not being believed, or that no action will be taken. So it is impossible to capture the true extent of the use of force.
And because recommendations included, even if it's against COs, you don't narc.
The report's recommendations included an increase in CCTV footage, prison officer accountability, and compliance with body-worn cameras. They should be wearing body-worn cameras irrespective.
I do agree with that. I think all officers, all COs should have to wear body cameras.
The incident you're showing with the prisoner sitting at the table looks pretty awful. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a video, so I'll run through it. It's only 45 seconds. All right, that's getting into the...
Now, remember, there's no context before or after this, is there?
No.
Yeah, let's have a look. So we got a lawyer and somebody who's been in prison.
Oh, come on. Video is either unavailable or not supported in this browser. The media cannot be...
How do we know that's an inmate? That doesn't look like a CO to me. No uniform. How do we know that's not another inmate?
It probably is. It's the same man throws...
That's a classic attack. Hot water.
On a cellmate, yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen that more than a dozen times in front of my very eyes.
Bite me, Parallax. I'm using Google Chrome, and it's updated as much as I can.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's another inmate. That's 2 inmates.
Yeah. And there's a 3rd person in the room.
Yep.
Just conveniently shows up.
Where's the supervision, though? There should be an officer right there in that observation booth.
Oh, the CCTV footage is terrible.
Like I've had. Do you know what a zip is? Do you have them in Aussie?
A zip.
Yeah. So a wall-mounted water boiler.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
you pull a lever and the boiling water comes out into your cup. I've had water straight out of one of them thrown at the back of my head before.
Ouch.
Oh yeah, I lost chunks, but it's just yeah. How do they connect this to inappropriate violence by staff? I don't see. This just seems like I don't know, emotional manipulation.
I really don't know. I mean,
Oh, my wife's linking decking adverts in Facebook.
oh, okay, all right. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why.
Work for corrections, Phil.
Yeah, he was on the other side of the coin.
I tried to go full Batman in my younger years and took the law into my own hands when the law failed. And it was a stupid teenage decision. And I paid for it with 2 years and 2 months of my freedom. So I don't know if that diminishes your respect for the crap I had to deal with every day, but I can tell you what, that crap goes both ways. The best officers in there give as much shit as they get. And you respect it. It's not seen as an abuse of power. Like some of the fairest screws I knew were also the most filthy mouthed or aggressive or challenging, because they're just, if somebody gives them shit, they give it right back. In fact, it's almost preferred, because then you know exactly where you stand with them.
Yeah, all right. I tried reviewing that footage again. It's not much better in another browser or anything. So no,
I can tell you exactly what happened. I saw enough of it to know. So what happened is that the individual on the right near the observation booth filled his cup with hot water. He then proceeded to walk over to the table, throw the hot water into the face of the seated individual. He threw at least what I saw to be one punch. It then skipped to the end of the assault victim up in the corner against the window with the assaulter, bad guy. So bad guy number 2, holding him against the glass. May or may not have been throwing further punches, but it was also over very quickly. So
yeah, and that's just it. So I mean, I saw bits and pieces of it. I saw bits and pieces of the extra video. So there is actually footage at the end of that with 2 prison guards coming running in from the left-hand side of the footage, and it does look like one of them sort of manhandles the one of the guys while the other one's sort of restraining the other one. So I can see where they got
automatic protocol, restrain both.
Yep.
Restrain
I get that. I'm just saying we didn't get to see the whole footage.
Yeah, restrain and assess is standard protocol, because you don't actually know, and it's against the rules. Like there's no such thing as self-defense in prison. You fight in self-defense. You've breached the exact same rule as the person who threw the first punch. The only way to abide by prison rules is to stand there and take the beating. But then the other inmates will see you as an easy target, and they'll go after you. Like, why are you playing with my llama? Why are you giving my llama crackers? My llama doesn't want your crackers. I apologize, Hayden. My wife is trying to feed my llama crackers. She thinks she's very funny. What's got you very serious?
Farron's tweeting out about the Roe v. Wade. I'm just wanting to see if she's up and about. In which case, I would need you on your best behavior if she drops in.
Yes. I won't talk about my dick or get my dick out or...
Please don't.
But that means you have to be on your best behavior. You're not let you trigger me on purpose, you shit.
I know.
So if you trigger me on purpose, then it's causative effect.
All right, so I'll keep that Twitter page open. Fingers crossed she sees that in time. I mean, it's... Oh, lovely. Give me 10. All right. Okay, lovely. All right, so copy to clipboard.
What are you doing? My wife just handed me a knife. It's like a reverse Amber Heard. Actually, no, it's the same, isn't it?
It's very much the same.
So now what I have is a snot-nosed dog attacking a llama over their crackers. So it's very much Depp Heard.
Oh, excuse me. All right.
What the... I threw a Pikachu into the middle of our little ensemble. There, it just happened. I just threw it on stream. But the Pikachu went south.
Oh,
Pikachu
shit.
down.
Crystal, you have to specify who you're unsubbing to. My heart just sank for a very quick moment there. Dog with a knife and a llama. There's your thumbnail. Well, you're not supposed... All right, get
Crystal unsub from
Farron, I assume.
Stop it with the knife.
Yes, please get the knife off the camera. That
it's blunt, by the way. It's not real.
YouTube doesn't give a shit. They'll pull the stream.
You put a fucking sword up.
It's a prop.
So's this.
All right. Well, look, Farron will be along in about 10.
No, Anita. No. No.
I don't even want to know. So what we'll do is we'll move on to this evening's.
You can go to bed.
No.
Good night. Leave me with my peanut butter crackers. Who the fuck eats this shit?
Peanut butter crackers? I sure would. I'll use a pen instead.
No, just because we were talking about Coke and shit before, my wife just threw a bottle of my back pain medication at me, and because she ripped the label off first to make it look sufficiently dodgy. So all of a sudden I look down and there's just a bottle of pills beside me with a knife, a dog, and a llama and a cracker.
All right, moving on to this evening. Oh, geez, now you got me coughing. Sorry, people. Excuse me. Moving on to this evening's Law of the Land. All right, so tonight's number.
Love you.
I love you too. Please leave.
Oh, what the hell? Google that.
Do you want me to
All right,
close
so it
the
was
door?
244, and we're going to go with 240.
Yeah, it won't be loud. So if you want a decent sleep, I'd close the door.
Phil says to say goodnight to her for everyone.
Hang on.
Good night.
I'm just going to mute you. Did
I'll
you
go
want?
next time? I'm sorry.
She's trying to say
very
goodbye.
tired.
Just come say goodbye properly. Fuck, you may as well have been a part of the stream anyway. Just come and say goodbye. Phil says good night, lovely wifey. Now she's just sitting here rubbing my llama. You're supposed to be here to say good night,
Oh, sorry.
not play with my animal.
Sorry. Very tactile. It's very late.
It's all right.
I apologize for all the weirdness.
It's fine. Just don't start playing with any of his decks, and we'll be fine. So we don't get pulled off YouTube.
Well, I was just going to go tell her that she needs to go and eat that sausage I saved her, or I'm going to eat it later by myself.
Phil says, "What a wonderful lady."
Yeah,
Okay.
Do you want sausage or not?
No, I don't want your sausage.
All right, moving on. So for this evening's Laws of the Land, we have censorship and Ulysses.
We were talking about food.
I don't care. I'm trying to get on with my segment. Published serially from 1918 to 1920 in the Little Review, and then as a single volume in Paris in 1922, James Joyce's Ulysses stands as a hallmark of modernist literature. Even in 1934, a New Yorker critic classified it as among the dozen or so greatest literary works of all time. The novel also helped lay the groundwork for charges in the way of First Amendment protects artist expression. Joyce's stream of consciousness narrative includes graphic imagery, most notoriously a scene of masturbation. 3 times between 1918 and 1920, US postal authorities confiscated and burned issues of the Little Review. After a 4th run-in, New York's district attorney charged Joyce's publishers, Margaret Anderson and Jane Heap, with printing and distributing indecent matter. The court found Ulysses obscene by the test of whether or not it would deprave or corrupt, and fined the publishers $50 each and banned Ulysses from entry into the United States. Joyce continued to urge that, as a whole, the work wasn't capable of corrupting minds, but no one wanted to risk publishing an American edition. By 1932, however, Random House offered to publish Ulysses in New York and fight the certain legal battle that would follow. Copies were mailed to New York, and customs officers duly seized them. Random House and Joyce contested the seizure as a trial began before Judge John Woolsey in Manhattan Federal Court in 1933. Joyce's attorneys argued that community standards changed with time and that a decade had passed since the original serialized publication, and that Ulysses as a whole could no longer be viewed as obscene. Judge Woolsey agreed, and in a much lauded opinion, he wrote, "Ulysses is a sincere and honest book. My considered opinion after long reflection is that whilst in many places the effect of Ulysses on the reader undoubtedly is somewhat emetic, nowhere does it tend to be aphrodisiac. Ulysses may therefore be admitted to the United States." The Second Circuit Court of Appeals later affirmed Woolsey's decision. The government didn't appeal. So that is interesting. So basically, it was a case of whether or not a serialized publication was classed as indecent information. What the hell have I done there? Zoom, reset. Okay, stop sharing that now. I do appreciate that alternative media, like people on YouTube, don't have the spin and agenda like mainstream media does, even if I don't agree with everyone's opinion. That is a very good way to look at it, CG, and I very much appreciate your opinion on that, because it's very important to get information from a variety of sources. It's the only way that you get a balanced view on things. So, I appreciate that most of the alternative are upfront about their biases. I have biases. Let me read you this article and give you my take on it. Yeah, and look, I'm perfect. I try to be upfront about my biases as well. Rupert Ravy says, "This is the best morning show here in Texas." Thank you very much for that, Rupert. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, look, I generally do my best to make sure that I show both sides of the coin. So more often than not, when I'm looking at news articles, I deliberately go from both right-wing and left-wing media sources so that I can get some balance as to what is being reported in the news on any given day. So it's always very interesting to see what is being said by the Conservatives and the Liberals. But yeah, if there's anything that I'm specifically passionate about, you're going to hear about it, let's be honest. And you'll be able to tell, but I genuinely try and put my my own personal opinions out there on my sleeve. But I do try and keep it as balanced and sit on the fence so that I can give reasonable opinion on it. So, oh, they're still going on about the abortion in the chat. Fair enough. Okay, it's very clear that this will be something that we'll need to do a full setting on. But so what are the 13? Arkansas, Idaho, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Wyoming. Oh, okay. So there's the rest of your tweet, your message. 13 states have trigger laws that will go into effect now that will ban the abortion. What does that mean? So basically, now that the judgment from Roe v. Wade has been handed down, there was state legislation already in place to trigger a ban pretty much as soon as the judgment was made. So Crystal puts it quite well here. Oh wait, no, I clicked on the wrong damn one. Parallax. Trigger law means the state law goes into effect when the federal law is repealed. So yeah, pretty much immediately, as soon as that judgment was made known, all of a sudden the state laws will go into effect banning it. So if there was anyone that had one planned for today, unfortunately, that's not going to go ahead. Where is my... Okay, well, look, let's be honest. If Farron's going to stop by, I'm not going to bother doing a separate stream for it. So let's have a quick look at the Reddit page that I was going to tear apart. So I don't know how many of you might have actually seen it. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Really? It automatically did that? Just for the record, Libly just put holy fuck in the chat, and Streamlabs picked it up as foul language. So I do apologize for that, Libly. I'm going to give you a proper shout out for that one, though, because I do agree with it. So there you go. There it is. Sorry, couldn't help myself. No, by all means. Like I said, I keep the Streamlabs bot around because it promotes, the bits and pieces that I need it to. Can we turn off the Streamlabs cut bot off? Honestly, I thought I had, but honestly, having the things go through where it says, remember that I don't provide legal advice and that sort of thing is very important. So unless you want to have a banner down the bottom, which no one can see, I need it there. But I will play around with the settings. So where was I? So basically, for anyone that didn't see it, it's probably closer to 10 hours now ago, there was some tweets going through the LawTube community where basically anyone that was anti-Heard had been named and shamed. Make it a post and pin it. Oh yeah, that's a good point. No, think you're good, Rupert. Think you're good. So as you can see, so this is a thread that was on Reddit, and there is... So basically, we'll get to that. But basically, they've called us an incel hate group of YouTubers that spawned anti-Heard content. I'm not going to lie, and I did actually... this is just wow. I think I had my most retweeted tweet today because of this. Yes, absolutely. It's been a big thing. And it was... I'm not going to lie. I was upset that I got left off the list. So... my previous post was removed by Reddit spam filters. This is the re-upload. Descriptions and links and numbered citations are in the comments. Too long, didn't read. More than 4,600 anti-Heard propaganda videos curated by a close-knit group of raging incels, misogynists, red pillars, and alt-righters. Can anyone honestly say that they think I'm an alt-right? With the ongoing record to state that they were hired... What? With one going on the record to state that they were hired by Waldman almost 2 years ago. 3 years ago, Depp's legal team leaked grainy, fuzzy recordings of Heard's and Depp's conversations taken without Heard's consent to Incredibly Average, the YouTube channel. Conversations were taped by Depp without Heard's consent. Yeah, that went both ways. And were extremely biased as Depp framed her as the erratic, angry woman who was emotionally abusive. What the fuck? The videos were attached to transcripts which maliciously interpreted the low-quality footage to frame Heard. Okay, even if that's the case, the footage that was in the court cases, not only was it not grainy, it didn't frame her. It showed how she acted. Like, seriously. Yeah. Taken without Heard's consent. Exactly. CJ, you grifter. Footage was then clipped from these videos by incel content creators like the Umbrella Guy, a Missouri therapist who groomed his 16-year-old patient to become his wife when he was 30. Okay, not only is that fucking defamatory, that's just not... That's revolting to even put that. I mean, I know Reddit has... Reddit's not quite 4chan, but still... and this is kind of hitting me the other way as well, because I genuinely believe that this is something where Tug should have a go at them about. Like, seriously. Tug and his army of incel gossip channels then took clips of the footage, e.g., I hit you, I didn't punch you, skewed and misrepresented them, and fed them to the general public and more content creators over the course of 2 years. This created the groundwork for a team of celebrity gossip channels run by a gaggle of incels, most of which were spun up less than 3 years ago to harass and defame Heard. The videos are easy to consume, repeat similar talking points, carry misogynistic alt-right themes, and are weaponized to brainwash casual viewers. Fuck you! Incels. Do they actually know what that means? If you do wind up being one of the only ones on tonight for US viewers, I'd pick a lot of mods now and make it subscriber only. Yeah, yep. And Julia, that's so I've actually reached out to Farron, so hopefully she'll be dropping in and we can have a bit of discuss about that in a second. Does the author even know the definition of incel? No clue. Pretty kitty. Now I'm officially a fan of bearded more than with the cheesecake. Lucky man. Great wife, great cake, great cards, great cheesecake, great cat. Hell, man, you got it all. And short order cook, did Eve Barlow write this? Jesus Christ. The same group of incels also facilitated harassment and misinformation campaigns known as Gamergate, Animegate, and Comicsgate. Discriminatory content which seeks to maliciously misinform viewers is banned via YouTube guidelines. Here are some excerpts. And I'm going to go through some of the comments that are after this as well. And I'm actually thinking that some of these people might have been involved in the NBC YouTube takedowns. Content that features prolonged name-calling or malicious insults based on someone's intrinsic attributes. These attributes include their protected group status, physical attributes, or their status as a survivor of SA. She wasn't. In my opinion, she wasn't anyway. Non-consensual intimate imagery, domestic abuse, child abuse, and more. She was found by a jury of her peers not to have. Kevin's just putting up random things on the page just because he can. Content uploaded with the intent to shame, deceive, or insult a minor. How the fuck is that relevant? Content that encourages abusive fan behavior such as doxing, dogpiling, brigading, or off-platform targeting. Keep this one in mind because that's going to be very, very important in relation to this particular article. I mean, I know, well, not article, Reddit post. Because basically they're saying these are the things that YouTube is not supposed to allow you to do, and yet they go ahead and discuss various bits and pieces about that. Content that targets an identifiable individual as part of a harmful conspiracy theory where the conspiracy theory has been linked to direct threats or violent acts. Content featuring non-consensual sex acts, unwanted sexualization, or anything that graphically sexualizes or degrades an individual. I don't believe that anyone in LawTube, I don't believe that Tug, anyone that's covered this has engaged in any content that would be classed as that. Accounts dedicated entirely to focusing on maliciously insulting an identifiable individual. This includes targeting someone based on their intrinsic attributes, claiming that their intrinsic attributes makes them a liar. Are they basically saying that because we consider her to be a narcissist, that's an intrinsic attribute, which then makes them a liar? Harassing someone based on the following attributes: age, caste, disability, ethnicity, gender identity and expression, sex/gender, sexual orientation, victims of major violent event or their kin. So then they go on to list off the various channels which have been organized by date of their first anti-AH content and then the video count. So, incredibly average. That Brian fella set up in 2019, 3 years, 18 videos, leaked recordings from Walden and manipulated transcripts. They don't know that for a fact. That is a hell of an allegation. That Umbrella guy, 2012, 2 years. What? Maybe 2 years. Oh, how long he's been anti-herd. 1,000 plus videos. Celebrity gossip channel targeting children. What the fuck? Alt-right psychotic incel. Hired by Depp's legal team. The Gremlin was a proponent of Gamergate, Comicgate, and Animegate. Recruited incel YouTubers for the Depp trial. I didn't get recruited by nobody. Groomed his 16-year-old patient into a sexual relationship at 30. What the Oh, no. Yeah, that's exactly right. They've pretty much just accused him of being a pedo and abusing his Oh, see, it must be picking up on things that I haven't told it to, because it looks like it's picked up on the word porn there. Sorry, Phil. I thought AH was a champion of the First Amendment, free speech for me, not for thee. Yep. Where are we? So then you've got the quartering, active participant in Gamergate, Comicgate, Animegate, raging incel, film streak, celebrity gossip channel, clickbait. Colonel Kurtz, pro Manson and pro Depp content. That doesn't necessarily make it anti-herd, but I mean, I haven't watched too many Colonel Kurtz videos. But obviously she was around during the Amber Heard trial, the Depp v. Heard trial, so I presume that she was Binge Central, celebrity gossip, incel / red pill themes throughout. Joseph Morris, true crime and celebrity gossip. Mr. H reviews. Celebrity gossip targeting children, alt-right themes. What the fuck? I'm taking all this with a grain of salt, I'll be perfectly honest. Oh, hello.
What's going on, good sir?
Hello, Farron. How are you?
What is this camera in the middle of us?
That would be my frequent guest, Mr. Kiwi. He's a New Zealander who assists me both as a producer and to give me banter.
Oh, very cool.
So,
hello, Mr. Kiwi.
Okay. My wife can stop pantomiming on my disc now.
Oh, was that your wife? I thought that was you trying to distract me while I went through things.
Well, yeah, it became a mutual thing after she threw a B-29 at my head.
Model planes are never easy. Well, look, I'll bring that down because, Farron, I was just going through the Reddit page. I know that you saw the tweet earlier today about how many of us are, with the whole whether or not we're incels and promoting anti-herd stuff and basically a hit list of the LawTubers. But I don't specifically ask you whether or not you wanted to come on to discuss the Roe v. Wade stuff. So,
and I'm actually I'm going to get you this link if you want to have this going in the background.
Sure.
I'll do it in the private here. This is happening live. You can do it like an actual news station.
Ooh, lovely.
So I live about 3 blocks from the Supreme Court of the United States. By the way, I woke up maybe like 25 minutes ago because I went to bed super late after Ricada's stream here in the United States. And because, he like goes to bed at like whenever the hell he wants. And
oh no, it's brilliant. I really enjoy being able to sit and watch him for ages. So it makes my
and you can watch it during
easier.
The day because it's nighttime for us. Yeah. So for you, it's a guy just getting drunk in the probably mid-afternoon, right?
All right, bring that up. Yep.
But so I live about 4 blocks from the Supreme Court of the United States, and I was there Tuesday, and there were crowds out there, but this is going to be insane. It just came down about an hour ago, reversing Roe v. Wade from being constitutional here or like a federal issue in the United States. Pushing it back to the states. And many don't understand why this is happening and why now and how certain states have gotten around it. One of the things is many of these states have they've brought cases forward being like, banning it after 15 weeks, 14 weeks, putting these timelines on these lawsuits, which has then made it all the way to the Supreme Court, which is, again, people are like, wait, how in the hell can Roe v. Wade be overturned? This happened in 75. We've lived with this for over 40, 50 years now. That's how it's getting to the Supreme Court, is by putting actual timelines on these cases. And again, you're going to have everybody in the United States, because us Yankees over here, we love to overbig everything. Or it was 75 or 72. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask, is there not, didn't I read something somewhere about there's been some new assessments on the validity of the evidence in the original Roe v. Wade decision?
Yeah, so if you guys didn't see, I just got off of Live on Civil Law's stream as well, watching it, and he's an appellate lawyer, and he is Mr. Supreme Court, and he actually used to live here in DC, where I'm at, and used to sit here for these rulings. For those that are in Australia, for those that don't know, in the United States, the Supreme Court runs from September to June. So they're coming up on the end of session, which is why the questions are, why are all these opinions happening now? It's the last week they're in session, because then Congress and the Senate, they have a full month of July off. Summer here in DC, Donald Trump called it a swamp, but it really is a swamp. It's hot as hell here. So, and back in the day, in like the 1700s, they would call recess during the months of July and August, because it was so ungodly hot here. That's like the history of it.
Didn't it also take weeks to actually get to and from Congress in important meetings?
Oh, well, especially like when you started adding in history, like Texas and California, and you only had horse and buggy. I mean, it took months for those folks to get here, So that's why they would give a full 2.5 months off during the summer, and they did it during the hottest and most humid months, to date. Exactly.
I was just going to ask Hayden, do you mind if I ask a couple of quick questions?
No, absolutely. Go for it.
Just as a complete layman, Hayden probably knows these, but you've got the insight into the American eye. Roe v. Wade, what level of court was that original decision made in?
So all of them would have been at the state level. And it was, I'm trying to remember the exact state that it started in. Stand by, let me check it out, because like I said, this is all happening now, and then you get like a whole brand new go back and learn the history. But
because what I'm sort of,
that's all right. We're pretty laid back in relation to that.
You've probably already figured me out. Is that if Roe v. Wade was a fairly low-level court decision that set precedent that's been used all the way up to the Supreme Court since, I can't imagine it's going to be long before we get another Roe v. Wade 2020 or 2022 that sets a new precedent.
And that's what those on the left or the Democrats or the liberals here in the United States, that is the exact argument that they push day in and day out. And I'll give you guys kind of a history of also why this is somewhat happening. In the Senate, you have Mitch McConnell, who's been a senator since Jesus. And
in fact, I think he directly replaced Jesus, didn't he?
I remember they had a campaign runoff together, but yeah, he ended up beating Jesus for the Republican Party. And there was a moment back in the 80s when President Ronald Reagan brought in a Judge Robert Bork. And Robert Bork, it is now used as an adjective, getting borked. And what happened was before, when you had these Supreme Court justices that would go and,
So when you say brought in, you mean he was the presidential nominee to the Supreme Court?
Yes, Robert Bork, by Ronald Reagan.
And basically everybody got borked.
Well, so that wasn't an adjective yet. What happened was, as Robert Bork, when he was in his confirmation hearings, it was the first time you saw a judge being asked about, how would you vote on Roe v. Wade? How would you vote on gun rights? How would you do this? How would you do that? Whereas before, every single time before that, you saw where it was more how do you feel about state and appellate? And they would kind of go through, how do you look at the law? Big differences here in the United States, the way people look at laws. Your more liberal or your more conservative judges are going to be what we call here constitutionalists, where they look at the Constitution and they say the way it was written was the way it was intended forever. It's not to be changed. These are basic principles. Don't change it. Whereas the more liberal judges, the more liberal judges look at it as a living, breathing document.
Yes.
So that's the two not crazy, but the two main ideologies. And so when you hear they're conservative or they're liberal, it's not whether they're Republican or Democrat. I mean, some of it is, but for the most part, it's the way that they view the Constitution here. So
see, that's interesting because I've watched enough of your streams to know that I've heard you argue both sides of the coin. So would that not put you as a centrist?
I'm completely a centrist, and to tell you the truth, as I say on my channel, I hate them both. I hate all sides. I hate Democrats and Republicans. But when it comes to laws, though, I will say there are some laws that can be seen I see very as a constitutionalist, like your Second Amendment. Then there's others where it's like, hey, maybe we can kind of, when it comes to like censorship, where they've had laws against on censorship here, and it's like I think some of those need to be lifted, or there's just certain things where it's like some things are living and breathing because the founding fathers didn't predict the internet, when it comes to laws like that. But so you had Robert Bork, where he was on this, at his confirmation hearing, getting asked more social issues, how he would vote, and he answered honestly because this was the first time it happened. Basically said,
so he actually said how he would have decided.
And mind you, again, the reason he was the very first judge ever to get these kinds of questions.
Because from what I understood watching, because I watched Trump's two. Let's see, which ones have I seen? I've seen the Obama one that was stalled, and there was the nuclear option or something that was invoked to, I think, for the second time. And then there was the two Trump nominations, and then there was the Biden nomination. And all three, I felt they tried to ambush the judge by asking them to decide hypothetically on a case they hadn't sat.
Wait, hang on. Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
When I watched the trials,
it's early.
How would you decide this case? It was almost like no answer was going to be appropriate, and the only appropriate answer was, I'm a judge. I can't make a decision without having seen all the facts in front of me because I can't answer the hypotheticals.
What exactly? And that's the big lesson that Republicans learned from Robert Bork, because if you don't know, we don't have a Justice Bork. What happened is they asked him how he would vote on social issues. And then the final question was why do you want to be a Supreme Court justice? And he said it would be an intellectual feast for me. And the way that came off did not come off very good to the public. As a judge, for him, it was, okay, this is going to be, fun. The ultimate, the ultimate echelon of me looking at the law and all that, because he was very passionate about the law. He was a great judge. And when they heard that, everybody, and mind you, the Democrats already going in knew that they did not want him on the court, but he eventually was voted down. And that's where they say you got borked. Ever since Robert Bork, you have these justices, and it was Senator Mitch McConnell who saw that and was like, never again. And instead of worrying about elections, instead of worrying about who owns the House and the Senate, he said, we are going to own the Supreme Court. Why? Because those people don't have term limits. It's a lifetime position. You can die on the bench, as we saw with Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yes.
So
I was just trying to think of her name.
Right. So that is why you hear the term pack the court. That was a Mitch McConnell strategy to pack the court, in the sense knowing. Now here's why. Here's exactly why. So these lawmakers here in the United States saw what happened with Bork, and they said, okay, here's what we can do now. we can start packing the court with judges that we want. And what we can start doing is, instead of ruling on law or making laws or, going out and showing our social issues to our voters, we can just kick these social issues to the Supreme Court, which was never the way the founding fathers intended this to go.
Yeah.
So Mitch
It's supposed to be checks
McConnell,
and balances, isn't it?
exactly, and that's all it's supposed to be. However, you have corrupt, I'm trying to think of call
Would
it the
it be
worst of
fair
the
to say
worst.
that the Supreme Court has become overly politicized?
The Supreme Court is politicized. It's not become, it is now, because when you have a 6-3 majority of conservative versus liberal judges, and again, it's bound to happen. Now, there's also trends that we've seen where you have, Chief Justice Roberts, where he's gone in very Republican or conservative, and then has started to sway liberal. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she went in extremely liberal and started to move more moderate near the end of her life. So a lot of times you don't know which way these folks are going to sway when they get in. However, the way that our system is in the United States right now, the way our attitudes, our beliefs, our behavior, everything is so polarized. And here's the whole thing of what these corrupt politicians have done. Because they're basically, as we would say here in the United States, they're a bunch of pussies. They're not going to go out and say,
you told me I was going to have to behave.
But basically what's going to happen here is they're not going to come out and say, like, yes, we should overturn Roe v. Wade, or we shouldn't, because if they're moderate left, they're going to want to try to bring in some of the right to make sure that they get their votes from that side. So they kick it all to the Supreme Court. And that's why you saw Biden, who is known as, being the great mediator. He's going to kick everything to the Supreme Court. And go figure, a lot of these opinions, like you're seeing the Second Amendment that came down yesterday, you saw 2 days before that, where state funds and your taxes, can go towards religious schools if you choose to send your kids to religious schools. So that's the whole, separation between church and state. You're seeing all these comes down. Yeah. And it's because, right now the court is conservative leaning. But I will say,
what was the vote split on Roe v. Wade?
6-3.
So is that the classic conservative versus liberal split?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where, again, conservative judges tend to be pro Second Amendment, pro, separation of church and state, which is what they ruled on for sending money to religious schools if parents so choose. And those dissenters in all of these cases that have come down have been the 3 liberal judges. So it's...
See, the one thing that's always interested me, and Hayden can tell you that I generally, as a rule, don't, to quote Heisenberg, tread lightly with many subjects. But with politics and religion, and to be general with Americans, New Zealanders and Australians, we actually like arguing over politics and religion. Whereas I've noticed that more often than not, if I'm unaware of someone's Americanism and politics comes up, there's almost just like the shutters close. And there's this real fear to openly discuss politics or religion. And it's almost universal in my experience.
Yeah, it's the categories that you don't talk over the dinner table because at least one person's going to get up and storm out, sort of thing.
Well, and us Americans, I mean, we're gigantic babies. I mean, we started a revolution over tea. No, you don't.
That is true. Let's get
I'm quoting that.
But we could take things.
You could say the revolution was a storm in a broken teacup.
Exactly. I mean, and trust me, you're talking to somebody who studies foreign policy, who's very big on foreign policy. And I understand the way other countries look at us,
Yeah. What is your specialty in that?
My first thing was when I went over to England, and I remember speaking to a bunch of, Londoners, and I was like, how do you guys feel about the US? How we won the Revolutionary War and all that. And they're like, we just look at you as like this little stepchild that just we couldn't handle. And it was like, bye.
The rebel teenagers. Yep.
Right. And we're like, we're beacons of freedom and we took up arms and we went against the British. And I mean, it's so different here, you know, because by damn it, we're Americans, you know, like that's the way that we are, you know.
Everything's bigger in America.
Yeah, everything's, well, especially Texas. But no, I mean, and trust me, I love our American pride the way that we are, and nobody has pride like we do. I mean, it's why when we go to Europe, people are like, "Yep, that's an American."
Yeah, well,
either by what we're wearing or whatever.
I was seeing earlier that now there's a lot of people that are saying that when they go over to Europe, they say they're Canadian. So
exactly, yeah. Cheers to that.
Admittedly, I do often mistake the Canadian accent with some of the Northern Europe American,
like the Minnesota,
states.
yeah,
because they'll throw in the odd A just to fuck with me, and then I'm starting to get a grasp. I'm like, I think you're American, and then they throw an A at me, and I'm like, oh, you Canadian, and they're like, nah, I fucking fooled you. It's like Americans take some perverse enjoyment out of us getting it wrong about them being an American.
I think it makes us feel like we know more than you, probably. That would be my guess. We love pretending that we're smarter, you know? And there's and I think a lot of it, and here's the one thing I will say, is we do understand that we have freedoms that other countries would die for. We understand that. However, you know, in today's day and age, Americans don't understand that many of us are taking that far too literally, and we're taking it for granted. Yes.
About to say that you have, like, some of the rights you have, the First Amendment, within certain rights, the Second Amendment, because I do believe in gun ownership, but I don't believe that it should cross over into military grade weapons. I think hunting, fishing, sport, etc. I don't think the AK-47 is what George Washington had in mind.
No. But he was putting in one bullet at a time. His head would explode. No pun intended.
If it takes you 15 minutes to reload your weapon, there's a whole lot of time to talk about shit in between shots.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, how do you feel about Second Amendment? Yeah, is he, you know, doing the whole musket and everything? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, hey, what about should we add a new amendment on maybe buying faster guns because you're boring me to death quicker than your bullets?
I'm sick of standing in a line and just shooting at each other. Let's do it like real men. Trust
me. Because what I was going to say is that watching from the outside in, and this isn't a critique, it's just an observation.
No,
it's
absolutely.
almost like you have all these rights that I would love to have in paper. We have them in principle, but not in law. But you spend all your time fighting over those rights and not enjoying them.
So that's the one thing that is different about our political system versus you guys. How many parties do you guys have in Australia?
I'm not in Australia. They have like 12.
Well,
we have like
12. No.
Okay, but either way, do you have more than 2?
Yes.
Technically we do, but so we've got the Labour Party and then we've got the Liberal National Party. So they're your two major ones. Unless look, there's the Greens, but I've got my own personal views on those.
Do they make it to the debate stage? Do they make it to the debate stage?
No.
Are you first past the post in Australia or MMP?
I'm sorry?
MMP.
Okay, so in New Zealand and Australia, we have a completely different form of government. So what we have is you have your elected parties.
Right.
So every party puts up their representatives in each local district. So drop the federal aspect of your government and go back to state level.
Right.
And then you elect your local MP from the options available to you. And then at the end of all of that, they count how many MPs from each party were elected. And then the parties form a majority government, usually with a coalition.
So basically, you guys are like India, like what India does.
I don't know anything about India, but yeah, probably. Yeah, there's no Mr. President. Like whoever, let's just say, I'll give you an example. In New Zealand, we have National, Labour, ACT, the Greens, New Zealand First are the major 5 that I can think of. Say, for example, Labour and National, so the Democrats and the Republicans had the exact same number of votes, but not enough for majority. And you throw New Zealand First in there, who are centrist right, they can go with either party, but he might say, well, I'll go with Labour. So Labour becomes the ruling party and the Prime Minister, but you give me deputy prime minister or vice president for coalescing with you. And I'm pretty sure Australia is the same if they're under MMP as well. Hayden, you can.
Yes, yeah, that's it's more or less the same. So our parliament, we need a 76 majority. House rules. It is very interesting because, as he said, we don't have a specific leader to be voted for. I mean, we do, but the point is, it is if we go to the election and the particular political party that's in power at the time, if the person that's in charge of that party loses their seat, they can win the election, but the prime minister will lose, which is very funny. And then we wind up trying to work out exactly who's going to lead the country.
We even have laws for getting rid of a prime minister halfway through. Like, never mind impeachment. We just have a vote of no confidence, or the party sacks their leader and elects a new leader, and that person automatically replaces the sitting prime minister.
And the public have no input in that whatsoever. Nothing. It's happened a few times in the last couple of decades.
And I remember meeting a gentleman here from Australia who worked at the embassy here, and because here in DC, for those that don't know, I'm in Washington DC, where everything happens. And
it's a city state, isn't it?
Pardon me?
It's a city state. So Washington DC is a state that's just the city. Is that correct?
It's not a state. It's a district.
But
basically,
it has its own.
We'd be the same equivalent as a territory.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
now,
where we have an elected representative, but she doesn't have a vote.
And you get an electoral college vote.
We do not. No.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay.
Nope. Nope. Because since we're so small, I mean, there's only 700,000 people. Mind you, there's more in DC than there is in the state of Wyoming. But here's the other thing though too, is since it's such a hub and people are only here half the time, it's a very transient city because it's where everybody goes to, then everybody leaves. And you see that
American
on the weekends.
700,000 is small when you've got almost double-digit millions in New York.
Oh yeah, I think Chicago is 1.3 million, where I'm originally born and raised. So yeah, it's a nothing burger.
You're a Chicagoan.
I'm a Chicagoan. And you couldn't tell by the accent? No.
I
guess I tried to get rid of it a little bit.
And I've watched all seasons of Chicago PD or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, that's like child's play, sir. They're wearing 2 bulletproof vests now. Yeah.
Oh right.
The crime has gotten bad.
And this is before they leave the precinct.
Exactly. Exactly. But no. So you were asking though, why do we not appreciate the rights that we have been given?
Appreciate them, but it's like you.
I would say that
you use your rights to fight other people expressing their rights.
Right. And the reason why it's gotten so polarized, and the reason why I asked how many political parties you have, is for this reason. Here in the United States, it is insanely difficult to get any kind of third party elected, or even just a third party to the debate stage, because when you have Democratic and Republican cronies that are the head of the election board, they're not going to let that happen. Because what they want is just a 2-party system, and what the media has also fed into, what other factors like, you have your big pharma lobbyists, your military industrial complex lobbyists, you have, just so many different factions of social issues and all these industries like big tech. Big tech now is the number one lobbyist now. They actually beat out the military industrial complex, believe it or not. Yeah, wow. As of 2 years ago. Yeah.
So private lobbyists now outperform the commercial entities.
Private big. So you have lobbyists for all of it. However, it's the big tech lobbyists now pay more than the military industrial complex. Or the companies that want to keep wars going.
Lobbyism is, if I understand it right, to not get too specific, it's any individual that approaches Congress, Senate, or another body of government with the request to enact a law.
Yes. Not get in the weeds. Yes. But basically it's, we will back your campaign. We will do what we need to do to get you reelected. It's just when Roe v. Wade, when the issue comes up, you got to be pro-choice or you got to be pro-life. And the thing that people also don't realize is when you have all of these House bills, everyone's like, how are these 1,300 pages here in the United States? They're written by lobbyists. They're not written by by members of Congress or by their staffers. It's written by lobbyists who are lawyers. You know, many of them are lawyers. But if, for example, there's a big we have a K Street because all the letters go in numerical, like A, B, C, D, and then the other way is 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's a big street called K Street, and it's just building after building after building of lobbying firms. And and they're 2 blocks from the White House. And you see, and then there's another street here on C Street by Congress. It's another huge lobbying hub. So that you see where they're just like sharks waiting for, you know, for them to, you know, sharks in the water, basically. But so point being, though, is you have these lobbyists, you have that with the help of lobbyists, with the help of media, with the help of these major think tanks also. The way to get voters out and vote for you here in the United States is not by love, it's by fear. And this is one of those decisions of, see, look, they're taking away women's rights. You need to get your ass to the polls and you need to vote for a Democrat now, because if you don't, then they're going to start taking all your other rights. And, you know, Republicans are like, see, look, they want to kill more babies. They want to do this. So you need to get out there and you need to vote for us, because if you don't, they're going to keep killing kids. They're going to pull them out of the womb and kill them. I mean, actually, and it's the fear mongering of it.
Just on you mentioning that, somebody in chat earlier said, at what point does life become life? And I've been thinking about it for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And I'd like your opinion, because, again, you're American, you're centrist, and you're a woman. Well, sorry, don't mean to assume your gender. It's a ponytail. It's a ponytail. No man could bother to put their hair up in a ponytail that fancy.
I don't know. You never know.
What I was going to say is that if we want to find a simple standing point, and I'm trying to find the simplest point at which divergence can occur, because this is how I base a lot of my decisions, is the simplest point of divergence is usually the source of truth. And I keep coming back to one statement that most people in the world would either know of or identify with, which is, I think, therefore I am. And if thought and the ability to think and self-identify is the definer of an individual, and individual rights, because we're not talking about human rights or life rights, we're talking about individual rights. If the point at which you become an individual is the point at which you can think, then I guess it becomes the point at which the brain switches on. And well, see, now just to clarify as well, we're getting back into the argument from the other night over whether or not self-conscious AIs are going to be classed as individuals and attain those rights. I think they should. If we create AI, I would fully support AI rights.
Dude,
did you just see the guy from Google where he said the AI was trying to actually be the other day? I was
That's
like,
what
oh
we're
God,
covering.
Here we are.
Do you know why
here,
I have
folks.
that position? Because Picard convinced me.
Gotcha.
How would you feel personally if an AI all of a sudden had rights under the Second Amendment?
Hell no.
Okay, let's just say,
no.
let's take it out of the computer and put it into a biological body indistinguishable from a birthed human.
We're getting into deep sci-fi stuff here, but if you were to take an artificial consciousness developed in a computer and put it into a humanoid test tube, whatever, basically for all intents and purposes it's human, but you're copying that software onto their brain as a template.
Yes.
Would you consider them to be an individual and a human that has rights?
So you're saying like a super smart boyfriend? This is so weird.
So this is the kind of conversation we get up to at midnight.
Imagine data, but flesh and blood. Because
it has like a chip for a brain.
Oh, no. So just say that a technology existed so that you could copy the software onto the brain, like it's copied into the neuron, so it's completely organic.
Perfect example. Johnny Depp's movie where he creates a synthetic body for himself and downloads himself from
Transcendence,
a digital consciousness back into a synthetic body.
I haven't seen that, because I'm not familiar with that movie. But the way that I'm thinking of it would almost be like The Matrix, where he plugs in and he downloads. Yep. I mean, if you're still a human, yeah, I guess you have rights, and I guess it would make you smarter. But and I think it also would kind of depend on what's the software. Like you see in The Matrix, where he downloads the software and he learns how to fly a helicopter. I mean, that's pretty freaking cool. You know?
Don't get me wrong. I'm not giving the Second Amendment to Ultron. Fuck no.
All right. Also, I just want to go back and clarify because it did actually occur to me. In terms of political parties here, we do actually have a number of smaller ones that sort of don't really get a vote. So when they get voted for in our system, basically the preference system kicks in, and it goes. Generally, it'll wind up being to one of the major two political parties. But what you said about people not wanting additional political parties to come in, I just wanted to specify it is fairly easy here in Australia to register a new political party. It's just whether or not you actually are able to bring in additional, whether or not you can get the votes. Because I mean, basically, it's what is it? So the requirements for registration: all federally registered political parties must meet the eligibility, which includes being an organisation with the aim of endorsing candidates for election in the Senate or the House of Representatives, having at least 1,500 members who have signed up, and at least one member who is a senator or member of the House of Representatives in Parliament. So if you can convince someone that's already been elected, like one person that's already been elected, to get involved, you can almost automatically have a new political party set up, provided you got 1,500 followers.
See, over here, I don't think you even need to have a political party. I believe that almost anybody can run.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not talking about independence. I'm talking about setting up another one to go up against the major political parties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there is the thing is in New Zealand and Australia is what's called rogue MPs. So usually it's an MP that quits their party and then they become an independent.
And that's what we have. We have a lot of those here too. It's just the problem is that it's
because
so
you can almost never know when they're going to.
I was going to say it's that we almost had that here where people can leave, and we have many people that have left and gone to the independent party. There are actually more independents here in the United States than there are now actually of registered Democrats and Republicans, believe it or not, which many have been saying this is a perfect time for a third party. However, the tasks and the things you have to do to get a third party, even just to the presidential debate stage, is insane. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why is Republicans, when it came down it was the 1992 election, I believe. 92. Don't quote me, but I was 92, where it was George H.W. Bush, Ross Perot, and Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton did not have the majority.
Wait, didn't Clinton replace Reagan? Or did Bush replace Reagan?
Clinton replaced George H.W. Bush.
Okay. Because I remember Reagan as a
Bush. It was Reagan, and his vice president was George H.W. Bush, who was the former head of the CIA. Okay. Then Reagan served 2, and then George H.W. Bush served after him 1 term.
Yep.
Because, and the thing that the Republicans learned was that year, Bush, if you ever go and watch presidential debates in the United States, there's a big moment what happened where it was, and they always talk about it with George H.W. Bush, where he stops and looks at his watch in the middle of a presidential debate. And it was George H.W. Bush. Yeah, like I don't have time for this shit. George H.W. Bush, Ross Perot, who was right in the middle and was actually talking about a lot of the stuff that we're having problems with today, like having these fractional parties, like having politicization of the Supreme Court, like the government wanting to come after our Social Security here in the United States.
Yeah,
folks in the United States, it's about to happen. They're coming for your Social Security. That's next.
Is that like the 501k shit?
Well, we have 401k. Yeah, here.
401k, sorry.
Yeah,
because that's the retirement fund, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. And then you had Bill Clinton, and what happened is Ross Perot, George H.W. Bush would have won had Ross Perot not been there, which then put all the votes to Clinton. Because Ross Perot and George H.W. split the pie, and then Bill Clinton ended up getting the majority of the vote. And
which seems to be the big issue with having 3 parties is that it dilutes at least one of the 2 that.
Because you split one or other of the halves.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is where we have this problem now. Or Republicans saw that and were like, never again. A lot of the stuff that we're in right now has been Republicans learning like never again, and Democrats just not being smart enough to realize like, hey, we really pissed him off. It's like maybe we should kind of watch out. But they're like la 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 la. And Republicans are like never again. So that's why it's so hard to get third parties registered now. And also, to be fair though, during Bush v. Gore. During that whole fiasco in the
I
2000
love
election.
that as a witness, a third outside party observer. That was fascinating. The hanging
Oh, yeah.
Chad.
Yeah, the hanging chats.
Before you,
exactly.
Karen, do you want to know my personal opinion?
Go for it. Yeah.
I think Gore won.
Really?
I do.
Many would say that.
Legal grounding.
Many would say that. And a lot of it came down to the Supreme Court. And at that time, the Supreme Court was 5 constitutional, 4 liberal. What was Bush?
That's why with Trump v. Biden, they wouldn't touch it.
Oh, no, exactly. Because they also knew if they did that, this country would burn to the ground. Because, and after seeing the 2000 election as well, seeing what happened there, knowing that, and it also, to be fair to it, also does set a precedent if you're going to start having it where, because, and here's the one thing that even I learned from Kurt from Uncivil Law is that it is always assumed that election is going to have fraud here in the United States. Yeah. It's always assumed. Yes. It only comes down to the individual right of that
whether
vote.
It makes a substantive difference.
Right. You can't say like, oh, well, Arizona was a fraudulent election. And it's like,
well, in all honesty,
I need somebody
I saw the results of that Arizona audit. I didn't see anything there that changed the election with the machines.
A lot of it, I'm not going to lie, a lot of it was fake news. Then there was a lot of it too where, the United States, our election system is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah. You got so many people.
But you know what? Here's the thing, though, is you have Canada that does the same thing. They do paper ballots. You have Colombia where they all go vote on a Sunday. They actually have election watchers out in public where they look. One person's counting, the other person's counting, goes in the ballot box. Other countries can do this.
That's similar to what we do. So I was actually going to ask, very curious about it because, so in terms of the actual voting process on voting day, presumably, do you walk me through the process itself? You walk into the building, because how it works for us is specifically we just had the federal election, so we switched over from Liberal to Labor Party. I went in on a. I was actually able to do early voting for various reasons, but I walked into the room. A marshal showed me to a desk with a person sitting behind it. They said, "Okay, name and address." I got ticked off a list. They handed me the paper voting ballots.
And you can be required to show ID.
Yes, you can. Yep.
Here it depends on the state, but yeah.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask. So because the actual process. So obviously for us, voting's mandatory, and there's various checks and balances. But at the same time, yes, it's very much a big thing to have all of our votes counted. But I'm just wondering whether or not. So because you mentioned that fraud is such a big issue, is there do you just presumably do you get checked off a list? Do you have to show ID, that sort of thing in the US? Because obviously we have to do it because if we don't vote, we get fined, sort of thing. So
really,
yeah. We
wow.
Fine. Yeah, it's why we have such a huge voting turnout because it's like a $3,000 fine or something if you don't. So
wow, if the United States do this, their heads would explode.
Oh, over here.
I didn't even know that. And I know a lot about Australia and New Zealand, having friends from there.
If we don't vote here, we don't get fined. But if we don't vote here, any political conversation comes up, you get told to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't get a say. There's no such thing as an abstention.
No, if you waste your right to vote, that's one of the things. Look, we don't really have a right to free speech. We don't really have freedom of political communication, that sort of thing. Our right to vote, that was one of the few things that is entrenched in our constitution. If you don't exercise that right, you get no say. People will just tear you to shreds.
Yeah.
Wow.
One thing I was going to say, and it's probably already in the works, is that if the paper ballot has failed, I often said to myself, well, why don't they go to the crypto route, where every individual who registers to vote, and I have no issue with people registering to vote. I think there should be an electoral roll, which we have here. And that when you register to vote, you get assigned a crypto voter ID. And then simply create a machine where you get, like the old-fashioned coin in a slot. Mm-hmm. And you create a slot machine, and you get to drop your crypto into a slot. It's one way, can't come out. And at the end of the voting, those cryptos are tallied, and you can have a machine go through and correlate every crypto voting ID with the electoral roll.
Mhm.
And then once the tally is voted, those coins are then released, or even just locked there forever. And in the next election cycle, you get reissued a new voting crypto.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't
And-
necessarily need to do it with crypto, but that's actually that could be a really interesting way
well,
to
not
look at it.
crypto. I'm meaning like crypto coding. So
Yeah, so something that's been
it's
secure.
unalterable.
Yeah.
It's publicly auditable, but
Mhm.
it's also anonymous.
Yep.
So somebody could go in and track the movements of every voting crypto. We'll call them voting chips. Every vote
Mhm.
chip, and they could then go and say, okay, well, we can't look at the names on the electoral roll, but what we can look at is the post-election assessment, where the tally. So the tally says, okay, we had this many votes cast against this many registered voters, and the tally says that 100% of the votes cast match the electoral roll. Then if you see even like a small number, well, there is no way for it to be fraudulent, because the crypto chain that issues those voting things is locked. You go before the elections process starts, you say, well, we've got 25 million registered voters. We will create a crypto chain with 25 million tokens. And as people claim those tokens by saying, yes, I wish to vote this year, no, I don't wish to vote, those are handed out. So you can't create fakes, and you can't claim more than one.
I do see issues with that, simply because then you're opening it up to, well, who's to say that various ones aren't issued directly? I mean, I could see that working in a system where there is mandatory
Because
voting.
it's all in publicly held wallets.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
look,
could track every single crypto coming from the original source to the privately held wallet, and then that privately held wallet votes, and you can see which way that privately held wallet votes, but you cannot ever connect that vote to an individual.
Yeah. Okay.
So here in the United States, you're
Oh, yeah,
talking
people would be like, no, that's way too invasive.
So the reason why I tell you I love the idea, but it'll never work, is because there are so many lobbying firms here in the United States that are completely against crypto, and they have lobbied tooth and nail to make sure that crypto, Bitcoin, all of that
I'm just talking about the technology. Like,
right. Which,
yeah,
well,
like the code.
we somewhat had that a little bit with, like, you always hear the Dominion voting system, or the Dominion machines, which are right here in Virginia, the company, where they're manufactured and all that. But here's the problem that I want you to understand with the United States.
I just want to point out, Hayden, you officially have your first 69.
What?
It's now gone to 71 watches.
Yeah, no, look, just while we've got a break in the chat, people, this is easily one of my largest streams, aside from the time that I got a Joe raid. So by all means, please go do the YouTubey things, like, subscribe, hit the bell. I am on most nights between 11 and 1 Australian time, so that works out to be 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. US Central. So a lot of people use me to wake up.
Yeah, nice little morning
show. Or to
show.
go to sleep.
Very funny. But yeah, please, by all means,
and somebody else said
to have this many people here.
Somebody else said in chat as well, and it's a good time to sort of go over it. They were asking who I was, who you were. Hayden is an Australian lawyer. He runs both I guess you'd call it a metropolitan and a regional practice. He does a lot of estate law. So estate dealing with past deceased individuals who will one day be deceased, protecting their assets, or basically just preventing fights over their assets, stuff like that. He also does a lot of pro bono work, like a lot of pro bono work. And his main goal here on YouTube, once he can get monetized, is to try and get some sort of revenue coming in to at least in part subsidize that pro bono work.
Yeah,
I'm
just
a layman. I'm just his comic relief. I have no legal training whatsoever. In fact, most of my legal experiences, to be honest, on the other side of the coin, due to stupid decisions I made as a teenager. And Farron is the woman balancing both of us on her shoulders.
I love it. And I'm a news anchor. So I've been in the media for over 15 years now. So many people are like, how does she know about all of this stuff? Well, not only have I been studying it, I mean, it's my job to look at this stuff every day. I mean, I finally went to bed around like 4, and I have, notifications on my phone, and I I hear the notification. I go to grab it as I'm waking up, and I look, and I'm like, oh my God, it's the whole SCOTUS decision, and you're just like, I'm up, when I had my alarm to go off at noon,
Actually, can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
If you had to pick one moment where you were sound asleep and you had no intention of partying with those comfy sheets, and you saw something come up half red on your screen, and you went, "That's it, I'm up."
Oh God. I mean,
Like,
especially in the last 2 years with Washington, D.C., I was up and I was out the door. George Floyd protests in Philly, January 6th, the gun rights protests here. Every rally you could think of, the COVID mandates rallies. I was at when they were at the Russian ambassador and the FBI were combing through his house.
I forgot about that.
There's so many here in DC that it's not even that I'm like, oh, now I gotta be up. It's like, I gotta go. Because I had to get to the newsroom and then get out and go live. And, now that I'm independent, I don't have to go out and go live for a network, but I can go out there on my own time and wait till it dies down a little bit. But that was one of the reasons how I got COVID like 4 different times, because I was out.
Oh, wow.
I was out, especially if you guys remember, like where they painted Black Lives Matter in front of the White House when Trump. I was there when they were painting the letters on. I mean, anything that happened in the last 3 years here in Washington, D.C., shootings, riots. I followed Antifa. I followed the Proud Boys.
Have you ever been scared in those moments?
Oh, in Philadelphia, we almost got our car turned over.
Oh, Jesus.
Really?
Yeah. With us in it.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have had stuff thrown at me. I've had guys come up and spit on me. I mean, that's COVID. That's what I tell young journalists. I'm like, are you sure you love this job? Because people are not going to like you. This isn't a fun field to make friends in,
No, I think in that regard, journalists and lawyers are very similar. People only come to us when they're already pissed off and they have an issue.
Yeah,
exactly.
So,
and look, I just want to clarify this one from Crystal as well, where she says no, it's only a $20 fine at federal and $50 in New South Wales. For starters, here in Victoria as well, it's $90 for state. But I just want to clarify, that's if you pay that fine at that time. If it winds up in court and they chase you down for it, the fines are substantially higher. So.
Because then
just wanted to clarify
court fees.
Yeah.
And every time it appears before a judge just to get signed over to another date, there's another $100.
Yeah, and that's if you self-represent, because then you've got your own lawyer fees, and it's.
Oh, here's a question. You'll understand this. You do pro bono.
Yeah.
Do you guys have legal aid in Aussie?
Yeah, but that's part of the reason why my pro bono practice is so big, is because legal aid is so woefully underfunded. The big one that is an example is, it came up in Joe's stream a little while ago. I was chatting with one of the guys in chat. So there was a family dispute between the partners because she went to go and get legal aid. He then couldn't, so he had to self-represent in a family court dispute because it's only granted to one when you're on low incomes. So. There is legal aid, but lawyers.
Now I know I'm live streaming with an American.
Oh, there you go.
I was going to say, if you guys hear sirens, that's going towards the Supreme Court.
There was a fire truck.
Was fully expecting that to happen at some stage.
As I have my balcony open. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I love that sound.
You'll probably start hearing people marching, especially during the whole George Floyd debacle Well, he was murdered.
He was.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's no denying it. And that is the one thing that I will say that I got a little bit angry with the right-wing media here was, we all saw what we saw and the country was in shock. And then when the trial came about, everything was as well. He was a drug dealer. He was arrested this many times, that many times. And I was like, I hate when people bring up somebody's past about, to justify what happened in that moment. It's just, but that's what our media does.
I don't think the fact that there was speculation he was on drugs in the moment even played anything into it, because
that day it was like, what is he doing?
Basic human rights don't just go away because you've smoked pot or done drugs, or it's the responsibility, and this is the same with SA cases and stuff like that. It's the responsibility of the sober one, the coherent one, in this case, the officer, to show restraint, not to assume that your other person is coherent enough to do so.
Right.
And what I saw, and this is from a non-American, complete outside, no bias, no racial prejudices against any American racial socio-economic group. I didn't like what I saw.
Nobody did. Nobody did.
And I felt that man deserved to be convicted and to go to jail for what he did.
And mind you, when I say right-wing media here,
I understand.
because and mind you, our right-wing media is owned by an Australian, Rupert Murdoch.
We know him
I
well.
I blame you for this.
Hey, to be fair, we have disowned him, or at least a good number of us have.
Yeah. But it was just the whole premise of bringing up his past and, almost because, again, you have liberals that at that time were
like
very
victim bashing.
Yeah, it was, yes. And it was like, okay, he might have been a gangbanger. He might have been, a drug lord, what have you. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, an officer should never be kneeling on somebody's neck.
No.
I mean,
no, absolutely not.
Not an officer, not even in some country, or is according to the Human Rights Coalition, that could be a war crime of doing that to a prisoner.
I do withhold my right. Oh, sorry. I assert my right to withhold judgment. I have an opinion. I reserve the right to withhold judgment on the two fellow officers.
Hang on, Sean, I'll
because
send you a link.
I don't know enough about American police culture to know what they might have been thinking or how hard it might have been to.
One of the gentlemen, he had been on the job for 3 weeks. The other one, it was his first day.
And see, that would go with my opinion that they were over their heads.
Exactly. And when you're the young buck and you're telling the older guy what to do, again, I understand what I have empathy for their position because I've been a young reporter where I've had an authority figure. They were found guilty.
Oh, that's a shame.
And I have a feeling too, or actually no, they might have taken a plea deal. Don't quote me on it because I haven't been following it because Lord knows we've had so much more happen, like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
I've been following that. I just want to say I have been following the Depp thing. I've seen you on stream so many fucking times. And I have to say, of all the streamers, because you were slightly early to the party, you were one of the first prominent females that I saw standing up for him. And I really appreciated that because it was almost a man's world for 6 years supporting Johnny Depp. Because I supported him. I followed it right from the very first accusations. And I was troubled by it. Because I'll admit, I am a Depp fan. I am a Depp fan. If I was ever face to face with that dude, I think I'd probably fanboy out. I'd be like asking for signatures and wanting him to quote Captain Jack Sparrow stuff, and maybe yes, you did read that well, Mr. Rottenborn.
Hang on, sorry.
A mega pint?
A mega pint. So I am and was biased, but I was always pro Depp. I had assumed to that point that Amber was lying. And then when the trial came up, I thought, I'm going to watch every minute of this. And that was hard with a Kiwi time zone, let me tell you.
It wasn't easy.
Yeah, and I watched.
All right, hang on. I just want to.
Nice.
Damn it, Kiwi. I just want to take 1 second because we've had someone else that's joining us. I'd like to welcome Sean for Potentially Criminal. I've been meaning to have him on for a little bit to cover various things. So, hello, Sean. How are you?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Farron. How you doing?
Good. Amazing stream last night. I loved. I sent the.
Kiwi's happy.
I want to know, what are those things behind you? You've named them before, but I can never remember the name.
Oh, hold on. What's that, Kiwi?
The wall art. The movie.
They're called Fromes.
Thank you. I've been trying to find out what they are because
it's like Frome.com.
Thank you, because I'm trying to.
I
find
show
one
them
for the
enough. I should
Titanic.
be getting free ones from them. People always ask.
But no, I clipped the unbreaded clips from Nick Rekieta and I sent them to my family as a joke. And I could not stop laughing, Sean, at your reaction last night. There's a point where he's reading and you're just like, oh my God. You just can't even, for those that don't know, go over and watch Nick Rekieta's unbreaded segments.
I forget which part about last night. I had a couple
There was a couple.
I had a couple glasses of apple juice, so
yeah. And I was just dying. Oh,
I'll tell you what, Sean, that salmon looks mint.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had a hearing this morning, so had to look somewhat presentable.
No,
and I just want to take a personal moment too, just because this is for me, and I'll acknowledge it. This is a very cool moment, okay? Because I've watched, well, let's put it, months of Depp. we were drowning in herds, and sort of Hayden kept me company. Farron kept me sane and stopped me from punching my TV. And then Sean came in sort of later on in the scene, and it was just like a complete fresh take on it, because you look at the man and you think, I know what's about to come out of him. What the fuck did he just say? And it's cool to actually sit here and have a chance to figuratively say thank you to all three of you, and please pass it on to the people you know. Thank you, because you guys made the Depp trial for me as a personal fan and as a long-time follower of the situation. I didn't feel alone anymore.
Oh, and I will say, you know, what's funny is I feel like I said, I came into the LawTube community, or, you know, LawTube as they call it, just as like a media person through Good Logic. And then that's where I met Sean, and I met all of these great people. And most of them are lawyers, but then there's other people kind of that, you know, come on and say hi. And it's like a really, really cool, positive group of people. Where, you know, especially doing streams like this, where you get to know people, you get to know how they think. And that's one of the things that I even learned just being a news anchor, is that people feel like they truly know you and they feel like they're friends with you, which is why I love, talking to people in the chat and show not only just super chats, but showing their chats and all that stuff, because people truly feel like they're part of like a group, like a club, you know, a community. Yep. Yeah. So it's great. It's great to hear that.
Yeah. But, you know, just genuinely thank you.
Aww.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I just want to address this one too, British Yoga Dubai. Basically, we started out with our usual Friday stream. Then Roe v. Wade came down, so I asked Farron if she had some time to chat.
And I was like, give me 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, Farron, please don't go back and watch the stream.
Please don't watch the first hour of it.
Watch the first hour of the stream. Please have an open mind. And
yeah,
can I just
it was
say,
loose.
We were playing with accents. The word being used was DECK for a flat, standable attachment to the back of your house that might be accompanied by a patio or a pool.
Because there's certain words, when they're said with a Kiwi accent, they sound like other ones. So Kiwi ordinarily cannot say the word deck, six, or
you can't say
channel.
six without it sounding like sex.
Okay.
So yeah,
I concur.
Yeah, we had a really great time for about a half hour, just going back talking about the cork that goes in between tiles, like the sealant, patio decks, and some other things. But you know,
let's put it this way: my wife was in the room and she
humor.
was tired and giggly.
And you know, I will say this: I know, because I love doing accents myself. I was in theater and acting for a long time too, and I got the Australian accent. Like when I hear it, I know it. Yeah. Kiwis, especially when I would watch your guys' PM, especially during COVID, because everyone was calling her the hot PM.
You're talking about Jacinda Ardern.
Oh, don't get him started. Do not get him started, please.
Okay, I won't. But the point being is whenever I hear it, I'm like, wait, is it Australian or Kiwi? It's like you think Australian and you're like, but wait, they just said that word different.
Yeah, no, if you hear the two side by side, you can get quite...
You can hear it, yeah.
Okay, who's a famous Kiwi actor. Okay, so Russell Crowe is a Kiwi actor who went to Australia. So he's an Aussie-ified Kiwi. But the guy who acts in Judge Dredd, I believe, is a Kiwi.
Carl Urban.
Is it?
Carl Urban.
Is Carl Urban a Kiwi?
Let me double check. Yep. Born in New Zealand.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He was actually in Xena. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So it was definitely boys' hour, but it was being egged on, and there was some stuffed llama abuse. But there was,
and then I saw a ship come in, and then it immediately left, and I was like,
"Oh, that's because my wife went to put the ship on stream, but it's an authentically painted replica of the Bismarck, so you can understand why I said get that off stream."
Yeah, I was like, "Hey, buddy, this could go south real quick with that flag."
Yeah, it's an
that's on there."
authentically painted World War II German battleship, so there were reasons it couldn't
All of a sudden,
stay.
this little red, white, and black flag come on, and I'm like, "What am I walking into?" That's why I immediately was like,
"No,
what is that second camera?"
Yeah, no, because we actually
I felt it appropriate to put an American B-29 straight into the scene.
Of course.
No, 'cause
Crazy story though. My grandfather, he fought in World War II. He was over in China, and he by way getting back had stopped in New Zealand. And I like that.
Oh no,
nice.
that's basically what we were dealing with for about a half hour.
Gotcha. But my grandfather had made a stop in New Zealand and then came back to the United States. And because I got my grandfather, my whole family's from Chicago. And my grandfather actually started drafting the papers to move to New Zealand. My grandfather wanted to move to New Zealand so bad, and like went back there a number of times. And then it was my grandma who ended up getting pregnant, and she said, "No, I need my mother here to take care of," which was my dad. But had she not gotten pregnant, and she had gotten pregnant in New Zealand, I would be a Kiwi.
Wow, there you go.
Ah.
Someone else in Australia could have claimed.
Good day, mate.
I shall say that I am okay with you being an honorary Kiwi.
Okay. Aye. Good day, mate.
Watch out. Keep talking like that, and Hayden will have the Barbies out for the shrimp.
Don't you even start with me on that BS. I still can't believe that's still promoted.
There's a shock in the blue.
One thing I've missed in all the streams, where is Sean located?
I am located in Ohio, in Cleveland, Ohio, up by Lake Erie.
Cleveland, Ohio, Lake Erie. Okay, so if we call Texas center lower, center south, are we
Texas
going up right or up left?
You're going up. You are going. If you're in Texas, to get to Ohio, you need to go to the northeast.
Northeast. Okay, so
do you know where Chicago is? Do you know where Chicago
is? The Great Lakes?
Yes, the Great Lakes. Lake Erie is one of the Great Lakes. Yes.
Your name is Ohio, Minnesota,
the Midwest. If you know Illinois and Chicago, where it's at the tip of that lake, and you just go 2 states to the right or to the east.
What did they call that? The blue wall or the red wall or something during the Trump era? The Clinton v. Trump election? Like there's a voting block through there that's flipped. Is that the right area?
I'll star this one for later.
The red wall, because I know that there's like the red south.
Which one's Democrat? Which color?
Blue.
Okay, so the blue wall. So it was they were thought to be the states, the area I'm thinking of. They were thought to be soundly Democratic, and then they flipped.
Oh, so you're talking Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Probably that Maryland.
Yes.
There's a whole little chunk there in the Northeast. Yeah.
Okay. So I am in the right area, up near Canada, Quebec, Canada.
Ohio would be like more to the west.
Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually
Ohio is actually. If anybody's Ohio State fans out there, I just saw that they just trademarked the Ohio State. Sean, I went to Purdue, which is a Big Ten school. That's
Ohio State's full of dickheads.
Thank you. I hate them. I didn't know if you went there or not, so I held.
Oh no! I'm born and raised in Ohio. I root for Michigan. No, Ohio State is full of pompous people. That's. The state capital is Columbus, and the problem with Columbus is it's full of people from Columbus, and it's full of Ohio State fans.
Zombieland.
Yes, There you go.
Mm-hmm.
What is the little figurine behind the airplane on your shelves, Sean?
That is I got this in a Discord Secret Santa thing one year, and it's
Can I see it?
Sure, hold on, let me grab it.
Because it might sound like a pressing issue, but I have wondered what that was.
It's from a I think somebody sent me. It's called like Little Armory or something like that, and it's just
anime girl.
it's just an anime girl, kitted out.
Excellent.
I thought it was kind of neat.
Girls with guns.
Some assembly required. So,
well, if he holds it too long, it might be some reassembly. Might have a bit of a rud.
Oi! I said
What?
best behaviour.
RUD! SpaceX! Rapid unscheduled disassembly.
yeah,
I can never tell with you.
there.
Fair comment.
All right. Well, look.
Do you know why I love lawyers so much?
What's that?
Whenever you're in a
Because
jam,
at
they're
least when
there.
you're arguing with them, they'll admit when you're wrong.
That is very true.
Very true.
Very,
Oh,
very
I'm
true.
sorry. Yeah, I didn't have to go to law school to do that. I'd tell you you're wrong anyway.
Oh yeah, no. I was doing that in year 8 debate, telling everyone that they were wrong. So,
Yeah.
Look, I'm just going to address this. Parallax, please do not start shit in the chat tonight, okay?
He's
Everyone should be on the
really
best
well
behavior,
behaved.
okay?
Yeah.
Please, if Kiwi has to be on good behavior, so do you. We've got a running joke about Foster's because I have I technically I stole it, but I have an awesome joke about it. Not one that I'm going to repeat in front of Farron. I'll
That's
be
the
honest.
one. Foster's, Australian for beer, right?
Oh god, now I'm going to have to do it. No, Foster's beer is like having
Oh.
sex in a. Foster's beer is like having sex in a canoe. It's fucking close to water.
You broke Farron. How the fuck you broke me with that joke and you broke Farron with that joke? Holy shit.
I have a sense of humor. I'm not like that is funny.
Oh no, I know that. I've seen you with Joe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to
So
figure out
then
the
you've seen
difference
Sean
between
too.
breaded and
Obviously, then that's
unbreaded.
Sean too. Oh,
Yeah.
those streams. Sean, do you miss those streams?
I miss the streams, but I'm glad Amber's done.
Me too.
But
That-
is she? Is she?
Yeah, that's
though?
the thing. Fingers crossed she's done, but I think we'll see a resurgence. There's episode 3 is coming. Revenge of the Turd is coming. So.
Well, I like
Turd.
I like that whole Reddit thing now. Apparently, I'm part of the incel cabal going
Yes.
after her.
yeah,
Oh.
hang on,
Can
all right.
somebody define exactly what an incel is to me? I've heard it, but I've never bothered to Google search
Oh,
it.
boy.
So you're kind of like it's involuntarily celibate. Like you're such a
Woman hater.
abrasive. Well, before they became women haters.
Okay.
You're kind of like a creepy loser and a bit of a tool. Think of, traditionally this would be stereotyped by the trilby wearing types, 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
And it's just the women don't, they can't get a woman, and then after a while it turns into, oh, I can't get a woman because they're all whores and they don't like me because they're whores, and that type of stuff.
I do think
that's
it's a
what
bit
it becomes.
It's a bit
involuntarily
rude to
celibate.
presume-
Mm.
Sorry, it's a bit
Yeah.
rude to presume the gender I disparage.
Libly, yes, I promise I will look at Kai. It is on my list. I don't know if you can see it in the top top corner here. It's on my list of cases to review. Okay, when I have time, I promise I will do so.
Alright.
I've
No,
been in
so-
the I haven't had a chance to look at Kai really yet because I've been doing work. But yeah, I do want to look at it at some point just to figure out what's going on.
I was just going to
Yeah,
say
I mean,
too,
I had a
is
brief
that
look
I
at
do apologize if I step on anyone because there's about 3 seconds of lag between the 4 of us, and this is like doing a foxtrot with a blind amputee partner. So
Oi,
what?
Very specific.
yeah, very very specific. Where are we? Yeah, Sean, I was at the as for the Reddit post, I was actually in the middle of looking at that when Farron jumped on. So I might actually just bring that back up because some of the comments and that sort of thing, I didn't actually have a chance to go through it, but it's both pathetic and hilarious at the same time.
What is this?
Yeah.
Incel hate
And
group?
it-
Ah.
Yeah, and it's funny because I'm apparently an R. Kelly supporter, and it's like that was the first video I ever did a couple of years ago just to try it out. And all I said was, right now he's innocent until proven guilty. Doesn't look
Kelly's
too
a
good for him.
singer, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's so weird
yeah.
because his mansion was like right outside of Chicago, and when you see Surviving R. Kelly, like it's in, I believe it's in Country Club in the Hills, I believe, and it was actually, I used to be an NBA dancer for the Chicago Bulls, and in the summers we practiced right near his mansion, and
Wow.
You did quite a lot.
I was watching the documentary, I was like, wait a minute, I've been to this area. And then I looked it up on the map and I was like, I basically passed by his house like weekly when all of this was going on. And I had no idea. And it's crazy. It was crazy to think about it, but yeah, that guy's guilty.
So the R. Kelly saga goes way beyond the few headlines I caught in passing, then I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Yes. He's basically engaged in a lot human trafficking with minors. Yeah, and once you do human trafficking across state lines with minors, you're looking at like mandatory life sentences. Like he's in the best case scenario, he's doing a lot of time. The worst case scenario, he's doing all day and all night and never getting out.
Yeah.
That legit escalated way beyond what I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know much about the dude. I only remember some passing headlines involving him in a nightclub. And
There was actually a concert that he did over in Kenya. And I'll have to see if I can find the video. But he's up on stage and he's singing to an audience of like 15-year-old girls where he's like, do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? These girls are like,
What?
yes! They're in Kenya and they're like young girls and he's like enticing them to come. It's just like, what? It's nuts.
The fuck?
I'll get you guys the video. It truly happened.
Right now, I am just absolutely Sacha Baron Cohen in the vegetable
CG, I'm going to go through it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just what the fuck? I'm not even going to bother looking into this.
Kiwi, I will also tell you, I don't know if... Do you ever watch Chappelle's show, Dave Chappelle's show he used to have?
I love him.
Yeah, that whole thing about R. Kelly peeing on a girl, that's not a joke. That's probably
real?
happened at some point. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
He stood trial for that.
Ask something? Is it pronounced Juicy Smollett?
No, it's Jesse Smollett is his real name.
Okay.
Juicy Smollett, the French actor?
Yeah. As a non-American, can I just say Chappelle is an absolute breath of fresh air. I love the man.
It's George Carlin, Dave Chappelle. For me.
Carlin is amazing. And
He's a prophet.
This is coming from a Christian. Like, Carlin's humor is so on point that I don't even get angry when he's mocking my beliefs.
I don't know Mel Lane. That's exactly where I saw it on the H3 podcast. Hayden, I just sent you the link.
I saw it. I'm going to load it up. I'm just
and I'm sorry,
download
it was in Ethiopia.
Hayden, you are officially a YouTube centenarian.
Whole 100. Wow. Okay, so as I said, this is easily my hugest stream. Thank you so much for everyone being here. Thank you, Sean and Perrin, for joining me. It's hugely appreciated. But yeah, this is the first time I've actually reached triple digits on my own. So
it's all thanks to the beautiful blue playoff between Farron's shirt and the unusually aesthetic squares behind Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're the only one that's out of focus here, Kiwi, because everyone else has blue in the picture.
That is by design.
Yeah, you're looking like a Rorschach test over there.
Oh no, there's a lot of blue going on in this room, but it's just black and white. I'll state it now. The reason I have the filter is because I know that a lot of my opinions are unpopular, and I want to be free to speak the truth that is me. And because I want to speak that truth doesn't mean my family should have to suffer any consequences as a result of my desire to be honest to myself.
Oh, actually, that brings me back to another point as well.
I wish you didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
But I totally respect why you do that.
Yeah.
Just an update, Farron. That case that I was talking to you about yesterday as well with Avi Yemeni and PR Guy 17.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. PR Guy 17 bit the bullet and came out himself. He went on.
He revealed his identity, is another way of saying it.
Wow.
Is
I
he
was
who
guessing
everybody thought he was?
No. So basically, Avi Yemeni was putting out things saying that it was a government staffer because he was very pro the Victorian government at the time, and basically it just turned out that it's some rando that was supporting the government. So it's
So, allegedly. Can I put
Allegedly.
allegedly in there because
Yes,
it
you
hasn't
can put
yet been
allegedly.
confirmed that he is? Because it could very easily have been orchestrated where the real PR guy says, "Hey, mate, can you come out as me, and I will send you a draft of a tweet, and I'll tell you when I'm about to send it."
Yeah. All right.
Like,
Play this.
I can play both sides of it. So until I see him live tweeting, then
Yeah.
then we'll.
Well,
know
no,
it's
that
him.
my understanding is that that's what happened with the Age, is that he live tweeted something. He sent them a draft, and then it was pretty much live tweeted as soon as they got it. So, all right, let's have a look at this video that Farron sent through. But yeah, I just as an aside, I
Oh,
thought I
here
should
we
bring
go. Is this going to enrage me, Farron?
I don't know. Crank this baby.
Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
Young Ethiopian girls.
He is straight up crooning these girls.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking for my passport right now.
Is this solicitation by song? I'm assuming this wasn't a officially released single. Oh my god, this is cheesier than Will Ferrell comedy. There's so much cringe factor going on right now. I actually want to just creep inside myself and just... I want to be dumber than I was 10 minutes ago.
All right, so look, let's get back to what we all came here for originally. Roe v.
What
Wade.
was that?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh right.
Okay.
Twitter is absolutely melting the fuck down right now.
Okay, wait. Before we go,
I have a friend of mine that's like, oh my god, you were.
It's a siren.
I knew. So the big thing was Amy Coney Barrett was the one that came in, and she was the one that helped overturn Roe v. Wade or whatever. And my brother, was actually a student under her at Notre Dame. And I was like, hey, she's a really nice woman, you know, all this other stuff. And I have
She
friends
came across
texting
as
me.
very professional in what I saw of her Senate hearing.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm a layman, remember? She came across as... She dodged all what I would call the tricky bullets.
Yeah, okay,
Very,
I'll put
very well
that
done,
one.
Baba.
Yeah, that was good. Got to give you that. That was very good.
What did I do?
No. The chat.
Read the comment.
I believe I can fly.
Oh, exactly.
One thing I want to ask. Okay, Sean, Hayden, Farron.
Yeah.
Pick a time span, because I just want to see who gets closest. How long do you think it'll go before we see a potentially precedent-setting abortion case go before the Supreme Court?
Oh, I wouldn't want to guess on that. I don't know the time frames and that sort of thing. Sean, what do you reckon?
Well, I guess in what regard? When some of these
Roe v.
states
Wade
effectively
2.
ban it?
Roe v. Wade 2.0.
Okay. I mean, what I could see happening is it's going to end up where the Supreme Court's going to have to say, look, you can't outright ban it. But they're going to say you can, do all the you do a lot of restrictions, you just can't outright ban it within a year. Because just like with the New York State concealed carry case, they just got told you can't do X, Y, and Z, so most likely New York's going to do A, B, and C. And it's going to be, the way I described it's kind of like when Brown versus Board of Education happened in 1954, and they said no more segregation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It didn't end everything because the southern states then said, okay, well, you didn't say we can do this, or we can be racist and discriminatory this way or that way.
Yeah.
And then private businesses were still doing it. So the case law of today where you all the protections are in place there are a ton of cases you had to get to before you to where we're at today. It's built upon a lot of blocks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's going to be, well, can you do this with this state or that state? I don't think it's going to be as massive as this because it's
Is
the
it going to
watershed
take
case.
somebody breaking a law and getting arrested and going all the way through to the Supreme Court to set a new precedent?
No, it's going to take a change in the justice makeup of the court, but these states where they're going to say, "Oh, we can punish people." Yeah, I can see that the Supreme Court saying, "Look, you can't do that." But I think that's probably the biggest thing that may come their way, if that's what you were getting at. I'm sorry if that was.
Well, I'm just trying to think how long, because we're in a bit of a power vacuum at the moment, or a row vacuum. How long before we get a replacement precedent that simply returns us to the status quo pre-Roe v. Wade? So before we've gone back to pre-Roe v. Wade.
Yes, that's correct.
And then Roe v. Wade changed everything moving forward, so you could call Roe v. Wade a critical event. How long before we get a new critical event that basically makes both the establishment of and abolishment of Roe v. Wade completely neutral from a new legal standpoint? So as in business as usual, new precedent.
Yeah. Okay, that's going to be a while. That's going to be a while because I think that's going to take some time for, there's going to be a lot of trial and error. There are going to be cases that are put forward, and the firearms community. We've been planning and plotting this for a long time. You submit cases, test cases, you figure out where the courts are going, how the courts are looking at things. So I think it's going to take a little bit of time. You have to plan and formulate what's the right type of case to get back in front of them to get what you want, especially if you're trying to get such a big decision to happen. So that actually would be a while.
Okay. So the legal system doesn't move quickly.
Oh, no,
When does it ever?
Oh, okay. There are a few times where it is fast, but no, to go through federal court to get to the Court of Appeals, the circuit, that takes a while, and then to get to the Supreme Court, you've got cases that might be waiting, years. I mean, sometimes stuff drags on for a bit.
Can the Supreme Court choose to prioritize a case if they deem it to be of national importance?
Oh, that's a good question.
There's nothing to stop. So the order they listen to cases or they debate cases, that's up to them how they release stuff. So the order they release things over the past week, that is entirely up to them. That's their prerogative. Now, obviously, like with things when the election was going on, they turned around and dropped opinions right away. So yeah, they can be very quick if they have to be, if that's solely what they're focused on. But otherwise, they're just like every other court.
Okay. Now, out of left field, as a tin hat,
do I need to put the tin hat for?
No,
do I need to put the tin hat up?
Because this is a speculation.
Okay. You said tin hat. You mean like tin foil hat, right?
Tinfoil hat.
Yeah. I'm not joking.
Okay.
I actually have a little graphic that I put up when we get to tinfoil hat time.
Okay. I'm just speculating here because I play chess and I like chess and I like strategy games. If I was a very clever Supreme Court justice and I knew that Roe v. Wade was going to be abolished, because let's put it this way, it's not been a real surprise to anyone.
Yeah.
But I knew there was a case before the Supreme Court that the public aren't aware of, but I know is coming before the Supreme Court at some point. I could basically say, okay, well, we'll abolish it, but hey, we've got this little case in the background that we can choose to bring forward at any point to set a new precedent. Do justices think like that?
I don't know that they'd be able to, because I know before you were probably talking about like putting the rocket docket system in place, whether or not they'd be able to prioritize one case over another. But I think that sort of chess playing that you're talking about, I don't know that they'd be able to get away with that. Sorry, Sean, didn't mean to step in.
No, you're fine. I guess I would say it like this. If you're making precedent and you want to get what you want accomplished, you generally are going to go for it. You don't want to try to... It's kind of like if you're watching Amber Johnny's trial.
Themselves on this.
Yeah, you don't try to slow play it. If you've got the cards in your hand, throw them on the table. Don't try to play the next hand of poker. Play the hand of poker you're playing. Yeah.
For the foreseeable future, get their way.
Yeah, the only way the way is going to change is if the political makeup of the court changes, and that's not going to happen for a while.
Yeah, because it just seems like because it's over here legal precedent is to be taken under advisement. It's not like the law. A judge can completely ignore precedent here and write their own written justification for their decision, and precedent be damned. Laws are sometimes set based on precedent, but not like there's no Roe v. Wade really for New Zealand. Like it's the people that are in power at a given time will make laws based on the voter base that put them in.
And judges can, I can go in front of a judge tomorrow and say, hey, judge, look, I know the Supreme Court case law and state law says the police were okay to search this vehicle. And the judge might say, hey, you know what? I agree with you. This was wrong. I think the Supreme Court's been wrong. I think everybody's wrong. I'm going to overturn that right now, or I'm going to rule in your favor right now. And the way a lot of these, little cases that make their way up through the Supreme Court, the biggest fires are with the littlest sparks. For example,
the lower order court judges can choose to ignore Supreme Court rulings.
They can, and then most likely they'll get thumped by their appellate court saying, listen, knucklehead, you can't do that. They're correct, you're wrong. Every once in a while, they might say, hey, you're right, we agree with you.
So the Supreme Court is law, effectively, in America.
Yes. It's always helpful that you can say, look, the Supreme Court agrees exactly with what I'm trying to argue. Those are always helpful.
Yeah,
So
it's not.
Karen.
I was going to say that's not dissimilar over here. I mean, depending on which court the final opinions made in, it has the effect of law. It's things that are generally taken to apply. I mean, we have specifically with the Victorian Civil Administrative Tribunal, they're not technically part of our court system, but they still abide by things that are put out by the Court of Appeal and by the Victorian Supreme Court. So it's precedents do effectively have the effect of law. So.
It just seems such a shame because I really do love the concept of the American checks and balances. And I think as it was established, like I hold the American Constitution in high regard. I think somewhere along the way, though, something got lost in translation, to coin a phrase. And I feel like the moment political and like if I can stand before the Supreme Court and I can plan my argument based on the political views of the majority of the judges there, I'm no longer arguing law so much as I am trying to bank the votes of the people that agree with me the most. It's almost like it should be going up in front of 7 men and women who inherently are like 100% opposed to my argument from the beginning, and I must then convince each of them equally. And I can't think of a fix.
I get that, but I think at the end of the day, you're dealing with people who have political or legal philosophies and how the law should be applied, how the law should be looked at. But what is that legal philosophy shaped by? It's shaped by your political philosophy and your personal and moral philosophy. Because without it, you really don't have an idea of what you think the law should do, how the law should be applied, how governance should be enacted. So,
okay,
I guess we'd like to think that things were different back in the olden days, but I bet if you showed up at the Supreme Court in certain whatever time, there were still political issues. I think that's more of a. We'd like to think that the olden days were better.
We look at the past with rose-colored glasses, yeah.
Also, though, but back then, nobody really heard about things. People argued things in the Supreme Court, and nobody cared or heard about them.
Just on a personal note, just quickly, Hayden, if I may. This has nothing to do with the stream. It's just I want to... Farron and Sean, if possible at some point after the stream, can Hayden and I have a personal conversation with both of you, because Hayden is aware of a situation which I'm currently going through and I don't need to be explicit with my son, and Hayden will now know what I'm referring to.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Hey,
Where
that's,
I'm
I'm
needing
totally
to reach
more
out
than
to
more than
help.
happy.
No, that's fine. And look,
need help.
Farron, I'm aware that it's first thing in the morning for you, so if you can't stick around for that, I'm more than happy to just talk about that. You're muted.
No. Hey, Hayden, it's like it's 12 o'clock noon here. So
Yeah, let's just put this. There is a literal life and death situation that I need help with.
let's leave it at that. But yeah, I'll be happy to talk to you offline.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, dude. I'm more than happy for us to reach out about that. I just obviously don't want to be putting people on the spot.
No. That's why I'm asking, because it's just a case of
totally fine.
Every door open helps.
Yeah.
Is Farron's neighborhood on fire yet? Sadly, not really.
Yeah,
joking.
I do think so. That's 3 fire trucks. If nothing's burning, then maybe it should be.
Well, if nothing's burning, somebody's probably injured. She lives. Yeah. She lives on the edge of a not nice area. Although most of DC is not nice. Farron, you're muted.
Sorry. My joke.
I did think she was awfully quiet.
No, it was funny because there was one night where we were on stream and there were gunshots, and we all like stopped, and I was like, "Yeah, those." And Sean's like, "Are you in a costume? Where the hell are you?" And I'm actually in like a really, really nice area. It's just the crime here has gone up, and it's not going to be any different tonight. But I actually had a friend of mine in the UK saying, she's like, "Oh my God, we're watching what's happening in the US, and people here in the UK are flipping out about it." And I understand, like, it's a big decision. I mean, do you guys feel the same way about it as the United States does as far as this being sent back? I mean, when they say overturn, it doesn't mean it's like illegal everywhere. It just means that the decision goes back to the states. Correct,
It just means, from my understanding, each state can just make up their own mind now.
Yes, we're back to the pre-1973 rules.
Yeah.
So conservative states are likely to make things illegal. Liberal states...
there's actually a bunch of states that they pass laws in the meantime.
Already have the pre-triggers in place.
Yes, saying, look, once Roe's gone, it's gone.
Like, didn't a bunch of states recently ban transgender males from female swimming sports as well? Isn't that another thing that's...
No, but there was a bunch of states trying to, say, like, they were trying to regulate things like that, but that's actually been private organizations. I think the one he wanted to compete in said, like, we're going to have to come up with a different class, but that's been pushed for, but that really hasn't done as much traction.
Like, what I'm meaning by bringing that up is the states that we're talking about, are they, like, can you say, okay, here's a grouping of states, we can predict how they're going to act? Because these guys are just conservative across the board, these guys are liberal across the board.
I mean, the only way you're really going to be able to break that down is by, the West Coast and the East Coast, and mainly the Northeast, versus the rest of the country, because that's where that's truly how the divide is right now. So it would be hard because in between those states, I mean, Ohio, it's got a lot of Eastern influence, but it is a very conservative state. But it's not as conservative as like Arkansas, or it's not as conservative as Mississippi. But it's also got things in it where it's kind of libertarian on stuff, so it's a lot like Montana or Nevada. So it's hard to nail them down, but generally speaking, you are correct to an extent. It would be in the same states or areas.
Like, for example, anything Second Amendment, it's always like, well, just count Texas out, because it's like Texas ain't giving up their guns. That's the sort of generalization I'm thinking.
Ohio has better gun laws than Texas. They don't like to admit that, but So,
and Farron, I was just going to say about the gunshots. I come from Little Old New Zealand, and I was sitting here just to show how oblivious we are to gun stuff. Really, I was sitting here a couple of weeks back, and the first I knew there was a shooting on my street was when my mate rang me up to say, "Are you alive?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Well, it wasn't you, I'm guessing." And I'm like, "Wasn't me what?" And he's like, "There was a guy shot on your street." And I was like, "What the fuck? Where?" And he gave me the number, and I was like, "That's 5 houses down, man." And it's like I didn't hear anything. I was just chilling in my lounge. How do you not notice that?
I don't know. It was just very shocking to me. It's just very shocking. Because being from Chicago and all that, and then just hearing it like literally outside your building, you're just like, did that just happen? Did I just? Yeah. So it was crazy. Mm-hmm.
You didn't hear the crack, so that was the good thing.
Is Chicago where The Wire is set?
No, that's Baltimore. That's north of that's north of DC.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah, that and believe it or not, most of that is pretty much true. It literally explains to you why the city the way it is.
So The Wire is actually fairly accurate.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
I thought it was over the top.
Oh no, people from Baltimore call it Bodymore Murderland.
Whoa.
Oh no, Baltimore is rough. I mean, you can drive through Baltimore and see the boarded up row houses, and you can see
footage of like Detroit.
Yeah, oh well, it's Detroit without all the arson. I mean, people in The Wire. There are people in The Wire who were actually Baltimore police officers who did some of the things they talk about in there. One of the detectives that McNulty works with is the former commissioner of the Baltimore Police Department who got indicted federally and went to federal prison. One of the big fat guy, Jay Landsman, the actual Jay Landsman is on the show as another police officer.
It's funny because I know exactly who you're talking about.
He's an actual homicide detective. But The Wire is fairly accurate. I mean, Mayor Garcetti, that's Martin O'Malley, who was one of the former governors of Maryland. He made
Is that why it's so acclaimed?
Yeah, because it's real and it's it's. I mean,
and mind you, that was Baltimore. That now can be pretty much projected into, or could pretty much pass for any big city like New York, Chicago.
Oh, you
LA.
wouldn't even be setting foot in New York. Like, no shit. You couldn't pay me to visit New York.
Oh,
which is such a shame, because
it's
such a great city.
No, because I'm scared of the place. I would honestly be scared. Like, I've been to prison. I lived with criminals for years. I've hung out on the wrong side of the tracks in towns. I've gone to the dodgiest streets in Hamilton, Christchurch, Auckland. New York terrifies me because of one thing, because you can literally be walking down a street in New York and the next minute you're dead. For
Chicago,
no reason.
Chicago. I would say that's Chicago.
Is it more
Really?
Chicago?
Okay.
Because I look at the gun statistics in New York, with the murder rate in New York, and it's like the last century's murder rate in New Zealand combined in like a year.
Here's what I'll say, Kiwi. Like, when it comes to getting like murders and stuff like that, because I do criminal defense work, so
yeah,
I have clients who sometimes I have to go see them, and they live in there's been more than once I've been in what's been labeled probably like one of the top 15 most dangerous neighborhoods in the country at one point or another. Like, some really bad places. Generally speaking, the people who are getting shot and the people who are getting killed are the people who... Well, yes, you're involved. It's just like in The Wire. I mean, if you're... Normal people usually don't get hurt. You're involved in the game yourself. But yes, if you don't intentionally go to the shittiest area at 3 a.m, and yes, your odds of being okay are 100% fine. Like, you can ride the subway and you can do all.
Statistically, as a tourist, should I? Yes. If I go there, do I stick to the tourist spots?
I would say for the most part, but I mean, like, if let's say you went to New York City, like my mom is from there, and my grandmother, till she like lost her mind, and later on when she died. She was an old lady walking to church every day through Brooklyn. I mean, it depends where you go. Like, yes, are there some really, really bad places in Brooklyn you shouldn't go to? Sure. But
because don't get me wrong, I know I'm generalizing massively.
But
I only have what I've seen of places like New York through the media to go on. I have no first-hand experience with anything American.
New York nowadays is 100% fine. Now, if you were talking about New York in the 80s, when my mom and dad met and my dad went to New York City, it was like, they still had like porno stores in Times Square, and like you could get mugged and robbed at Times Square. Yeah, Times Square has changed a lot. But yes, generally speaking, you can go to New York and you're fine. You can go to Chicago and you're going to be fine. Now in Chicago, I would say stay out of South Chicago.
Well, I can see fair and disagreeing with you on Chicago.
Well, I'm not telling them to go like back of the yards or anything.
No, it's even now, Sean, even the River North areas, like where my parents have a condo, which was 2 blocks from where Juicy Smollett was accosted and you know, assaulted.
Allegedly accosted.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that I will say is just being from Chicago, you know, growing up there all my life. I lived in the city for a period of time. My parents have a condo. If you guys have ever seen like the Chicago skyline, it looks like there's one building that's hanging out from the rest of them. It's like this curvy building. They have a condo on that building that's gorgeous, and it's where a lot of like Oprah has a place there. Sammy Sosa had a place there. But mind you, my parents got it like in the 80s when it was like cheap, you know? It's just the building has just gotten huge. But that is very much white people land there. Those couple blocks around there. So when they said that Jussie Smollett was assaulted, one, in that area, everyone was like, wait, what? 2, assaulted by 2 people wearing MAGA hats. It's like, have you been to Chicago? Even just wearing a red hat can get you shot. And 3,
I was going to say gang colors, red, blue, etc.
Well, not
a
even
lot more
that.
Latin kings in Chicago, though.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, exactly. But the other thing, though, too, is just wearing. For those that don't understand, Trump was already hated well before the election. Trump built a giant skyscraper in the middle of Chicago that they call it. What is it? Chicago's deck. What is it? As a Kiwi would say, what is it?
Dick.
Yeah. And it's got the huge letters Trump. So people hated Trump like for building this giant deck in the middle of Chicago. And then he goes and runs in the election and wins. And, you know, Chicago was like freaking out and, you know, people hate him there. So again, even just wearing a red hat in Chicago, people would be like, you know, MAGA lover, whatever. And then doing it all, having all of that happen in the middle of a polar vortex where it's like -5 degrees out on a lake where the wind is insane.
That's what put me wrong on the Jussie Smollett shit. Was like, who the fuck goes around hate criming in a blizzard?
No one, especially 2 black guys from Nigeria. So yeah, it's just it everybody knew he was full of shit. Everybody.
One thing I will say, and this is, I'm going to say this on Trump because my father-in-law gives me shit all the time. Because Trump was an interesting experiment for me because I live in what's considered quite a socialist country. We have public health care, we have even public dental to an extent, public schooling. Almost everything's free, right? Social housing, social benefits for the unemployed. All of it, and trust me, we pay the taxes that prove it. I think our average tax bracket's between 25 and 35 cents on the dollar. I don't know how that compares to America, but and then we pay 15. Then we pay 15% on top of that in GST, goods and services tax, and we pay
15% tax on like sales.
Yeah, we pay 10 on goods and services. Oh my
god!
So let's just say I get $1 in my wages. I get taken. They'll take 25 cents off me if I'm in the lower tax bracket. And then with that 75 cents, I'll then go and buy something, and included in that 50-cent purchase price is a 15% tax on the goods.
Whew.
So by the time
15% sales tax, I'd be looking to. I'd be on some government watch list if we had 50% sales tax.
Well, our tax rate works out too. I would say by the time everything's said and done, road user taxes, petrol taxes, GST taxes, ACC levies, I think our tax, the actual amount of money that the government takes off us is probably between 40 and 50 cents on the dollar. So if we get sick, by God, we're going to the doctor because the hospital care is free here. And you might pay, like, for example, I can get a card because my son has type 1 diabetes. I can get a card that means I can go to the doctor for $17. So I can go to my GP for $17 and get general prescriptions. And when I get my prescription filled, those drugs will cost me no more than $5. regardless of what the drug is, provided it's a subsidized drug. So, I mean, there are pros and cons. Now, as someone from a socialist country, I still was fascinated to see what would happen if a country was run by as a business, right? So this is the country's assets. This is the country's what it produces. This is its output, etc. And Trump was interesting to me because the guy's a fucking idiot, but he somehow manages to make his businesses work.
Sorry.
So if you can be a buffoon and still manage to succeed commercially, I thought, well, what happens when you put a successful idiot in charge of a country? And,
so I don't know if you've ever, because I can speak directly to this because A, I worked for him.
Yeah.
1. 2, I worked for him in Chicago. 2,
yeah. I've heard mixed reports on what he's like as a boss.
His company was great. I walked into work every day. I had a uniform that was dry cleaned every day. I had lunch. There was a 24-hour cafeteria. If we could take breaks whenever we wanted. I mean, now mind you, this was coming out of college. This was working at Trump Tower. I don't know what it's like beyond that. But I worked there in Chicago. But the one thing that I will say that it's the reason why Trump and Putin had kind of a not close relationship, but
they had an understanding.
An understanding.
From the outside.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't get in each other's shit.
And a lot of that is because 2 things. If you watch the Putin interviews with Oliver Stone, where he talks about how he runs the Duma and how he runs his cabinet and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Putin says that the one thing that makes a great leader is you divvy out your power and your authority.
Yes,
and
I saw that.
You give those people the authority to do their job. And Trump
I'll
might
have
be
I'll
top.
have to reply to somebody after you've finished too, but I'll have to clarify what I mean by an idiot. I don't think he's stupid. I think he's his own worst enemy.
As far as the narcissism, yes. And I think after a lot of other stuff, absolutely. But I will say, in running a business, and you can even see, like, when you saw him on The Apprentice, how he would dole out power to other. What did you see? What did you see? And then he would make decisions. The problem
I did notice about The Apprentice?
Mm-hmm.
Is that he would defer in situations where he might show leniency to his daughter, and she was hard as nails.
Yes. Yeah. I mean,
like
you also
of her as a president, I really want to see that.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing though, too, with that. It's just the problem is for him doing that in a business setting where things are cutthroat, where money's involved and all that stuff, go for it. Dole out the authority, make sure that people are held accountable. You would have these project managers. We always saw you were the project manager, you were in charge, you're fired, you're fired. Whereas in government, he went into it. I understand, and this doesn't mean that I'm a Trump supporter or anything. I'm just talking about
I'm
why
Trump neutral. I'm literally Trump neutral.
Yeah,
there's no
I just
hate,
report.
There's no nothing. I based him on what I saw him do, and what I saw him do from the outside looking in was basically what he said he would do.
But here's why it didn't work correctly. And again, I am a neutral party. I'm just telling you like it is in DC because I live here, I understand it, and I've seen it firsthand. The reason why Trump and a lot of what he wanted to do and get accomplished didn't is because our government here is designed to work insanely slow, like snail's pace slow. Whereas
do you think it came down to the internalized divisions within America that he didn't create so much as revealed?
Wait, I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Do you think a large part of it is that a lot of popular presidents get things done because the opposition is willing to concede on points based on public demand? So
it used to be that way. Like if you look at FDR,
I saw was people accused Trump of splitting America. I didn't
think
it
was split well before
America.
that.
It was split already. Mm-hmm. He revealed the split.
Right,
he
exactly.
Polarized the people.
Exactly. And if you guys actually want to see where the split happened and where the original crack happened, okay? Let's do a quick history lesson.
Obama.
No, even before that.
You think?
It was Jimmy Carter. You look at
Oh,
where
really?
we are. So look at this right now. And I want your audience, and like I said, this is what I love talking about, because there's reporting and you got to do these deep dives. Right now, and it's interesting because right now everybody is talking about how, Joe Biden is like Jimmy Carter, where we have all this inflation. If you remember in the 70s and 79, Jimmy Carter had the Iranian hostage crisis where Americans were holed up for 444 days. You had a lot of stuff happening, right? Well, before that, you had Nixon and Ford. Nixon, as we all know with Watergate, he was a corrupt individual. He resigns. Ford comes in. Ford's biggest mistake was pardoning Nixon and his team. And Ford, hindsight's 2020. In the time, Ford said this will heal the nation and we can move on. However, that fractured the Republican Party. It fractured the Republican Party, very much like how we see today of the insiders versus the outsiders with the Republican Party. So as the Republican Party is trying to figure out what they're going to become post-Nixon, you have a little peanut farmer from Georgia come in named Jimmy Carter. Nobody wanted Jimmy Carter except one senator. Do you know who it was? Senator Joseph R. Biden of Delaware. Senator Joe Biden stumped for Jimmy Carter and said, hey, let's get an outsider's perspective. He's a farmer. He knows business. He knows this. He knows that. Let's get some new blood in Washington. He comes in. The whole inflation problem happens just because it was a complete, mishandling of a lot of stuff.
So he got blamed for shit he walked into.
Yes and no. But the problem is that Carter couldn't fix it. So what was the thing that happened after Carter? And mind you, Carter also was a vote to get the Nixon administration out. That also was another thing too. But the problem was with Carter, what happened directly after Jimmy Carter in his presidency when he went to go run again? You had a candidate come in saying the exact same words, "Make America Great Again." That was not a Donald Trump slogan. That was a Ronald Reagan campaign slogan. And Reagan, if you see the electoral map, it is all red. All red. And Reagan was the antidote to Jimmy Carter. But what Reagan did is he identified the Reagan Democrat, which were the Catholics, it was the union workers, and he was very much pro-workers, law and order, very much like what Trump ran on. If you guys want to see an even more detailed analysis on all of this, watch Get Me Roger Stone on Netflix, where Roger Stone was kind of the creator, and he was the one that found the Reagan Democrat to make the country literally go entirely red. He also made it so that third parties could never really get in place because he made third parties look like shit shows. Insanely interesting with American politics. But the point being is that it was Carter that started that fraction where we started to see this pendulum swinging left and right and left and right. Clinton came in as a moderate, but then swayed right, which made the left even more polarized then. And Clinton did exactly like what Biden did, where he elected, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, whereas Biden, elected Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. However, the thing that you see with Biden now, and you think about it, he was a senator when Jimmy Carter was president. And he saw what happened with inflation. He saw what happened with, the American morale being really, really down. And the fact that he lived during that, and A, is either too dumb to fix it, or B, hasn't figured out how to fix it. However, here in American politics, the way that our politics is designed is you have think tanks, lobbyists, and then you have politicians where they're all set to try to fix problems here. However, the problem is that when you start fixing problems, people stop getting paid. You go and you start helping social services, and you have it where 1 in 6 kids that goes to bed hungry every night in the United States, it's now 1 in 2. You have a problem that's been solved. So you no longer need those lobbyists to fix that problem for you. So go find another job. No. And that's why here in the United States, problems don't get fixed on both sides of the aisle, because when problems get solved, people stop getting paid here. And so I always argue the first thing to do, term limits, everybody talks term limits as the first thing to do. No, because it'll make the lobbying problem even worse. They'll even throw more money knowing that they only have a certain amount of time to get stuff done. And politicians are going to become even bigger millionaires than they already are. You
Yeah.
need to get money out of politics. And that's the biggest thing that I've
absolutely.
seen what Australia does, what the UK does with a lot of stuff. That's why you guys have so many political parties compared to the United States. And when I say so many, I mean 5, you know. But India, the biggest democracy in the world, has 435 parties, folks. They are a true democracy. They have 435 parties, but they're all clumped up into coalitions. So you might have like 7 total, but there's all these different parties, and that's why you see, you know, more voting in India. You see more people. Okay, you know, I kind of like this guy, I like that guy. There's more of a choice. Whereas here, you know, like for example with Hillary and Trump, it was between choosing a shit sandwich and a shit sandwich or a shit sandwich on fire. You know, like it's you had and neither choice was good. Same with Trump and Biden. It was the same damn thing, a repeat of 2016. The reason why Trump got such an overwhelming majority compared, you know, and then they talk about the popular and the electoral vote. I get it, what have you. I guess the reason why Trump resonated so much is because Reagan identified the Reagan Democrat, as they call it.
It was the cult of personality.
Trump identified the forgotten working man. That's what happened.
Yeah, okay.
But then came in and made it so that
is it true it costs like $1 billion
to
run for president?
Oh, probably more than that. Now, probably at least 2-3 billion, 4 billion. Oh yeah, to win an election.
That's a lot of That's a lot of hungry kids.
Well, for a congressional seat, and this isn't a big one, but on average, a couple of years ago, on average, it was over $650,000 to run for Congress.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I have a question for Sean. It's very serious. What are you eating, and is it yummy?
Yes, it is. It's very good.
I'm
eating a piece of chicken fried steak. It's very good.
Oh,
chicken fried what?
Steak.
Is this like a really thick chicken? Or
No. It's a steak that's been. Basically, it's a piece of steak that's been breaded and cooked.
It's KFC, but beef steak.
But is it breaded or unbreaded?
This is breaded, but it wasn't fried. It was just cooked in the oven. So,
okay.
I've always wanted to try
from dinner last night.
But yeah, so you have that whole problem, and then you also have then as where we are today, as I mentioned, you know, and I'm sure Sean could probably talk about this too, because you know this is one thing that you learn in the United States, especially those that study law, about Robert Bork and what happened. And whereas as I was talking about that before on the stream to catch people up,
best man ever to serve on the Supreme Court.
You had Robert Bork for the first time ever in a Supreme Court justice confirmation hearings being asked, how do you look at when does life begin? How would you vote on Roe v. Wade, or not on Roe v. Wade, but how would you vote on abortion? How would you vote on gun rights? How would you vote on this? And he honestly answered, which is why now, and again, he honestly answered. You already had the Democrats trying to go after him because they saw that the court was starting to get stacked more with constitutional judges versus the more liberal, living, breathing document judges. And what happened is ever since that time, you'll always see from that point forward, since Robert Bork got borked, it's now a term in the U.S. dictionary, that they will never answer hypotheticals ever in a confirmation hearing. So if you ask, how do you feel about Roe v. Wade? How do you feel about abortion? They'll say, you know, hypothetically, you know, it is not in front of me. You know, the law is the law. You'll always say the law is the law. You know, you know, like they'll never really ask, you know, will you overturn it? Because they'll be like, no, the law is the law. But again, I think Sean could probably speak to this more a little bit, but more than I could. But a lot of people also go asking, like, why are we here? Like, how did we get here? And a lot of it is, before it was just with Roe v. Wade, the woman's right to an abortion. Now what a lot of these states have come forward with is, well, they've put in a timeline, which I feel like it's set a process, but also complicated the process as well. Sean, I know you as
it doesn't.
You know, as a lawyer here, could speak more to it, but that's just the way I see it from a layman's terms of the steps into how we got here. Because, and that is the one thing I will say. I do worry about, for example, like with gay marriage or something like that, many people talking about, oh, then, this is going to be gay marriage next. And then your Miranda rights. And it's like, okay, pump the brakes, calm down. Like this isn't going to overturn everything.
Yes. The same people screaming, oh my God, they're we're actually not going to take your guns are the ones screaming, oh my God, they're going to Handmaid's Tale everything,
exactly.
which I think is funny.
Like I can honestly say, as a conservative Christian, I had no issue with gay marriage at all. Like, and that's
neither do
as
I.
a conservative Christian, my view is that I have no right to use my beliefs to dictate how another person lives. They should have the right.
You would
to
actually
get
be
married
more
and enjoy all
libertarian
my
here in the
benefits.
United States. You'd be more libertarian.
Well, see, I consider myself conservative because what I choose to believe is strictly based on the scriptures within the Bible. So, how I live my life is not entirely based on my beliefs, or how I treat others is not based on what the Bible says is my God's opinion of a certain issue. It's his issue. It's his position, not mine. As an individual, I was given the free will to think and feel how I wanted to about a given situation. And if it doesn't affect me, I don't care.
Right.
And if it helps others, then I say go for it. Like the whole transgender issue, I got no issue with them trying to find a way to be happy because I feel so sad for them.
Same.
Because the suicide rate itself should speak to their right to be heard. But I don't know what that magic bullet is to help them.
I don't know that there is one.
Exactly, but without the ability to openly discuss it from all points of view, how can you find a solution if you can't look at it from all angles equally?
Exactly,
and that's the problem. Is that's what we don't do in the United States anymore. It's just
and that's the issue that I have here. Again, coming back to the whole thing about lack of free speech in Australia, it's. Yeah, sorry, Farron, you were saying?
Oh no, I was going to say that's the one problem with the United States now is that nobody is willing to listen to each other. I mean, I just had to deal with it with a friend of mine who said, oh, you were all for Amy Coney Barrett and you were for Kavanaugh, and I was like, all I said is that my brother was a student under both of them at Notre Dame. Like, it doesn't mean I'm for them. I'm just saying, like, I kind of have a connection.
Why can't you be neither? Why do you have to be for or against? Why can't you be a neutral observer to a person's acts?
And the thing is that, like I said, like then they're accusing me of this, and I'm just like, you don't even know. And this is my cousin. Okay, this is my cousin who knows my brother, all that. And what it is though is that it's just such a polarizing issue, and it's have fun as the white man's going to tell you what you're going to do with your uterus, and I'm like, first of all, bitch, you do not know me. Second of all, like, because I say my brother knew somebody, but this is what the polarization has done. The fact that I even say, oh, I kind of know them. How dare you? You are not an American.
I need to watch more of your news things. I think I've only, like I said, I think I need to watch more of your news stuff.
I'm on every night from 8 to 10.
What channel are you on?
I'm on my own channel. I used to be on RT America. I used to be on
like
RT
I said,
America.
I don't like my involvement with YouTube has been Johnny Depp. I'm totally ignorant of all of the details of this. So hence why I ask what might be obvious questions, because I want obvious answers.
And I'm sorry, Mod Perez. He goes, I'm
there
waiting.
A link that you can put into the chat for myself and anyone else?
Yeah, just fair and balanced.
I will send it across to you, dude.
I was going to say, I was like, sorry, Mod.
The whole point is that I want it in chat. It was achieved. I was acting as the audience.
Fair enough. I'm sorry. I did the stupid thing. I haven't put everybody's links in the bio. I'll do it now. Sorry to upset you.
But yeah, sorry, Mod. She's like, I'm waiting because Farron gets on a box and she rants like Joe on Good Logic.
Oh, Mod,
I learned from the best.
Awesome.
I'm done.
I'm
sorry, Mod.
Maud is pure.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. She's our channel mum.
So did you guys?
So cute.
I know I didn't have a chance to. Because usually you're on when I'm working. Did you guys end up talking about what happened yesterday with the Supreme Court at all, or no?
No, not yet. That's something I wanted to talk to you about in a second.
I did last night on my show, but I want a lawyer's to break it down for me more, because I've still got questions. And then even the bill that they passed, it actually just passed in the House today, Sean, that new bill that they brought forward. So
Because Sean, you were also curious in Hayden's opinion on dumpster defenders, weren't you?
Yes, which we're going to come to as well. We've got some of our regulars who want to go to bed, so I want to just quickly cover some of the stuff with Herd. just quickly, because SG's she's on the other side of Melbourne, so I'm acutely aware of how tired she would be. So just quickly, I did pull up the thing about TMZ. Apparently, Judge Escarate has put out the actual ruling, which I think is great, but the bit that I am loving, she's officially on the hook for the $8.35 million, irrespective of whether or not she appeals, because she said that if Amber is to appeal, she must post the full bond in the amount of the judgment plus 6%, an additional $500,000. Presumably, the 6% is to cover interest and penalty. Now, given to be fair, this is TMZ. It was reported all about 10, 20 minutes ago.
Right, because they had their hearing this morning. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oof. So, I mean, look, my understanding of it was that under Virginia law, the statutory default position was $500. Yes. I was hoping Escarate would go for this because to me, this is easily the most fair way to deal with it. And it's effectively showing to Amber that you don't have a great opportunity to appeal here.
This is the judge's way of saying you don't. I think this judgment was 100% valid. And yes, your appeal is not worthy at all. So,
but guys, she's a human being.
She's an American.
She's an American. Yeah.
Yes.
She's
the Greeks let us learn how to speak.
Yeah, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Actually, bitch, you can. Clearly, you don't know the law.
If the theater is on fire, do you mean you just sit there and let everybody die?
Well, that's just it. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So
I hate that. I hate that phrase.
Honestly, that is it's brilliant to see. I'm very happy to see that Judge Penny was very clear in what she ordered. I did have my concerns, particularly based on what Rob was saying the other day. But look, where the hell is she going to come up with the 8.35 in order to sit that and appeal? Oh,
she already got some of it paid for by her NBC exclusive, so there you go for that. There's talks that she from my inside source at NBC, who's at 30 Rock, there was they were talking within 6 to 8 million. However, they said the first time that she came forward, that her fee was astronomically high, that the lawyers actually threw it back and laughed. So I'm thinking they probably were asking for like 25 million. Now, mind you, Matt Lauer, before he was fired for all of his essay stuff, Matt Lauer, the morning anchor for the Today Show, he was getting 26 million a year.
Whoa!
So yeah, as an anchor, Savannah Guthrie gets about 8 to 10.
So Amber Heard wasn't even comparable with him.
Mm-mm.
Dude, no. When was she ever going to be? Seriously,
I was having a dick.
What was I going to say? Oh god, there was something else there. Never mind. Moving on. Yeah, no. Look, I think. Wow, 6 million for the interview, and NBC had the balls to pull down our streams for covering that interview. No wonder they were pissed if they paid her that much money, and then all of a sudden their viewership was so down.
Well, and you have to think about it. Remember when the whole TMZ? Remember when everyone was streaming the case, and then TMZ started hitting everybody with copyrights because it was their exclusive video? They paid for it. NBC, same thing. They paid for that interview. They are going to go and take down everybody and their mother that even looked at it on a YouTube channel for 5 seconds. So that's to get that money that they're owed.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the sort of 8 to 12 hours I spent over the last few days editing that video to replace the footage with caricatures and changing Amber's voice to sound like a chipmunk probably still shouldn't bother re-uploading that.
If it's a cartoon?
Oh, well, to be fair...
I'm not animating that for you.
To be fair, it's no, because what I used was still images. So I took some images of Amber, I took some of Samantha Guthrie, I added some special effects, whatnot. So I made the images original, but they're still recognizable as to who they are. But
this was just if you're straight streaming it. If you're straight streaming it, yeah.
Could you not just have a poop emoji and a microphone and play the audio?
That's effectively what I was going for, but I thought that because I picked some of her best footage from A, the interview, but B, during the trial to actually get the screenshots for the faces. So it's no, fair enough. Well, look, fine. That's because by the time I was done editing it, it's back up to like an 8 gigabyte video. So I might look at re-uploading that sometime tomorrow. It'll certainly be interesting.
In the end.
And it's so interesting because I was the first one, because when that was happening, I have a Peacock subscription for NBC. And so I was streaming it. So everybody was like, how are you streaming it? What's going on? So you had like DUI guy was bootlegging my stream. Then you had
Guilty.
a number.
Yeah,
no, that's
guilty.
fine. That's fine. I even said, I was like, the more people, the more eyes on it to get her ratings down, the better, right? Because I know how all of those ratings work, and if you want, I can even explain it later. But it was the worst that they've had since November 2021, which on a scale of 5.0 to register a 0.2 in ratings is insane. When the average is usually like you want between a 3.0, 3.5 in TV. That's how it's measured. A 0.2
Right.
is pathetic, and the advertisers.
Wow.
That's only like 0.2 is like 2 million in the total demographic. Is that right?
In the total demographic, it was under 1 million. It was under 1 million, and those numbers, really quick, those numbers, folks. Those are numbers that get that get advertisers to say, you know what, I either want my money back or I'm not going to be advertising with you anymore. So that's why NBC, in a panic rage, started copywriting everybody, because I had people that were bootlegging my stream and then they got hit with the copyright, and it was like Inception copyrights, you know?
Yeah.
That's basically what it was. It was interesting because what was it? It was during, so Ian and Joe were both on at the same time. I was chatting around in the chat on Joe's stream. Ian's stream got took down midstream. Yep. So then he wound up in Joe's chat. And I was stupid enough to put a super chat in saying, oh, by the way, mine's still there if anyone wants to look. Don't know for how long. 5 minutes later, boom, gone.
And watching Joe play DMCA Chicken with YouTube was hilarious.
Yes,
and then Ricada, when he was doing it, kept shutting off and on. And so he would have to like remove it. But I mean, they have their bots out, man. They're not having it.
Ricada versus YouTube was genuinely satire.
Did you see the appeal that he wrote them?
Yes, I mean, I actually sent him a chat saying, "Look, can you take your time, go step by step, so I can copy you?" By the time he was done, I was like, "No."
Yeah, I was sitting in minding my own business, and Hayden's like, "Dude, you need to get over to Ricada Law," and I was like, "Why?" And I was like, "Because he's basically going El Toro with like Bull in the Ring with YouTube at the moment," and I was like, "Okay, this I've got to go see."
Yeah, he's got like 2 AR-15s, just shooting them out like John McClane style. Doesn't matter what happens, like just going at it. But yeah,
I had a similar thing. I had my whole one viewer, Liz, with me the other night, and I was asking her what music she liked. And I'm proud of my one viewer, thank you. She stuck it out for a good 2 hours till I fell asleep. And anyway, I asked her what sort of music she liked, and I said, okay, well, let's go look for DMCA on his music. And there's actually a tweet by him. It was Tom McDonald, I think is his name, a rap artist, very politically motivated rapper. Great lyrics if you're in a mind to think about what you're listening to. And he put out this tweet saying, oh, I've been asked a lot about using my music in videos and Twitch streams and stuff like that. He said, I don't know how it all works, but if you need permission, this is your permission. From me to you, you can use my music. And I played that in the stream. And then I played 3 of his songs and got a DMCA pause on my stream. And then as soon as it came back up, I immediately proceeded to replay that little clip of, this is your permission to use my music. And I was like, even with that, YouTube still struck down a 1 viewer stream. It just shows you the absurdity of the situation.
Yeah, because it's money, and it's their money and they want it. But
yeah,
Sean, my question on this one though, so the appeal, she still has to pay no matter what. I mean, Amber saying that Amber and her lawyers were saying that they were going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court if they had to, and it was like, bitch, really? With this, I was going to say, with this appeal in place now, or with this ruling, I mean, could she still go the next level? You know, for what she's saying, she's going to take it all the way to the top.
Well, so the way it works is there's an appellate court. She has the right to appeal. She has to post the bond. If she loses that, she can always appeal to the Virginia Supreme Court. Now, at that point, in most states, that's actually a discretionary appeal, just like the United States Supreme Court. They don't have to take your case in most instances. Let's say they do. And then they rule against her. Yes, then she has the right, because the next stop after your state Supreme Court would be the United States Supreme Court. There's no way in hell they are going to waste their time on her case.
Oh, but it would be so beautiful. Can you imagine, like, Justice Alito's opinion, like, and I believe that Amber did poop on the bed. You know, like,
Can you imagine hashtag Amber Turd being stated in the Supreme Court record?
I mean, at that point, I'd be like, when is the meteor gonna hit? Really? You know?
Hayden, what did you say about court rulings in Australian law and the enforceability of fiscal responsibility? Like, if this had happened in an Australian court, you were saying there's a different route to getting the assets?
Oh, you caught me on the hop here. Now I can't remember.
It was about 5 or 6 streams back, and you were saying, okay, well, if this was someone in Australia and the ruling was against them, because it's different, because it's more corporate rather than individual, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. Now I'm just trying to think back. God. So if she'd have been here, we would have been looking at Garnishy potentially. I mean, either way, she was going to wind up bankrupt if she didn't have the funds.
Because you said that doesn't stop it, does it? Even in Australia, bankruptcy doesn't save her ass.
No, look, not necessarily. No, I mean, it's certainly there's results from becoming bankrupt, like being put under administration and all that sort of thing for the 7 years or whatever. Let's be perfectly honest. If this had happened in Australia, it wouldn't have gotten this far. Let's put it that way. No, look, I might even have to go back and watch my own stream. It's almost 4 a.m. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I'll see if I can timestamp it for you. Because it was in relation to PR guy, and you were kind of being a bit vague, because at that whole point I was trying to stay PR guy neutral.
Oh, okay.
So you were dancing around specifics, because I was like, well, what if PR guy gets sued and he ends up owing money, and you referenced Amber Heard's case against that?
Oh, okay. So that would have been because it's going to kill the stream. I'll try and remember it. Give me a minute.
I'll try and find the timestamp for you. Yeah. Sorry,
okay.
Didn't mean to.
No, all good.
I'm seeing this question. Where was it? If she appeals and loses, does she lose the bond, Sean?
Well, the bond is the money. It's the judgment money. So, there's going to be, at that point, she has to pay up. So that's why it's in place, is that way she can't just drag this out because she can't afford it.
Because she's put up the bond, hasn't she?
Yeah, not yet. I don't know. But that way, yes, that ensures Johnny gets paid. So,
and I'm even seeing like Page 6% on 10.3 million, 620,000. That's a message. Yeah. That's a choice.
Remember, it's only the 8 million. They offset the 2 million because it doesn't make any sense.
I think Crystal was saying.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for Amber to pay Johnny $10 million and then Johnny turn around to pay Amber $2 million. It just makes more sense to offset the amounts and then go from there.
So have they set the bond at 6% of 8.35?
6% is the interest amount. That's not the bond. That's the interest amount. So
she still has to come up with a full 8.35 before she can lodge an appeal.
Yes, and let's say
she show liquid equity, doesn't she?
She just has to put up the money. They don't really care how it's put up.
Yeah, if it's OnlyFans or doing interviews.
They don't care. They don't care where the money comes from as long as you post it. It's good. Now,
could she go to a bondsman? Like I see things about like jail bonds. You guys have a different system there.
You would have to find basically that'd be like an insurance company jumping in, and no, because that would be the risk of her winning the appeal is so low.
Okay.
I mean, appeals, you better chances of winning the lottery than you generally do winning an appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they said the same thing about winning defamation cases pre-Johnny.
Yeah, but appeals, I mean, the courts will go out of their way to find a reason not to overturn a case.
Yeah.
And even if they were to say this case was wrong, the best case scenario for Amber is she gets a new trial. They're not going to turn around and say Amber was right, Johnny was wrong. They'll just say there should be a new trial.
Well, I had a theory that I voiced to Hayden way back when. Hayden, you remember this? A lot of people were saying that the compromise verdict, that there was two potential reasons for the compromise verdict. One was that it was a legitimate compromise verdict, and that it was basically to get a stubborn juror over the last hurdle. Another option was that it was a dumb jury. The third option that I voiced to Hayden was possibly that someone on that jury really, really knew what they were doing. And by giving Amber Heard a single win, and I'll preface this by saying the one win they gave her had nothing to do with her accusations against him. It in no way disparaged Johnny to say that there was reasonable doubt that the entire group in the condos conspired. It was the most neutral win to give her, but that they did it to appeal proof the verdict in his favor, because by finding in her favor as well, they basically said if you appeal our findings for Johnny, you appeal our findings for you. What do you, Sean? Is that possibly an angle?
I mean, that could be, but that's. I guess I'll say it like this. I think that's giving the jurors way too much credit. I mean, I really think there was some moronic juror who thought, well, I think Amber's got a really good point about this, and was just being a complete idiot. And this is the only way they could get that person to agree. In the meantime, they all knew they were going to stroke Amber for $10 million. So, like, fine. If this gets you to shut up, I mean, because also remember, at the end of the day, these people want to go home. They're not getting paid crap. They want to be done. That's also part of the issue, too.
Can I just venture that the way you phrased that was absolutely gorgeous? That they stroked Amber for $10 million. I was going to say it cost Johnny a lot more.
Oh.
Sorry. That's just a little bit of parlance when you're in court. You know, the judge strokes a guy for like 15 years or something like that. Kind of rubs off.
Oh boy. And it's one of those things too. I'm trying to see if you check the private chat, Hayden. I was going to see too, because I saw Scott was in the chat, and Scott was there with us in line, and he's been covering it too.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Scott,
is there a way to put me on the bottom so
Scott,
that it's
grab look at your Twitter.
Yeah, once I.
So I figure I'm the
I can send it to
most
him.
blurry person
you can send
here,
it. Okay.
so if I get covered by chats, it doesn't matter.
So, somebody brought this up, and I guess I will bring it up on Monday. On Monday I was on, or Sunday night I was on with Joe, and we were talking about appeals in criminal cases. And if you watch it, it's fun. I won't do it that way here, just because it's early in the day, and I have not had alcohol in me. This guy was arrested by the police in Louisiana, and he told the police, "I want a lawyer, dog." Now, in the context of "I want a lawyer, comma dog," he told the cop, "Dog, get me a lawyer." Well, the Supreme Court said, well, maybe he meant like a lawyer dog, like an actual dog who's a lawyer. And since those don't exist, he didn't properly make his right to counsel known. Therefore, the police didn't violate his Miranda rights. They didn't violate his Fifth Amendment rights. And that's not an issue. Yeah, their courts, these are esteemed, well-educated judges making this comment. That's the extent courts will, all errors are harmless errors if they can make them harmless. Sure, yes, this was an error. The judge shouldn't have done it, but Johnny was going to win the case anyway. Actually, they will always find a way to get around it.
You might be able to answer a question Hayden and I posted the other night. Remember, Hayden, about the window?
Oh, yep.
Ask Sean, because it was your advice. You were saying if you would advise, someone was pulled over, your advice was to...
Oh, yeah. So, to be fair, it was the middle of the night, but basically, I basically said don't even roll down the window to give them any sort of probable cause to say, oh, ordinarily, no, what was it? I smelled alcohol in the car, I smelled drugs, whatever. Because it was a big thing during COVID where people weren't even winding down their windows to speak to police officers. It was literally, we had pieces of paper that said, what was it? Name and address. I refuse to answer questions. I want my lawyer.
That I mean, here's what I will tell you. I at least in America, because I know in Australia it's different. I know in Australia they pull you over and say, "Here, blow in this machine."
He's talking about if you know you've been drinking.
If you know you've been drinking, well, I mean, here's the deal. If you try to crack the window, that raises their suspicion. Why isn't it down? Why are you doing this? Because they think you're either drunk, you're a sovereign citizen jerking them around. So, I mean, would it help though? You have all your documents ready to go, sure. But it also depends what's going on. Like for right now, where I'm at, I know you guys are in winter mode right now. But here, if it's 75 and nice out, and it's 8:00 at night, and there's a little bit of a breeze going, it's going to look suspicious that my window's not down. Now, on the other hand, if it's the bitter heart of February and it's 13 degrees below zero, that would make some sense. So it's all situational dependent. My
alternative comment was to say go full American and have a piece of paper that say, I suffer from severe social anxieties. I plead the fifth on any question you might ask and request legal representation.
Well, there are some questions they're allowed to ask. They're allowed to ask for your license, registration, proof of insurance, and that's it. Now, anything else, in this part I will say, anything else after that, hey, where you going, what you doing, do you have anything in the car? Any other question after that is, I refuse, I don't answer those questions. I decline to answer. I assert my Fifth Amendment right. I mean, yes, you could say, fuck you, Piggly Wiggly, I'm not going to answer shit. But I would just say, and that's legal in America.
That escalated quickly, but yes.
To be fair, let's be clear, that's not just America. We actually had a case a few years ago where it was actually a law student that did that. It was literally, she got
said,
drunk.
fuck you, Piggly Wiggly?
Not those exact words.
He probably said, oi.
No, what was it? So she got drunk. She was at a bar, that sort of thing, as you would expect. Yeah. And basically, the cops tried to get her to leave the premises, and she basically said to the police officer, "Fuck you, pig! I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm doing."
Oh, those always go well.
That ended badly.
Did you guys see Law and Crime released it? But the one guy from Anchorman, I can't remember his name. Let me look it up here. But they released his DUI video. And you see where he's like, he looks like who he is in Anchorman. And he's like, he cannot, I'll get the video for you, but he can't walk and, oh God, what's his name in Anchorman? I think he's not the guy that does the weather, because that's Steve Carell. David Koshner, where he's champ.
Yeah, Parallax just said David Koshner.
Or Koshner, yeah. And, oh wow, it's wild. It's wild, man.
just a quick side note,
but ultimately, I would just say, you don't have to answer questions. And yes, in COVID, people could get away with. And I had a client, for example, he was really crazy about COVID. He had gone to Kinko's and gotten a high grade photocopy of his driver's license, front and back on a piece of paper, along with his registration and proof of insurance, and he slapped it up to the window and said, "Do you need this?" And he would just put it down a crack enough, and he would give it to the cop. And the police were willing to let that happen. If you try it nowadays, I'm not sure that'll get you too far. But if the police, if you've been drinking and the cops are probably going to come up with their own reasons why to think you've been drinking, and you're generally probably not going to hide it by just keeping your windows up. They'll say, "Oh, your eyes look glossy. You were nervous. You're sweating. You were weaving in your lane." They'll come up with any excuse
on YouTube
they want.
Who got pulled over with blow up dolls in the back.
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
On a side note, COVID related, if you do happen to be a housing renovation specialist that holds a hazardous materials removal license, don't wear your hazardous materials removal suit with independent oxygen supply into a supermarket to buy groceries during a pandemic.
Yeah, that
People
does not go
freak
well.
out.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I thought it would be funny. It wasn't.
That was you idiot! Oh,
Yes.
God. All
At
right,
my
2
local
seconds.
supermarket, yeah.
Scott's joining us. I just want to do one quick thing because I may never actually get
Yeah.
the chance to show it again.
What's this?
It's the video from the other night that got taken down. I just want to see.
Thought you were going to reshow the dumpster guys.
Oh, no.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see that again. Actually, Sean, it's I was fascinated watching that.
I'll only show a little bit, but just to give you sort of an idea of what I actually whipped up to deal with that interview. But there's also, because both Kiwi and I went on a brilliant rant, because this is basically the point where Amber's going on about not getting a fair trial. So,
Oh God, do I have to listen to myself? It's the play button. It's in the middle. It's the little arrow.
Boomer.
okay, I didn't mean to actually make myself a chipmunk, I'll be honest.
I can't hear it. Am I the only one?
What?
I can't.
Oh,
I don't know anything
no.
either.
And of course, I stopped it right at the poop. Oh,
Was that the poop?
Yeah.
I've never seen the picture of the poop.
Yes, it's a big, healthy log.
I'd avoided looking at the poop. I can honestly tell you, it's not on my list of shit to do in a day is to go around staring at crap on blankets.
Oh boy. How's it going, Scott? Good to see you again, buddy.
Hey man, how you doing? You know, we should have shirts made saying Depp trial survivors.
Is
Seriously.
that turn of the century New York?
Yeah, that's my thing. That's
So like 1800 New York?
That's where I spend most of my time, interestingly enough.
I love to go back to the 1800s as well. It's a cool place to hang.
You know, I spend a lot of time talking about history, but I also spend a lot of time trying to think about the future. And I think a lot about the future of education. I think about the future of museums. And I really think the potential of virtual reality is really astonishing. Yeah. And I really think that the day will come where everybody who's listening to this right now will be able to sit on their sofa, put on virtual reality goggles, and walk through places like New York, London, you know, whatever your favorite city is.
I can do it right now on my Oculus.
Yeah, see that?
Mhm.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I mean, you can walk through like it's the 1800s, go into the buildings, interact with people. I just think that that's even with the future of education. You know, it's great.
Yeah.
You know, I know we're not all Americans, but, you know, like with the founding fathers, you had three guys that wrote the Declaration of Independence. You had Thomas Jefferson famously, but you also had John Adams and Benjamin Franklin were in the room periodically. And so it'd be interesting to actually be in that room and
witness
watch
it,
these, right? And so, you know, people learn different ways, and visual persuasion is the most powerful. You know, when you see something, I mean, obviously, if you smell something, that's even better. Studies have shown that you shuttle back in time more through scent than anything else. I mean, how many times have you smelled something and it like just reminds you of something from God knows when you were 12, and you don't even know why that happened. I like the smell of rubber. Sometimes I'll walk through a hallway and there's just something about a particular scent, and it reminds me of my middle school. Like, you know, when you have to walk through the staircase, you know, it's just something about it. And then like all of a sudden in your mind's eye, you're back in middle school. So it's really incredible. So I think that things like virtual reality, obviously nothing compares to real life. Everybody should enjoy the experience of going to a real city and the scent and the flavor and having your feet on the concrete. But hey, look, nobody can go back to the 1800s, and that would be the way to do it.
And here in DC, I don't know if you guys have seen these commercials yet, where, you know, around the world for you guys, actually on the other side of the world, but I see all the time these meta commercials where they show how doctors are going to be able to practice in the metaverse, how kids in school can go back and watch Julius Caesar debate in front of, you know, the what was it called? The Senate? The Senate?
Yeah, the Senate. The Roman Senate.
Yeah, the Roman Senate. They can, you know, and they just show all of this stuff that they can do, and like you're saying, Scott, like, you know, going back in time and stuff, which brings me then to the point where we were talking about a little bit earlier about AI.
I mean, if you wanted to get details of the Senate right, you could also ask Joe Biden for a first-hand opinion on how
That's
it looked.
true. Well, I don't want to
Yeah.
interrupt you. I was even going to say, even with the trial, I mean, people don't realize what we had to do to get in there. It was a nightmare. It was
Yeah.
not organized. We had to organize ourselves. You're out all night long. And then once you get out of there, you have to figure out what the hell you're going to do because people are already online again for the next day. And imagine if, and I don't want to give Court TV any ideas, but, or maybe they should, but imagine if they had somebody who actually went in there like we did, Farron, and gave the whole world. Now, granted, they'd have to blur out the jury because we were able to see them, but just the experience of being there, it's a totally different world. I mean, we all know that Camille was the goddess of light and thunder. I mean, that day when that light was shining down upon her, it was like,
it was almost
weird.
scripted.
It's a weird omen. Yeah.
It was like a scene. I was talking to Ian Runkle.
It was
about
like
this
St.
the other
Michael
day.
showing up.
Yeah, no, I mean seriously. I mean, think about the trial of Socrates, right? And so imagine if this was the Johnny Depp trial was 2,400 years ago. Camille would have been a goddess. Or
please tell me you were a history teacher. Please,
no, I'm not.
Oh my god.
No, but
His
is a history channel though.
Yeah, I write about architecture. I write about architectural history and design psychology. So yeah, I write
you
about.
Probably subscribe to the B1M then.
like on his channel, he has the one where he has the Johnny Depp's penthouse, and he goes inside the penthouse, and you can see like what it looks like. I'll link it to you. It's got over like 291,000 views, but he's got some really cool stuff on his channel.
Yeah, it's funny because he'll probably agree with me. It's for all the technology and the abilities we have, we are outshone architecturally by almost every previous generation before us.
Oh yeah, well the craftsmanship is not the same. Obviously, the skills have gotten lost. I mean, in some ways it's better, obviously, but you have something like the Dakota apartment building where John Lennon was murdered, and it's all most people know about it. But when I was a kid, I used to walk past that building all the time with my dad. And it really bothered me that all people did was stare at where John Lennon bled to death, and then they walked away and got a slice of pizza. But the building is major architectural significance. For starters, it was built before the years before steel frame construction, so the walls are about 3 feet thick. Okay, so these are monster walls, which also makes it fireproof. So if you were living in the Dakota, if you were hanging out with John Lennon, your neighbor their apartment could be on fire. You wouldn't even know about it. I mean, it's soundproof, it's fireproof. It had the first hydraulic elevators, and how that worked is really good. You guys know what radiators are, right? Radiators.
Yeah, we have standalone radiators. We don't have wall mounted.
And
in classrooms we did in the 70s.
But 80s. You know how condensation kind of accumulates on it. So what they did, and the building was built between 1880 and 1884, so the condensation would drip onto these metal plates and then go down pipes into the basement, and that was used to be able to get the hydraulic elevators to work. So really cool, innovative.
They really thought ahead.
Hayden Facebook.
Oh, is this the Johnny Depp thing? Yeah. People kept asking me about where Johnny Depp lived because the apartments were constantly being spoken about. And they said, "Do you know that building?" I said, "Of course I know this building. It's really beautiful. It's Art Deco and in Los Angeles. And anybody who's been to downtown LA knows it pretty well. And the apartments were fantastic. And it's a shame that he had to sell them all, but you could almost understand it. It's kind of like, I mean, his wife was nailing all sorts of people in there. And how do you enjoy your place ever again, knowing your wife's walking around naked in there with Elon Musk or God knows who? So it's too bad.
I didn't know that he sold all of them. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did all of them. Yeah. He may have also been advised to do it. Well, first of all, he had all the financial problems.
Right.
So I think he had to sell them to do that. Second, he probably didn't want her to have any kind of bargaining chip.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Just clean ties. I couldn't walk back into that apartment and look at it because he brought them, from what I understand, for their aesthetic beauty. And I'm sorry, but all he's going to picture is Elon Musk fucking his wife.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, or James Franco walking around in there.
Yeah,
or Cara Delevingne, or Cara Delevingne.
Yeah, and a list of others that he might know about that we don't, because not everything came out,
or that we know about and he doesn't.
Yeah, that's true. But it's the same thing with his house. But it's astonishing. He has a very beautiful home. He actually owns. It's on North Sweetser, which is off of Sunset Boulevard, and he bought 5 of the 7 houses on that street because it's like a cul-de-sac. And people write things like, "Well, why does he need all those houses?" Well, first of all, he had hundreds of millions of dollars, so it's not doing anybody any good sitting in the bank. So,
well, he had over $500 million at the time, didn't he?
Yeah. So people spending money isn't the worst thing in the world. I mean, it is giving people jobs. I mean, right? Isn't it better than sitting in the bank doing nothing? Second, it's probably a very serious security concern for him that he lives in a cul-de-sac, and it really wouldn't take much for. I mean, look at John Lennon, right? And so you got one way in and one way out. That's not the smartest way to live. So, and also
never sit with your back to the door.
Exactly. And he has guests staying there. Like we know the story of Isaac Bruce. Yeah. And so he's living in one of the houses. I know that one of them is being used as a recording studio. And so, he probably has friends and family that come to visit. I think his sister might live in one of them. I'm not sure about that. But you know what I like about Johnny Depp? And it's not so much his career, because God knows a lot of his movies are intolerable, and not necessarily his fault. I mean, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of people involved with making a film. And
there's 1,000 steps to failure.
Yeah, you can't put it.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, you can't put it all on his shoulders. But I mean, you could blame him for bad acting here and there, but that's the only thing he really has much control over. But
actually,
I like that he bought nice places, like historic places.
Just you saying that quickly. Having watched the trial, it occurs to me that he used. No. I'm just saying, having watched the trial.
Oh yeah.
It occurs to me that he took those personas on as pure masks, and it makes you wonder if some of that bad acting was because he couldn't identify with the mask.
I was wondering. He was friends with Marlon Brando for a very long time, starting when he was young, and he wasn't the only one. Sean Penn, a lot of these guys, young guys in Hollywood. They would get contacted by people like Warren Beatty and Marlon Brando just to kind of give them advice, that they wish somebody maybe had given them when they were younger. And when he first started talking, because I didn't really see him in many interviews in my life, wasn't really too interested in him or his career. And I thought that he learned maybe a lot about speaking slow and deliberately from from Marlon Brando. But I don't know that for sure. But I understand why he spoke like that. I mean, he wanted to be able to take his time and think. And, actors aren't normal people. Do you guys know many actors?
I know a few.
Yeah. It's like knowing swingers in a way. That, I mean, in the sense that...
I'm not going to lie. The one that I know is Texas, and he is a Texan. He hates LA.
Yeah.
Like, he actually had a premiere this week, and he's like, I cannot wait to get the hell out of here. So he's kind of on the fringe, but...
I was going to say story checks out based on evidence at hand.
Yeah. Actors don't suffer from embarrassment the way that normal people do. Take swingers, right? They're walking around a swingers club. They're naked. They're having sex with strangers. That's not normal, right? And
not in my world.
Yeah. And for Johnny Depp to have gone into this witch's lair, right? This crazy situation where he knew that his texts were going to be read. Nobody wants that. And the stories and who wants to think about this guy being abused, right? I mean, who puts up with that? And look at her. I mean, let me just tell you, from a guy's perspective, I don't know how anybody's going to have sex with Amber Heard ever again. Just the image of her defecating on a bed. You can't get that out of your mind.
I know a couple of friends that could probably stoop that low.
Really? Yeah. It's like,
but we can anyway. No, but I mean, it's like it was like that video that we did with Joe where we were going through the different positionings so that could actually take place.
Yeah.
And some of that imagery will be with me to my dying breath. It's just I don't know that I could do it, honestly.
Yeah.
I couldn't respect myself in the morning.
It's amazing. Imagine what goes on in your mind to even do something like that. Because there was some effort involved. There's time. You have time to think. I mean, unless she's walking around naked and she's.
Have you ever tried to balance on a bed standing up, let alone squatting?
No.
That's gymnastics. That's effort. That's not a momentary. Hey, I'm going to go poop on that bed. 3 seconds later, hey, I pooped on that bed.
Yeah. So I mean, so we are.
Oh, you're saying bed. I thought you said beard.
Yeah.
I was like,
No,
that's
I'm
a
saying
random
due
place.
to Amber's poop, Johnny was unbedded.
Oh God.
But we are dealing with some level of mental illness with her.
Unless the alternative is that she didn't do it on the bed; she relocated it to the bed.
Oh, is that the story?
No, I'm just saying that's a scarier alternative.
Yeah, that is scarier.
Yeah, because I mean, when it came up, there were people in chat saying, "Oh, you know, based on the, oh dear God, we're going down this again." Based on like the fluid spread and all that sort of thing, that it looked like maybe someone had grabbed it out of the toilet and then placed it there, and the fluid had seeped into the mattress. And anyway,
we know it. We know it didn't come from the dogs.
No, we know that there is no.
It was as
way
big as the dog I saw.
Exactly, the dogs are tiny.
Yeah,
and it's just no, not absolutely not. So no, I mean, look. Okay, so Farron, we'll look at that thing that you sent me about the Congress bill. I do just want, given that we probably won't come back to Amber Heard, I do just want to quickly run through that Reddit post because that was, believe it or not, that was supposed to be my major like anchor content for tonight.
There you go.
5 hours later,
and we're overturning Roe v. Wade and passing gun bills all in one day in the United States. Never fear. When you need a news day, the U.S. is here.
Honestly, I'm not surprised given how the show usually goes. But where are we?
Well, we had a solid deck foundation laid underneath the stream.
Dear. Here we go again.
So,
all right. So
yeah,
for anyone that
the news day.
That's a Regatta Link stream. No, fair enough. Don't expect it all the time, though, Parallax. You know what I'm like when it's middle of the night. Not that I'm complaining. I'm so amazingly appreciative and humbled that everybody's here. And thank you
there's
so
no
much
way I'm letting them run away from these numbers.
Has anybody ever gotten through a complete Regatta stream?
Oh, I do all the time.
But only because, For me, it runs during the middle of the day, so I usually have it playing in the background while I'm doing work in the office. So
okay,
has Regatta ever got through a complete Regatta stream?
Yes,
maybe not.
They are, and depending on the stream, it's a lot more work to get through it when you're actually participating as well.
Yeah,
I had to tap out last night.
It starts at midnight for me.
Yeah,
oh really?
Me too.
Yeah, and I'll listen for maybe a couple of hours, and I'm like, oh my God. Enough.
Does he have kids?
Yeah, he's got 5. Mm-hmm.
5?
Yeah, he's got 5 kids. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Who's got the echo? All right. So for anyone that isn't aware of it, I know Sean's aware of it because that's more or less how it came to my attention. There's been a post put in a Reddit thread called Depp Delusion, which basically put out a list of what they're calling, well, they're basically calling the Lordtubers incels. And I was running through it earlier, but given that we now have an extra few voices, I just want to have a quick look at this, see whether or not it pops back up. Oh, no, it's not going smaller. Why are you not doing that?
Yeah, I'm offended I wasn't on that list.
As was I. That's sort of why I'm going through it. The incel hate group of YouTubers that spawned anti-Heard content. Now, the main article itself is good, but what I really want to get to is, well, I mean, it's not an article, but what I want to get to is the comments that random people have made after the fact. So the too long didn't read. More than 4,600 anti-Heard propaganda videos curated by a close-knit group of raging incels, misogynists, red pillars, and alt-righters, with one going on record to state they were hired by Waldman almost 2 years ago. 3 years ago, Depp's legal team leaked grainy, fuzzy recordings of Heard and Depp's conversations, having been taken without Heard's consent. Yeah, I don't think that they get to hang their hat on that, given the evidence in the trial. Conversations were taped by Depp without Heard's consent and were extremely biased. Well, I don't think there was anything biased about it. It was purely just that the stuff that was released was showing her at her actual. And that she was framed as an erratic, angry woman that was emotionally abusive. Videos were attached to transcripts which were maliciously interpreted with low-quality footage. And the footage was clipped from these videos by incel content creators like The Umbrella Guy, a Missouri therapist who groomed his 16-year-old patient to become his wife when he was 30. Now that I have massive issues with. That's
not correct.
Not only is it not correct, that's majorly defamatory. So and everything that's going on with Tug with the
plus he's that umbrella guy, not the umbrella guy.
Yes.
Well, and really quick too, I don't know if I can show this for you, to not like take over here for a second, but to show you, if you want to just put this up really quick. This is from Urban Dictionary, but being an incel is not a thing like you just like throw, like not a term that like, at least I know from like my younger brother and his friends, like to be called an incel is like not a good term. You don't just like kind of throw that term around. And to be calling Tug an incel, he has kids. That's not involuntarily celibate.
Based on that description, it just sounds like an incel is any husband who's ever pissed off his wife.
Pretty much.
I mean,
basically.
Yeah, but it's just, they're supposed to be, so there you go.
Yeah. No,
I love
enough.
Urban Dictionary.
Oh, Urban Dictionary is great. There's so many things that I learned both through my own university days and that sort of thing. Sometimes you just got to look shit up, and it's always very entertaining. Where are we? Tug and his army.
Somebody once called me home skillet. I'm like, what the hell does that mean?
Apparently, you're an in-house frying pan.
Yeah.
Look at it this way, and I'm only ever going to say this once, and so people can feel free to screen cap it or whatever. Don't do it on stream or on any work computers, but feel free to look up what a Blompkin is on Urban Dictionary.
Don't.
You didn't know what that was?
I had no clue.
I remember learning about that term in college. Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
All right, wait, wait. Tug and his army of incel gossip channels then took the clips of the footage, e.g., I hit you, I didn't punch you, skewed them and misrepresented them, and fed them to the general public. Bullshit. We've seen those in their entirety during the trial. This created the groundwork for a team of celebrity gossip channels run by a gaggle of incels, most of which was spun up less than 3 years ago to harass and defame Heard. It's interesting because given how many they've pointed to in this list that are supposedly less than 2 weeks old, I think that they're sort of barking up the wrong tree there anyway. Yeah, and they've gone through various...
And this idea that there was this massive long game of setting this up and these channels becoming successful and then, oh yeah, now we're going to finally spring the trap, like sleeper cells.
Exactly. And they go on to talk about the YouTube guidelines and the things in the content that wasn't appropriate, prolonged name-calling, malicious insults, I should say, about their status as a survivor of SA. Exactly. Content uploaded...
If anything, I would say Tug, I've been watching him for years. He errs on the side of caution to the utmost extreme. Like, he goes out of his way to avoid using specific terms, names. Yeah,
he's very good at that. But yeah, so they then go on to list all the channels. So Incredibly Average, That Umbrella Guy, at least they got it right there. Quartering, Film Street. See, and the things that they're having a go at. I mean, Colonel Kurtz is saying she's pro Manson and pro Depp. Where are we?
I don't know anything. Like, I am no comment, no opinion on the Manson stuff. I haven't read anything about it. I haven't looked into it, and I don't intend to. It's none of my business, man.
I'm not pro Depp. I'm not pro Depp. I'm anti-lying horror.
I can wholeheartedly agree with that, and it doesn't. That label applies to all lying whores. It's not.
Yes, there are lots of them.
Yeah, person specific.
I agree. I think I kept reading things, people saying, "Oh, it's two millionaires fighting over money." I was like, "No, it's not that at all." Or who cares about celebrities? Like, no, it wasn't that at all.
Absolutely not.
This was Abigail Williams from The Crucible. This is a very bad situation, and you don't have to be a man to be upset about what she was doing, because a lot of women out there have dads, they have brothers, they have friends who are men, they have who would want this tornado in their life causing this kind of chaos? And we just don't want this in society. We can't have people like that. She needs to really be isolated and avoided, because she's a plague. She's a very bad person, and she did very bad things. And to say it's, well, Captain Jack Sparrow fans. I never even saw the fucking movies. I think I saw half of the first one. The pilot, whatever. Okay, I'm Errol Flynn. If I want to see pirates, I'm watching Errol Flynn.
Just to play devil's advocate for a second, I would go one step back and say she's a symptom of a plague. And like with the Black Plague, the sores showed you that the plague was present and active. Amber Heard shows you that the plague, which is that it's okay to blame the man for everything, is prevalent in the current societal culture.
Mm-hmm.
It's not okay to be masculine. It's not okay to be opinionated. It's not okay to be vocal. It's not okay to be, quote unquote, a man. And it's funny because the more society attacks the men, the more they complain that the country is being run by boys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you guys ever hear of a TV show called Shark Tank?
Yes.
Yeah, we had it.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a nonprofit organization? It's called 1 Million Cups. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay,
No.
1 Million Cups it's in the United States, but I know it's in other places also. And it's kind of like Shark Tank, except without the money. And how it works is that people go up in front of a group of people and they talk about their company or their invention or something that they're doing. And then they open themselves up to questions, and you kind of get beat up a little bit, but people want to find out what this is all about, and they help you focus. And then, if there's a potential investor or somebody in there, that's fine. So about 5 years ago, I attended one. I used to go quite a bit. It's like once a week. And there was a lady who showed up, and she had some kind of device that women in college on campuses should wear in case a man ever approaches them and asks them out on a date. And then what they could do, if they're bothered by it, they could pull this device or press this button. It'll start recording the man, and then it alerts security. And then security is supposed to come and take them. And then there's supposed to be she had this whole thing all worked out about how the potential of now throwing the guy off of campus because he's dangerous. And then that he needs to wear a bracelet that could notify her device if he's ever within close proximity of her.
And this is all based on opinion.
Yeah, and this was like 4 or 5 years ago. I think it was like 5 years ago. And then afterward, I'm like, oh man, this lady's gonna get the shit beaten out of her. People are gonna stand up. There's a lot of men in there. And then one guy raises his hand, the first guy, he's like, I think this is a great idea. I've got a daughter in college. I'm gonna be your first customer. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This is what we want to encourage? This is what we want? You can't be asked out on a date? Women can't say, you know what, I'm not interested. Thank you. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I got a boyfriend, or I'm a lesbian, or I like dogs, whatever. But to sit here, and it wasn't that long ago in the United States anyway, 5 or 6 years ago, where the white straight man is the worst human being in the world.
Yeah,
he's going to rape you. He's going to beat you up.
God forbid he has any sort of opinion and that sort of thing as well. And it's just,
Yeah, and it was unbelievable. 1 Million Cups, it was called, not cups.
Okay.
1 million cups. Someone's asking in the chat.
I had a thought. It's like, if you want a healthy society, teach boys to be men, and then society can teach men to be gentlemen through expectation. And if men behave as gentlemen, women have nothing to fear.
It's a good way of looking at it. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, so basically they then go on to a list of the various law tubers. Now, they've said some very unkind things in here that some people have already picked up on, but they basically said by length of organized by date of their first anti-Amber Heard content. So, obviously, Nick Recator, a leader at Legal Bites. In what case is anyone going to actually stand up and say that Alita misunderstood the case? Like, that's just pathetic.
I guarantee you they took parts where she said, wow, I guess that was a little different from the way I understood it.
I guarantee that's what it is, yeah. And let's be perfectly honest. I'm trying to be slightly inflammatory here because now I do want to get onto this list. I'll be honest. But look what they've said about poor DUI guy. LawTube React channel sexually, verbally harassed jurors and AH and attended the trial.
Who told them that?
Nobody did.
Wait,
no,
what?
there's not a chance in hell.
How could he have done that? I sat next to the DUI guy. How the hell would he have harassed the jurors?
Exactly. So you can see where I'm coming from with saying these people have clearly got no idea. They've got it in their heads.
We couldn't interact with them. All we could do was look at them from far away. We couldn't get near. How the hell? Sexually harass them? What?
I'm assuming that he didn't wink at any of them or anything like that. But
from what I've been told, that whole court area is just wall-to-wall cameras.
Yes.
Sexually? Wait, verbally? First of all, we couldn't. Well, let me say something. Since I was there and I sat next to Larry all the time. First of all, I think he's straight. He's straight. He has a girlfriend. So there's only 2 women.
So Larry is DIY guy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Yep.
He didn't do that. I sat next to him every day, right next to him. He didn't do that. That I couldn't do that. Nobody could do that. How could you harass the jurors? We couldn't get anywhere near them. All we could do was look at them, and maybe they could look at us, as they were scanning the gallery. No. I stand up for Larry for that. There's no way that happened. And by the way,
Scott,
incidentally, Nate the lawyer, doesn't he talk about all the time how he's a Democrat? I think I could be wrong about that. But
he's definitely not alt-right.
Alt-right.
Oh, by the way, Scott, can you flick something in chat so I can shortcut to your channel?
Yeah.
I was just going to ask Scott. So you were there. In terms of what what were the interactions like with Whitney? Because I've heard various things about how she was turning around and glaring at people and things like that.
Well, she was glaring at me and Larry.
I'll tell you what. On that last day that Amber took the stand again, she looked really sick. Like there was something contorted about her face. Was she putting anything off, or was like she looked like a caged rat?
Do you, Whitney?
Whitney, yeah.
She was in a bad mood, and I guess she had every reason to be in a bad mood. I suppose, right?
Yeah.
But she had. I'll tell you one story. She had this. I kept thinking to myself, I'm not a jerk, and if I ever have the opportunity to hold the door open for her, or if I walk past her, I'm a smiling person, and I wouldn't not smile, and I would nod my head. But I was always thinking, she just looked so miserable. What could I ever do if I ever passed her? Would I say hello? I was just kind of daydreaming a little bit, whatever. So I was looking at her hair, and she had a ton of hair. I mean, it was all over the place. It was a monstrous amount of hair. And I thought to myself, should I say she has nice hair? Is that, is that a thing? So I mentioned it to the lady who was sitting with Larry and I, and she said, that's not real. I said, what do you mean? She goes, yeah, it's extensions, and it's terribly done too.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that on camera.
Right. And so she's like maybe, just a row or so in front of us. So she's like, let's just say 4 feet away, 4 feet away. So then there was a break, and Larry sends me a text. I don't know where he was, but he said, she's listening to us. Don't talk anymore. And I'm like,
I remember that.
And I'm like, how the hell does he know?
She would look around and watch people in the courtroom. The other thing that I saw is because I wasn't in the courtroom when this happened, but when Amber went up for cross, and they had the angle where it was Camille, and then right in that that diagonal was Whitney. Mm-hmm. And when you saw Camille go at her, and finally it was like you could just see I didn't like Camille's first cross. I loved her second cross because I liked her second cross more because it was just like, let's bring all these lies back and where she was like, oh, so they're lying. So they're lying. So they're lying. And you could see Whitney in the diagonal of Camille.
Shrink.
And she looked like she was about to have a breakdown because it was like, you could see, oh my God, this is my sister. I know she's a liar. I know she's full of shit. And oh my God, I mean, you could just see.
You'd have that same look if the gravy train was about to stop as well.
That is true.
That's true.
Well, I mean, just to sort of. Sorry, Hayden, I stepped on you. Didn't realize.
It's all right. I was just going to say. I mean, look, we heard various rumors about what was said in that court. Is there anything? Do you think there's any truth to the rumor about her basically telling Amber, look, of course, everyone knew it wasn't a broken nose; it was bloody nail polish or something along those lines?
No, that was true because that was from Vanessa who heard it.
Yeah, I'd heard that on third hand as well.
Yep, that was true. Mm-hmm.
Just to say what I was going to say before, I felt people are going to hate me for this. She
don't you kill my stream.
She betrayed. I feel she betrayed her friendship to Johnny, but outside of that,
oh, for sure.
I actually never felt anything but sorry for her.
I did too. That's where I'm saying, when she had that breakdown where it looked like she was going to break down. I felt bad
she
for
just
her.
Needed a bloody good hug.
That's what I'm saying. And I guess I say this because I have a younger sister that's she's 23 months younger than me. Whitney is 4 years younger than Amber, or 2 or 3 years younger than Amber. So about the same as me and my sister. She's not my baby sister, but she's my younger sister as Amber, my baby sister. But as a female, as a woman with a younger sister, as an empath, when I saw Whitney's face when Camille was just literally destroying her, and like not even destroying her, ripping her to shreds, lighting it on fire in front of her face, you could just see Whitney was like, my sister is like a liar. And you could see that she truly was seeing it herself too. But it was like, but she's also my sister and I have to love her kind of a thing. And my heart broke for her. But that's just me, because I think, like you said, I felt bad for her. But I agree with the Sean though too. The gravy train's over, gotta work now. OnlyFans.
I'll tell you how my story ended. So I was wondering, how the hell does Larry know that she's listening to us? I mean, it seemed obvious because she kept turning her head and then she would turn and look at us. But I'm still wondering, how does he know? So anyway, we sat down, and I forgot her name. She was sitting next to us, but it was Larry, myself, it was James, and then Whitney comes in with her bodyguard, right, one of the officers, and guess what's missing?
The hair extensions.
All the hair, and she had it pulled back. And the first thing I thought to myself is, where the hell is it? I mean, is it like sticking in a toilet bowl? I mean, someone's going to go into the bathroom and think it's like a giant, like a rat in there. I mean, where did it go? It was something. So I almost felt sorry for her, because I'm like, wow, we really hurt her.
I'm going to have to go back and relook at the footage now to see.
So really quick, what the extensions are is what they wear is, it's called like a 3/4 extension, where you literally take the top of your hair and you like put it up in a ponytail. You have where it's like almost like half of a wig. And it goes and it clips around your scalp here, and it goes all the way down. And then you take your hair and put it on top over that so you can't see it. And that's why it looks like they have like this really thick, like horse's mane for hair. No, they're wearing like, straight up human hair wigs. And those are like $3,000, folks. I know this because I'm a female. I have I have my own extensions, and I even showed with Joe I debunked, how Lawn Lumber debunked the bed. I debunked the scalp, because I was like, these are hair extensions, or she either took like a shaver and shaved that part of her head and then said it was pus because your scalp is white. No, I have a friend. Have you ever seen the movie I Am Pretty, where her ponytail gets caught in the spin bike and it rips out her hair? That happened to my friend. And my friend, when she saw the Amber Heard stuff, and she wasn't really watching the trial, but I was like, hey, you had your hair pulled out. And she's like, oh my God, like my hair was bloody for a week. And the other thing is you see where her hair gets ripped out. And then the next day she has her hair up in a ponytail the way I do. My girlfriend was like, I could not put my hair up for weeks because my entire scalp was so tender. She goes, I couldn't even do anything with my head. And here she's got it up in this high, tight ponytail the next day where she's laughing with Rocky. She shaved it off, or it's an extension. It was not ripped out of her head. There's no way.
Somebody in the chat's telling me the lady's name was Vanessa, and that's true. I knew it started with a V. It was just my brain's.
Yeah, Vanessa Blair. Mm-hmm.
Vanessa, yeah. Did you ever see a movie? It's an old movie with Goldie Hawn called Butterflies Are Free.
No.
Have you heard of it? It's a great movie, and I watched it when I was a kid because I was trying to learn about writing plays and writing screenplays, and it takes place in one room because it's based on a play. And I thought, okay, let me watch this and see how they do this.
I'm going to assume it's better than The Room.
Yeah, and so Goldie Hawn's like she's 19 years old at the time, and most of the movie she's walking around in her underwear, and she's dating a guy who's blind. And he said, can I touch your face? I want to get an idea of what you look like. And she's like, oh, yeah, that'd be great. So he starts touching her face, and then he runs his fingers through her hair, and she's wearing, and she called it at the time, a fall, I guess.
Yes, Yep.
And so her hair comes pouring off her head, and the guy's like freaking out. He's like, oh, my God. He thought he tore her hair off or something like that. And so when I was a kid, I'm like, oh, my God, that's a thing? This fall or whatever the hell it's called.
And it's funny. That's when I first got extensions. I don't have them now. I have the ones you can clip in for ladies out there. You know what I'm talking about. For men, they're like ones that just clip in your hair. And my mom, that's what she would call it. She was like, "Oh, are you wearing your fall tonight?" And I was like, "What? Meaning my extensions?" But yeah, that's like and she probably might have gotten it from that movie exactly. But yeah, the older generation calls it fall.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're extensions. Or a lot of times too, they call it not a cap. There's another word. But yeah, it's basically where you put your hair in a ponytail, you put 3/4, it's like a 3/4 wig, and that's why it looks like they have amazing hair. Because I will tell you, when you have a coke habit, I don't know this from personal experience. I know this from my mother, though, from her being a nurse.
Your hair
And
falls out.
she used to say, yes, your hair falls out and your hair gets very thin.
Mm.
And you see Amber, she's got tons of hair when she's at the height of her coke habit. There's no way in hell that would happen.
Oh, speaking of habits in the course of, you know how everyone was talking about what she was sticking in her mouth?
Yeah, to try and whether or not that was to make her cry or not.
No. A friend of mine who's an ex-heroin addict, he said it's a withdrawal drug. So it's on a dissolvable film, and you basically stick it on your tongue, and it dissolves into your mouth, and it's specifically tailored for whichever drug you're withdrawing from. He said, like, for example, with heroin, he gets what's the name of it? You can probably tell me. I've forgotten. It's on.
Oh, Narcan? Or no, that's the stop overdose.
No,
it's not naloxone.
It's
I know
it's the synthetic. Yeah, but yeah, he said that he would absolutely bet money that it is an anti-withdrawal drug.
Suboxone.
Over here, it's a different thing, and it's mentioned a lot in movies as well. For heroin addicts, they line up outside pharmacies to get it once a week, sort of thing. And it's actually more powerful. Methadone, yeah, it's more powerful than heroin.
You know, I know
he said it's probably that.
I know you want to get back to this list. I'm just like reading these descriptions, and I'm like, these people not even know who these people are. Viva Fry, Red Wing, Right Wing, and Red Pill themes. I think the reason his channel got as big as he did is he just went down. I mean, it was already probably big before then, but he did that great tour of what was going on in Canada. And he didn't. He just went down there. He didn't even have commentary for the most part, outside of, "Hey, we're just going to walk around. We're going to see if we're being told the truth here." And he would interview people.
Oh, have you only recently come to Viva?
That said, though, Viva was pretty normy for a very long time, and then
he grew the hair.
Yeah, well, just slowly, the way the Canadian government started acting, you could see it come out of him. At first, he was like, "Oh, it's okay."
The decline of the upright, middle-aged white guy into the fuzzy monster we have now.
Is Rekieta Law on there? At the
top?
Yeah,
he's right up the top. He's at the top.
I need to see the columns really quick. Just oh god, I would have loved if they would have called him incel content throughout. Oh god, has he responded to this?
He's off. He's on holiday. I don't think he's seen it.
No, but I'm sure he will at some point.
I need to be there for that. That's
so. How many people are on this list?
Oh, well, that's what I'm trying to get through. So,
and I love Legal Bites admits to misunderstanding the case. Legal Bites was one of the first law tubers on the case.
She called it. Yeah. She knew exactly what was going on. Yeah, and then you've got even Joe is getting it. Red Pill.
Legal Mindsets, like a playboy. He's off in Miami, Korea. He always talks about going on dates. So, okay.
Good
DUI guy has a girlfriend.
When was the last time he specialized in debt collection, by the way? Good luck.
How is Legal Voices on here?
But actually,
Aaron isn't.
Well, he did a lot of civil stuff, but he owned a company for a while that did it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
But they're trying to just belittle him.
Yes.
That's exactly what this is. So Hogue apparently had incel themes throughout. They've sort of disregarded Legal Voices entirely. Living in Korea for the past 35 years, claims legal expertise. That's a bit rough.
He's a lawyer.
Exactly.
How is living in Korea for the last 34 years
relevant? No clue.
Wait.
Well, they're citing that because that's all the information they have about him.
Yeah.
What, if any, evidence have they got for this?
What did they say really quick about Emily D. Baker? Did they say the same as
celebrity gossip? Yeah. Okay. LordTube React channel. Jeez, they have some balls putting this out there. I'll say that. Particularly,
how is this not defaming every popular lawyer on the planet?
It pretty much is, and
what's the damage?
That's why I'm so astounded by it. Yeah,
so Runkle is liberal and alt-right at the same time.
Well, no, I could argue the damage here.
No, we'll get to the damage. Don't jump ahead of yourself, because once we get to the comments in this, you'll understand where the damage will come from.
What's the damage?
Yeah.
I would say affecting their viewership.
Yeah, exactly.
If Larry from
lot-
DUI Guy is listening and he needs me as a witness that he never assaulted or sexually harassed any jurors, Larry, if you're listening, let me know, brother.
I sent him a link. I think he's in court right now.
Okay.
Although most of the people who watch these channels would think it's a badge of honor that Amber's paid assassins are coming out.
Yeah, but saying that about Larry is particularly offensive.
Why not?
because
Nothing
everybody
with law talk with Mike. Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Mike is very offended about that.
At least they could have said unbreaded.
Exactly. Yeah. See, and they've got black belt barrister. They've got Sean's on there. R. Kelly supporter.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
What?
So my first video I did was about R. Kelly and all the charges he was facing, and I just said he's innocent until proven guilty, but it doesn't look good for him.
But apparently that makes you a supporter.
You are
Yes.
Kelly supporter.
You know what's funny about the Law and Lumber entire channel's anti-herd content? Up until 2 days ago, he only had 9 videos.
And
Yeah.
up until
I did his 10th
he
video
didn't
with
have a YouTube account.
Right? I mean, look at his channel. He has 9 videos, and the 10th one he and I just did yesterday or a couple of days ago. Yeah, great.
Great
Rebecca's
video, by
back.
the way. Great video.
Hey, Beck. Yeah, this has turned into a great stream, Beck. You missed a bit, but anyway. Interesting things that I've noticed. Most of the celebrity gossip channels were started on or after 2019, coincidentally when Waldman began his anti-herd defamation campaign. All of the celebrity gossip videos use some clickbait thumbnail and repeat the same anti-herd pro-Depp talking points. All the celebrity gossip videos make false accusations and attempt to pass them off as fact. No shit, I wonder where people picked that up. Many of them aren't voiced by a real person and use the same voiceover. Okay. Almost all of the celebrity gossip channels display themes of what?
CSAM. It's still
CSAM.
What's CSAM? Is that a lawyer?
That's a good
thing?
question. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, that might be a US thing.
Many of them criticize adult sites for removing CC.
Oh, it's child abuse material. So that.
Okay.
So how's it a bad thing to criticize to like? Wait, that sentence doesn't read right.
No. What do we say? Most of the channels are made by middle-aged white men. There you go, Farron. Cop that one.
Oh.
Oh, I hate to break the news to
Nice.
Alita, but apparently she's growing genitals.
Oh. Most of these channels have extensively pushed misogynistic, victim-blaming content on Gamergate, Animegate, and Comicsgate. They've also made the same harassing misogynistic misogynistic content against Meghan Markle.
Because she's innocent. Yeah.
Hey, Farron, when does the Markle minute start?
Tonight.
No. That is a 6-hour stream in itself.
For my Friday fluff, yeah, we've got a Markle minute.
Is that like a New York minute on Markle?
It's just I have little segments like I have because every day I go over like kind of the top 5 news stories of the day and kind of explain what the media's showing and what it means, what it doesn't mean, the way they're covering it, what they're telling you, what they're not, and then also bring in like other stuff that goes under the radar that we all should be watching that the media doesn't want you to see. And then I have just like some fun stuff. Like I always have like an Amber Alert, the latest with Amber Heard and what's going on with her. And then I'm starting the Markle minute. Its inception is tonight. So, or the inaugural Markle minute.
Are you going to cover microphone gate at the Queen celebrations?
And see, my mom loves the Queen. Like she loves the crown. When we went to London, we were there like days after I think it was the Diamond Jubilee. And she just loves, because it's her generation, that boomer generation where it was Lady Di and all that. So she just loves the monarchy. And since we don't have it in the United States, there's just some women that love it. And she went all in on the Meghan Markle stuff. And because she loved Prince William, she loved Prince Harry until he started dating that Meghan Markle. And
you be nice.
But yeah, thank you so much. Even with no makeup, I love it. But yeah, so Markle minute tonight.
All of this is offensive. Most of the channels are made by middle-aged white men. That's insulting. As far as, where do we even begin? Can you move up a little bit? Let's look at the rest of this here. because I'm going
How
through
dare
it.
they assume I'm middle-aged?
Yeah. So most of the celebrity gossip channels were started on or after 2019. Now, for people that are watching this in the future, okay, or people that are watching this that are under 20 years old, they should understand that a lot of the technology we're using didn't even really exist up until a few years ago. So, right? I mean, you couldn't upload even. I mean, I don't even know how long ago it was on YouTube. It was in the beginning. You couldn't upload videos that were more than 5 minutes long. You know, I mean, so the
not even that. I don't even know when StreamYard came out, but you also have to remember too, as somebody mentioned in the chat, it was COVID. Okay, 2019. People were like, "Hey, I got to stay home. What can I do?" And most of the gossip channels were started, or most of them are middle-aged white men. The number 1 and the number 2 channels in the whole Depp Heard trial were by women. Emily B. Baker and Legal Bites.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
and what's her name? Colonel Kurtz. I looked at some of her videos. She's been doing this, you know, even with Manson like a year or 2 years ago. I'm like, wow, what the hell is she thinking about this for? But as far as using the same thumbnails, you know, a lot of us use the same software. And so
it's just easier.
Yeah, it's just easier. And, you know, anybody who has any marketing, anything knows, okay, use bright yellow, use bright orange, whatever it is. And so it just makes sense. So that's insulting to say that. As far as there being celebrity gossip videos, I don't think so. I mean, was Rittenhouse celebrity gossip? And most of these people, if not all of them, that was really that's why most people even know who the hell half these people are, is because of Rittenhouse. I mean, I don't know about you, Farron, but, you know, Joe talks about this all the time. When I started following Joe, he had less than 50 subscribers. Okay. And he wasn't even monetized. And he used to say, if you have anything to say to me and you want me to read it, type the word super chat. And we're sitting here typing the word super chat. And since he's not here right now and his feelings won't be hurt, I'll tell you something that he doesn't know. Is in the beginning, sometimes there would be like 12 of us watching. And I would actually put him on my telephone and on my computer so he would have an extra viewer. Don't tell him this. But I mean, I used to do things like that to just kind of help him. You know, it's like, you encourage him, because I'm like, oh man, is this video, it'll get traction. All of us will get traction sooner or later. You got to stick with it. It's a lot of work. It's not a cakewalk. But the fact of the matter is, these are hard workers. All of these people. This is no, it looks like Ricade is having the time of his life. But I mean, he has like, 300 kids. And he's got to go into his bunker, and he has to do this for
Parallax.
Right. And you have to have the knowledge. So there's that. But most of them aren't voiced by a real person and use the same voiceover. I don't know what that is. Do you know what that means?
I dare someone to actually try and copy my accent. Honestly. Seriously.
I was just going to say.
I do a pretty good tug.
I was going to say.
Amber Heard, they're trying to sue me. Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Farron, was that you in the photo?
Where
they were using? Never mind.
Oh no, I was doing a Tug's impression, but no, I mean, and here's the other thing too, is they don't realize that this is a service that you guys are putting out there, especially the law tubers with your license and having your legal background and streaming for 11 hours a day. That's a service. You're servicing the public by talking about what's happening in the trial. Now that the trial's over and all that, my show every night, I'm working on my show all throughout the day, and I'm looking and gathering news. I'm putting a show together. It's like many other of you're doing the research yourself. You're putting your shows together. It's not like we just come on here and just randomly start talking. I mean, sometimes it does happen, and those are, the fun streams, but we all have a service here, and excuse us for, having people that want to come and give you money and pay you for your hard work. What's the difference between me and a news anchor that works at a network? I have people paying me because I'm saying what I want to say versus the person at the network.
Exactly.
It's the same thing with lawyers, and it's this space. There's a reason that people are coming to this space, because they're tired of hearing the same crap that they've been getting. I even saw the other day now with the Gabby Petito trial. You have a news anchor in Tampa, Florida now. They're having him taken off the desk. He's in an office and he's streaming the trial, and he had the lawyer, Pete Tragos, come on and stream with him, a news anchor for WFLA. And I was like, oh, isn't this interesting? Now they're trying to, court TV, like you saw a lot of with Chanley Painter when DUI guy was tweeting out what the jury was doing. All of a sudden, she's having to tweet out. I see in my chat the other night, somebody said she wasn't covering it enough because she had to keep leaving and going outside to tweet what the jury was doing because she was working so hard. I was like, no! She started doing it after she saw a DUI guy was doing it. Like, this whole trial changed the game. Like, Rekieta's Rittenhouse stream walked so that the Johnny Depp trial could run. You know what I mean? Yep. And folks, they're not realizing it. Or at least these folks are not realizing it. You know what I'm saying? So it just grinds my gears.
I have two things to say about this line. Once again, that most of the channels are made by middle-aged white men. For starters, maybe this is a subject that they happen to be interested in, and we can talk about that all day long about why they would be interested in this subject matter. Second, do you know how many channels there are on YouTube of women in their 20s who have shows where they're driving around the United States in a van? If I have to see one more show like that, and they have 9 million views,
my daughter sees.
Yeah, there's like 9 million views because it's always the women in their underwear taking a bath in the creek of where they are. And by the way, I've watched these videos. That scene's never in there. It's very upsetting. Okay, but we never see it. But you could do a whole show about that. A couple I've looked at. Just to say, I want to stick in a van to drive for the most part.
Now you're going to have to put an X-ray.
Like, wait a minute, where are they getting that thumbnail from? That's a specially taken. But anyway, so that's offensive. And then the rest of it, extensively pushed, misogynistic. You know what's interesting about Nick Rekieta? When I was a kid, and I know some people are Trump haters, but when I was a kid, Trump was a Democrat. Okay, and he was just a very successful businessman. Yeah. And as somebody who writes about architecture and writes about urban design and buildings, Trump was really the king of New York. Now, you could think whatever you want about him now, but in the 70s or 80s, this guy was creating a lot of jobs. He was saving some historic buildings, and he was putting his wife in charge of restoring them, like the Plaza Hotel, which is legendary. So I remember saying to my mom when I was a kid, I said, that's the kind of guy who should be president. I said, this guy gets things done, and he's not afraid of the press, and he fights back. And my mom said to me, he'll never be president. I says, why not? It doesn't make any sense. She goes, people don't like New Yorkers. They don't like the way we talk. They don't like our sense of humor. But you know what? Then Seinfeld comes around. You've got Woody Allen, and people like, Nick, wherever the hell he is, in the middle of nowhere. But, Americans and other people around the world, they understand sarcasm. They understand that even when Johnny Depp said, throw her in the trunk of a Honda, who could take that seriously? It's just sarcasm.
It's not literal.
Yeah. And so,
sorry.
No. I'm just saying that we all have our sarcasm. We all have that now. We all understand when we're joking. And you read an article like this, and
not even joking, but just being like using humor to avoid saying something truly bad. But you might want to say something, but you're like, no, if I said that seriously, that's really bad. So what I'll do is I'll say something that's a quote from Monty Python's, which kind of reflects what I want to say, but it's satire.
Yeah. Exactly.
Just to talk to something you were talking about Trump, right? It's interesting because I always felt his biggest problem was not knowing when to shut up. And he got himself in more trouble. Like, he gave his haters far too many opportunities to get sound bites. And one of the ones people mocked him for was the hydrochloroquine and COVID and stuff like that. An interesting thing happened with my father when he went into hospital before he passed, is that with his condition, hydrochloroquine, or a derivative of it, is one of the medications he was put on to help treat what he was going through. And the doctor said something interesting to him. He said, and if you can, because you're not vaccinated, if you contract COVID while you're in here, this, and I forget the exact name of it, this hydrochloroquine will actually help reduce the symptoms of the COVID. And I was like, wait, wasn't Trump ridiculed for saying this? And here's a doctor telling my father the exact same thing in a hospital in a different country 2 years later.
Yeah. Well, there's no money in it for the pharmaceutical companies to sell a product that's been available, and they make 3 cents off of it.
Yeah, and my point is that he wasn't always wrong. So, yeah. And as a non-American, I just didn't buy into the hate. I just don't. Not even for Joe Biden. I don't personally. I was about to say I don't like the guy, but I can't actually say that because I don't know him. But I I don't go out of my way to follow him, if you know what I mean. I've switched off to American politics now that he's the president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people have tuned out. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. If nothing else, Trump was entertaining. He gave me an excuse to watch Fox.
Were you guys surprised that those of you who knew about the Monty Python quote that Amber's team did not know that?
Yes.
There was a
quote was
lot
it?
of shit Amber's team didn't know.
Burn the witch, drown the witch.
If she weighs as much as a duck.
Yeah, I mean that was
okay.
Monty Python. I mean that wasn't.
Yeah. That was.
How did they not
ridiculous.
know this? But even if it wasn't in Monty Python, it's just a joke. I wanted to say something actually. I wanted to ask you guys your opinion about something. A lot of women are actually offended that when people are calling Amber Heard a witch. And I was looking up the definition of witch, and it doesn't have exactly the nicest definition in the world. And so it's kind of hard in a way to defend. I know a lot of people look at witches differently, but I'm not going to call Amber a witch if so many people are going to be offended by. And I don't know if they're being sarcastic or not. Normally, I'm pretty good at recognizing sarcasm. So I'm just referring to her as Abigail Williams from The Crucible, because that's who I feel she's more like anyway, just a spoiled little girl.
She certainly cast a spell on Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. And that's but anyway, what do you guys think about people being offended by her being called a witch?
Why are they offended?
I think it's because they think that like some people say, well, I'm a witch and I don't like, and some witches are good.
No, look, that's fine. And I understand that there's a difference between white witches and, all that sort of thing. But at the same time, and I cover this reasonably frequently, is that sticks and stones hasn't become irrelevant. If people want to be offended, they can take offense to whatever someone wants to say. Nothing's going to happen. Yeah. So, it's entirely up to each individual as to how they take something. If it's something that could potentially damage a reputation, that's what we have defamation for. If it's purely something that you're just going to that you're offended by and you don't like, change the channel. Get off social media. Don't engage with the person. It's up to you as the person taking offense to mitigate that. That's not anyone else's problem, because I guarantee there.
No, carry on. When you're done, give me a 1 minute rant.
Yeah, 1 minute as if.
No, 1 minute.
All right. I guarantee you, even if there's people out there that are offended by what's being said, there are going to be people out there that want to hear what that person has to say. Mm-hmm. So someone shouldn't be cancelled purely because you yourself are offended by something, when just because your views don't necessarily meet up with theirs. So anyway, commence rant.
Okay, are you seriously, James? My response to you about people being offended about calling Amber Heard a witch, if we assume that everything she has said and done, Scott, if everything that she has said and done to Johnny Depp is true, then she is deserving of so much worse than being called a witch. That's my opinion on that. And do we really live in a world where I can't use the word witch without offending someone? I mean, what the fuck can I call you? I mean, seriously, put out a fucking book of approved words that I can call somebody that isn't going to offend people, because we are rapidly running out of what's the pronouns? What's the word? Descriptors.
Descriptors, yeah.
Yeah, we are rapidly running out of shit that we can put on the end of a sentence to define how we see someone without pissing someone off.
I honestly, if somebody called me a witch, I'd be like, all right, it ain't Halloween, but okay. Like, I'm just, and maybe it's just because I'm not easily offended, because I feel like to be offended is a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can choose to take what you called me and either let it sink in and ruin my day, or I can just keep on walking, and that's where I think that a lot of people have become way too sensitive and need to learn just, sticks and stones might break my bones, but names will never hurt me,
Yeah.
And you just keep walking. I mean, then, you had that, and then they wanted to microwave her baby, mind you, that actually never was said. It was actually said in a lawsuit. It was another defamation lawsuit between two women in the UK. And the one woman that was getting sued was suicidal
It's a 4chan meme.
And they were saying that they were going to put her baby in the microwave, and
Yeah, but
she
it's
was
also a
suicidal
4chan
over it.
meme. It's a 4chan meme.
Yeah, it's like, come on, you know, like some of the stuff I just look at it and it's like, you're going to get trolls. And maybe it's just because I've been a public figure in places that I've worked. I'm used to people emailing me, why did you wear that dress? Your hair looked like crap today on the newscast. And it's like, go.
How is that relevant?
Exactly. And that's where I look at a lot of these trolls and stuff. They honestly just want to be heard and they want to see like if you're going to react. And you know what I would do? I would say, thank you so much. You know what? I'll never wear that dress again. And then they would respond and be like, oh, well, actually, it wasn't that bad. I love what you do. And it's like, they just want to be heard, you know? And but I will say, like, they really took it to the extreme, really going after Tug, putting out lists like this. It's like, you guys, you know, like they were even saying, you know, they want to get a reaction. Like Dickie's saying they want a reaction. Of course they want a reaction. But the other thing too is that since they've lost so much, you know, advertisers, they've watched viewership, it's all down. The only way that now that they can get people to look at this and be like, oh God, I can't touch it now, is to be over the top, calling people incels, saying they're alt-right. I mean, I'm surprised I didn't see you're seeing white men. Have they called any of them white nationalist yet? Or a white supremacist? I'm waiting for that one. Racist?
Might be in the comments coming up.
Yeah.
Actually, where are we? All right.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no,
who's that?
Let's see.
He was on a TV show. He was a judge on America's Got Talent, and he's a famous
Simon
shock
Cowell.
jock. No, famous shock jock with the hair, and he's super tall. And
Howard Stern. Howard Stern. Is that right?
English shot jock?
Howard Stern. We've
okay.
gone from Howard Stern being one of the most shocking things on air to let's hate Dave Chappelle. And Howard Stern is the voice of reason. How the fuck did we get there?
I mean,
like, how do we go from
oh my
God, don't let them watch Howard Stern. He's got siblings kissing on his show, to Howard Stern says that maybe we should look at the humor behind Chappelle jokes before judging the man. And it's like, where the fuck do I live?
Well, and it's also, we're at the stage now in just this space that we're in. I used to do stand-up comedy. I had a quick little stint in it. And I learned so much from comedians just being around them, because one of the reasons why I always loved George Carlin was because, one, George Carlin was always evolving, which if you haven't seen his latest documentary on HBO, it's amazing. But it was where he was always evolving. But two, you know, comedians are supposed to look at the world and what it is and make fun of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what
observational humor. Yep.
Yeah. Like journalists were supposed to look at the world and say, okay, this is happening and we need to question it. Like, we literally have now dwindled every single profession that does that, where it looks at the world and it tries to explain it. That now our last line of defense in the United States, our last line of free speech, our last line of seeing the world in an honest perspective, are comedians. And you're seeing it now and you're just like you said, like, how do we go from Howard Stern to this? It's because, you know, everybody's getting offended. You can't say anything. And now you see like the cancel culture with comedians. And that's why comedians, and you see everybody having a stand-up special now. It's because people want to hear what comedians have to say. Because it's like, I'm not getting it from my news. I'm not getting it from my friends. If I talk to my family about it, I'm a white supremacist, you know, or whatever. And so comedians are the ones that just call it out. And it's just a weird time in our society to where we're looking at comedians now as the prophets and the judge and jury of honest reality, you know? George
Carlin would never put up with any of this crap.
No. And
I
it's
wish he was
like,
alive.
what's his name? I forget.
Richard Pryor would have torn it apart.
The guy Will Smith slapped. I'm dropping names at 6 a.m.
Oh, Chris Rock.
Yeah, Chris Rock, when one of the jokes he did make was, you're being very silent on the Will Smith thing. And he goes, well, I don't want to get slapped with a lawsuit. And that's in your face, tongue-in-cheek humor. And it's and when is it okay for someone to attack a comedian on stage just because they didn't like some of their jokes? Like, do you know how many times I get labeled as, oh, you're one of those Christians? and there's the tone. Now, it's interesting because when I call Amber Heard an absolute witch, I'm not directly referencing her to any individual practicer of witchcraft. I am not thinking of Mary Jane Watson from 1644 Blumpkin Avenue when I say that comment. I'm not comparing her to an individual. But when someone looks at me and says, "Are you one of those Christians?" they're directly inferencing that insult at me. And I choose not to get offended because it's like, well, that's their opinion. So how can somebody who isn't even remotely in my mind when I use that derogative offended by it? I'm not talking about you. Get over yourself.
Yeah, and that's where you watch comedians like Jimmy Carr, who is so offensive.
Oh, yeah.
But he sits there and his his laugh, but it's one of these things where it's so bad that like you're like, that is so bad, but I like can't help but laugh. And it's the other thing though too is you're seeing George Carlin, and mind you, again, we have to give homage to the greats like your Richard Pryors, your Lenny Bruce, all of them who walked so all these other comedians could run because they all got arrested and what have you. But we're saying a lot of the same things that George Carlin was saying in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. For example, when the whole abortion rights issue came in, like he said, he called them out. He was like, "Oh, Democrats, yeah, they're all for helping everybody, but then God forbid if one of their kids gets knocked up by a minority, all of a sudden, or he said, Republicans, of course, they're going to care about your kid once they're born. But once you're born, you're on your own." And it's funny how literally both sides, Democrats and Republicans, he was in abortion. He was kind of really ripping the Republicans more. But both sides, though, use George Carlin's arguments. And when you see Democrats and Republicans using George Carlin arguments, you're like, you cannot come together on this? You do not see what he's doing? There's something you might agree on.
There's no inherent unity anymore. Oh, by the way, Hayden, Facebook. There's no inherent unity. There's no middle ground where people can just say, okay, look, I'm going into this knowing I'm not going to agree with everything I hear, and I'm okay with that because I'm not here to agree with everything I'm here. I'm here to speak to the points that I hold.
The problem is that unity doesn't drive votes. So you have to keep everybody hating each other, at least in the United States.
I love discourse. I will sit in front of a computer for 15 hours straight, getting lost. People talk about getting lost in YouTube. I get lost in Wikipedia. I will just read and read and read because I have a genuine thirst for knowledge. And a discourse is knowledge, is interactive knowledge. Because I'm sure James, I hope I got his name right this time. No, Scott. I'm going to forever just call you Scott James.
My last name is Cardinal, like the bird. That's actually easier to remember. And some people just call me Cardinal. So just picture me in a feathered costume or something.
Yeah, like, oh, dude, now I'm just imagining you. Have you seen the movie The Birdcage?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Great movie.
Now I'm imagining him dressed, because with his picture and his eloquence and his elocution and everything, I imagine him as like the typical 1800s gentleman with a swirled mustache. Now he's got a bunch of peacock feathers coming out his butt as he prances down High Street.
Yeah.
You haven't helped me at all.
I visited a magician once named the Great Randy. Did you ever hear of him?
Oh, no.
He lived in Fort Lauderdale, and I was going to his house to visit him, and there were all these peacocks in the neighborhood. And I'm like, I've never seen so many peacocks. They're on people's roofs. They could fly, I guess, as high as the roof. But it was this whole neighborhood, and they just had peacocks.
What, just random peacocks?
Random peacocks, yeah.
I know if you go to the local dump here, there's random peacocks that just walk around the dump.
Yeah. Weird thing.
That's because somebody tried to start a peacock breeding farm and the fences blew down one day and the peacocks just all fucked off. So now we have wild peacocks in where I live. And
but to your point though, where you were saying where you will get lost in Wikipedia because you love to learn. That's I think one of the biggest problems today, because here, even in US media, you had Roger Ailes that really started up Fox News when he came over from NBC. And one of the things that he said that really truly helped create the cable news mindset is he said Americans are too dumb to think, so do it for them. And that's where people don't learn anymore for themselves. There's no higher critical thinking, and to much of it is not because humans don't want to learn. It's just the way that the world is now, where we're working overtime, we're working more. You're not, 9 to 5. What the hell is that? And so people, by the time when they're done working these jobs for crap pay, or or just they're overloaded with work, at the end of the day, you don't want to sit and have to research an entire friggin' trial like the Depp v. Heard case, or go through this Reddit article and be like, well, I don't have time to go through every single person's channel, so I'll just take it as is. And that's what a lot of it is.
Well, in the early 1900s, there were two newspaper publishers. One was Hearst and one was Pulitzer. And they were in such great competition with each other that they actually were the ones who created yellow journalism. And and it continues to this day that I can tell you that the people don't hate each other the way the media wants you to think that they do.
Right.
You would think that if I wasn't an American, and you guys watch, you would think that we're just running around with guns in the back of a truck, hunting down black people.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I've never seen this ever. Ever. And I travel a lot. I mean, I'm a New Yorker, you can tell from the accent, but I spend a lot of time in Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, because I go to old historic homes, like, from the 1700s, the 1800s, the gardens. And you can go into any restaurant, everyone's sitting together, people open up the door for each other. Nobody's staring at each other and saying, oh my God, black skin, I don't want to sit next to that person. But it's like they want to hold on.
Statements given my fear earlier.
They want to hold on to this idea of what things were like maybe 50 or 60 years ago. And who even knows how much of it was like then either? People are still...
Dude, I was literally saying earlier in the stream that I would be afraid to go to New York.
No.
Because of what I've seen on the TV.
Nothing to worry about. Yeah, well, they want you to think that. That's the way it is. But I mean, I'm a New Yorker. I was born in New York City. My parents were born in New York City. I was shot at kind of once. Well, I'll talk about that another time.
Shot at.
You're not reassuring me here.
It was New Year's Eve, so it was a special occasion. So,
okay, well, I'll tell you what. If I ever pick up my balls and fly to New York, you're my tour guide.
But I mean, it's not like the movie The Warriors, where you've got gangs running around on roller skates with baseball bats.
Come out to play. Apparently, there was improv.
But really,
yeah, them clanking the bottles and singing that little ditty was pure improv.
Wow. Huh. Well, the theme song for The Warriors. Does anybody ever see that movie, The Warriors? That was no, never saw it.
Not offhand.
I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm referencing, isn't it? Where they're sitting in that car and the guy's sitting there, and he's clanking the bottles together in the car.
Yeah.
That was improv. That was pure. That scene was pure improv.
Okay, Joe Walsh from the Eagles. He was the one. His song "In the City" was the theme song to that movie. It's a good movie.
Yeah. Just to speak to something else you were talking about, Scott. Scott the Peacock. You said it, not me. You were talking about learning through vision, right? My daughter's a perfect example. We've not got a diagnosis. Okay, so there's lots of labels that get thrown around. She's struggling to learn how to read. But here's an interesting thing. She is obsessed with YouTube. She watches YouTube all the time, and we are constantly trying to find ways to make it healthy intake versus the amount, the content, all of that crap that you do as parents. But the other day, she's sitting there, and this note comes up in this video where they've passed someone a note saying, "Do you like me? Yes, no, maybe." And she just goes, "Oh, yes, no, maybe." And she goes, "Oh, the note says, 'Do you like me?'" And we look at her and we're like, "How do you know that?" And she goes, "Oh, because it says yes, no, maybe underneath." And we're like, "How do you know that?" And she says, "Oh, because that's how those notes are written." And this is something that she has completely subconsciously picked up. Because if you were to take those words, separate them out, and put the sentence, "Do you like me?" on a page, and then yes, no, maybe onto different sheets of paper, and ask her to read them, she'd get yes and no, but she would not know how to pronounce maybe reading the letters.
But that's like the kids where you had an influx of children that were watching Peppa Pig,
Yes.
And all of a sudden, all these children are talking with English accents, even from the US, from everywhere.
Pig.
Well,
And
the same thing's happening with Bluey now. You're getting Australian accents pop up with kids because you've got a little blue dog talking in Australian.
Oh my gosh.
There's a guy down south here who he got in trouble because he was selling Peppa Pig puzzles. And shall I just tell you, he's a butcher.
Oh, that's
and he
terrible.
was selling Peppa Pig puzzles. If you his
get the
product.
joke,
yeah,
dude. Okay. Well, welcome back, Sean. This is what you walked into. Although it's not nearly as bad as those TikTok videos that you see, where it's you hear the theme song, the Peppa Pig, and then it shifts, and it's a footage of the butcher's thing, and you see because they're making pork chops, and it's slicing her up. It's horrible. Anyway,
and there I danced around it, and you just dropped that out there.
I was watching an interview with Jordan Peterson on Joe Rogan, and it was like
I love that man. Like I'm going to come straight out and say I love that man because everything that comes out of his mouth is thought about 3 or 4 times before it leaves his lips.
Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson?
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, and so 4 years ago, he actually was just becoming famous. Really, he's been famous for about a year or so, and he was still trying to figure out how to deal with it.
Before or after he joined the Nazi Party?
I don't know about that, but he said, but they said, what does TV have to offer that could beat YouTube? And there was no answer really anymore. I mean, why? The truth is so much stranger than fiction. The best screenwriters in Hollywood couldn't make up half the crazy stuff that we see. And also the chat is part of this. You know what I mean? And like if you were sitting home watching television, you're just an observer, and you could yell at the TV if you want or whatever, shoot the TV if you're Elvis. But for the most part, you never had a chance to contribute. But, we're all part of this now. Everybody in the chat who's leaving a comment, because we're reading your comments, we can see them.
Yeah.
And,
No. Just to clarify as well, because a number of my loyal regulars are still here. So just to clarify, Scott, I generally spend, I reckon probably 65% of my show is going through the chats and actually conversing back and forth with everyone. Yeah. So it's Phil, there you go. Well, let's break this up into 3 parts. Not that YouTube will count it.
Yeah,
there's a balance to be struck though between allowing a natural conversation, because it's very hard to have what you would consider an in-room conversation when you're trying to listen out for like verbal breaks, lag, and integrate chat when there's 5 people in a flowing conversation. And that's why I love what Hayden's doing, because he's constantly got the chat. I mean, it is giving me an identity crisis because every 3 seconds I have a different profile photo. But yeah, it's we.
No, I just don't want the chat
I'm
to feel
sitting
like
here
being
reading
left
the chats and listening to the conversation,
Yeah,
even if I'm not verbally acknowledging them.
Yeah, it's so much better how things have evolved. Rob from Law and Lumber, he and I became friends in Virginia while attending the trial. And we've been chatting back and forth. And like we know, he only did 9 videos. And we're saying, should we do a show together, and talk? And we thought, all right, should we talk about our experience on the trial? But, it's been done a million times, and sure we can talk about that. But he and I realized that we both had an interest in history. And so we're saying, well, why don't we do a show and we just talk about historic subjects? Maybe people would be interested in that. And so we're kicking around some ideas. And then he sent me a text a few days ago, Saturday or Sunday. And he said, what do you know about the Lindbergh trial? Charles Lindbergh and the kidnapping of his son. I said, quite a bit. He said, why don't we just do a show on that? He said, you could talk about Charles Lindbergh, talk about the history, talk about all that. And then we'll talk about the evidence and we'll just see how it goes. And I said, yeah, let's do that. And the show evolved into something that we didn't even expect. Just by looking at the chat, all of the people following along with the clues and the things that we were talking about. And then we put up, there was an illustration of the guy who collected the ransom money. And we put up a couple of pictures, the guy who ended up getting arrested and electrocuted for it, and then his friend. And we're saying, well, who does he look like? And a lot of people thought, well, God, it looks like his friend. Now, if you go so you think about the technology and think about how this is, how people are able to talk about everything now, and they're part of the conversation, and it's fantastic. And that's what we've got going on here. And this
And the
technology
beauty of it
shouldn't
is that
exist.
streams are culturally, racially, religiously, politically diverse. Like
Exactly.
4 or 5 years ago, you would not have had a lawyer from Ohio, and I'll give you the true title, an investigative journalist / reporter
Okay.
from Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
a New Yorkian, a Kiwi, and an Aussie sitting in one channel openly discussing someone shitting on a bed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. And
I was just going to say too, the
beauty
investigative
of the internet.
journalism, I mean it as a compliment because I do
Mhm.
believe modern journalism has abandoned the investigative.
It's when you look at your local newsrooms, the first thing to go were investigative teams. The next thing after that were just investigative reporters. And then the next thing to go that they're starting to kind of really dwindle down on are the sports departments. I mean, you're just seeing your news channels really just, dwindle down. And a lot of it is, in the dwindling down is you have reporters and anchors where we're doing so much more, getting paid so much less. And it's just people get burned out very quickly. And a lot of the news today, it's become a racket where it's just pump out an article, clickbait title, get it out there, move on. I don't even care if it's accurate, which is where you have people like Taylor Lorenz that I talk about a lot, where they don't even check her work. She doesn't even call her sources, but says that she does. And that is something so journalistically wrong that anybody who started in the business when I did in 2009, it's like we learned this in school. Like that is so unethical. And now these ethical standards are just being blown by the wayside. And when you see it happening in the media, it's a scary time. And, I always say Trump called out the mainstream media and many of them said, oh, this is an attack on journalists. Yes, because journalists were getting attacked.
It was a warranted attack.
Right. Yeah. And I'll say, that's one of the reasons why when I covered the protests in Philly, our car almost got turned over because I was in it. Now knowing that, I understood where they were coming from. However, they probably never watched one of my newscasts, never watched one of my reports to know that I am very balanced and ethical in my reporting. But it's just they hated the media. However, at the same time, on the other side, I thought it was great because it put them on notice. Like, look, you assholes are only doing one side, and the people are starting to question stuff. Granted, a lot of it was geared more towards cable news. And when I was covering this stuff, I was in the cable news international network market. I was at the top. So I saw it firsthand what was going on, saw it all here in DC, as opposed to the local journalists that probably didn't get as much as we did. But it put everybody on notice. And even still, you see with Taylor Lorenz, she's still getting away with crap. I'm not demoted. Yeah, you were demoted, honey. You were demoted.
The mainstream media has dragged even the word journalist through the mud. That for a long time, journalists have the same hatred that you would associate with lawyers.
Yes.
And that's why actually one of the reasons I don't call myself an investigative journalist, I call myself an investigative historian, because it was so ugly. YouTube has saved investigative journalism. Right. And so we're able to actually now make a comeback. And I think that's why when you see articles like this and you see the insults, it's because they're not able to do what we're able to do. They don't have the flexibility. They don't have the freedom. Everybody has a boss. And and the types of people that go into the mainstream media are the types of ugly humans that just aren't interested in the truth anyway. They're interested
I
in
love
their story.
history. This is why I love reading history. I spent a 2-year period obsessed with the Civil War of America because I think the Civil War is the purest example of every subcontext that can exist within war. You've got the moral proclaimed reason. You've got the financial likely real reason. You've got the brinkmanship to make the other person fuck up first. It's a fascinating war fought by brothers, fathers, nephews, sons over what was basically at that point propaganda held up by a righteous moral cause. And it's just, it fascinated me. I mean, at one point I even printed out 4,500 pages of every battle that took place in the Civil War, the casualty lists, the breakdowns, everything. And I had this massive pile of shit. But what I love about history is that I can go through it at my pace from my sources, and I can decide what I believe and what I don't. And there's certain inevitable facts of history that you just cannot deny or cannot change, like the victor writes history. That's not always true, because there is always evidence left behind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'll say something.
History's amazing.
Yeah, I can say something right now. It's going to be really unpopular to a lot of people, but I'll say it anyway, because I try to be sympathetic to how people thought 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and I try not to project how we think today.
Yeah, put yourself in their shoes, not them in your shoes.
Yeah, I mean, we can laugh all day long about how a couple hundred years ago they would bleed you to death because you had a cold, right? Like George Washington died from strep throat, kind of, sort of. He actually died because they bled him to death.
Yeah.
And in 100 or 200 years, they're going to be laughing about chemotherapy and the way we treat cancer. Who knows? But the fact of the matter is, you do the best you can with what you've got. And when you look at something like the American Revolution or the Civil War, you had teenagers. You had a lot of people that had no education. A lot of them didn't know what they were fighting for, especially in the South. It's not like there was a Harvard University. And there are some statues, like there was a statue in North Carolina, and it was just like the unknown soldier, from the South. And a bunch of college kids, a bunch of 18-year-old idiots that don't know anything about the world wanted this statue taken down. And you think to yourself, this was there's kids that didn't know what they were fighting for, except that they knew that their neighborhood was being attacked, and things were, you watch something like, you just watch the Gone with the Wind, right? How are you supposed to react to stuff like that? Like your city's being burned, people are coming in and killing your brother and your cousin, you're fighting. And it's like, well, you know what? They fought for what they thought was right. They weren't sitting there. The idea that everybody south of this line in Virginia all of a sudden hates black people and like, hey, we're going to fight so we can keep our black people picking cotton. That's not how the world works. That's not how it works. And so, you kind of, and let me tell you something else. We have in the United States a lot of roads named after British soldiers, and the reason why is because there was nothing wrong with having a respect for your foes. Nobody's going to.
They built them.
Yeah, nobody's going to name a street after Hitler. Okay, we get that out of the way right now. But
that's a warped mind, even in his time.
Yeah.
Like there are always going to be exceptions. Like let's tackle the big elephant in the room about the Civil War, slavery.
Yeah.
Is that people make it a black issue, and that pisses me off because slavery is a human issue. Because people forget that there were hundreds of thousands of Irish that were enslaved, Scottish, Welsh, Europeans. Slavery is not a black issue. The blacks suffered massively from slavery, but slavery was a culture that diminished the person from an entity to an item.
But let's take it a step further though, really quick. Slavery was the result of imperial colony or imperialism,
colonization,
where like you said, like you brought up the Irish. It was like even Rome. That's one of the reasons why Rome fell. They had slaves everywhere. They were conquering everybody, and everybody happened to be a slave. And finally, people were like, "Wait a minute, we're all slaves. They ain't here. See ya."
How are we not slaves today? Like,
we are.
Karen, do you have a mortgage? Okay. Well, do you have any debt?
Yeah, I have credit card debt.
And if you don't pay that debt, what happens?
I pay it, so I don't know. Right? Okay, yeah, you could go to jail.
You could go to jail. So you could have your freedom taken from you over money.
Yeah.
How's that any different? Like, okay, they're putting you in prison, but I guarantee you in prison, they're going to put you to work. So
don't even get me started on the criminal justice here and the prison system.
Do you want to know, when I was in prison, do you want to know how much I earned? 12 cents an hour.
Yeah.
12 cents an hour.
The United States has the largest prison population outside of any country in the world. And when slavery ended here, folks, we thought of it a little bit differently. Prisons, free labor.
Yeah. Like as I said, slavery has nothing to do with culture. And like, are we saying that George Washington was an evil man because he owned slaves? Are we saying that every slave owner was inherently an evil man? I mean, that would say that every person that existed in that period in time was inherently evil, just because of how they were brought up to believe things were right, or things maybe not right but acceptable practice. Like, there are things you turn around and you say to me, "Oh, it's not right to talk about slavery, or it's not right to talk about this." It's 300 years ago. How about if you are such an activist and you want to put your bloody money where your mouth is, why don't you go and donate $1 a day to an African child who's starving now and sort out a problem that exists now? Stop trying to fix the problems of the long gone and dead and start solving the problems of today.
Excellent point. Charity starts at home.
But here's where it all comes back. And we all come full circle, gentlemen. You're talking about let's solve the problems of today. We have SCOTUS decisions happening where you have judges that are very much the Constitution was the way that it was written back in and ratified in 1789. And those are our rights, and they're constitutionalists versus the liberal judges that say this is a living, breathing document here in the United States that can have they
said as much. They said this is a living, breathing document. Otherwise, amendments wouldn't be possible.
Right, but
the fact that amendments are possible means that they're meant to be made.
But that's the thing is that's where you're seeing now with the Supreme Court of the United States, where there is a majority of constitutional judges versus the six judges to 3 of the more liberal. We can add amendments and change them at will. Hence why America is going to be burning tonight.
One comment that just came up in chat was...
And we're all here for it.
Yeah, one comment that just came up in chat, half Irish Rebecca, just said First Nations had slaves. I would actually respectfully disagree, because if you look at almost all tribal cultures, like, I will use my own culture. I won't speak to Africa or anything else that I have knowledge of and first-hand testimony of, hearsay testimony, but first-hand testimony of. I'll speak to my own culture, the Māori people, okay? I am, by the very definition of all of these groups that claim to speak with the woke voice, a person of colour, because I am part Indigenous Māori, I am part European, I am part Jewish, I am basically all of those groups that they say they like to protect, slammed into a middle-aged white body. So go figure that one out before you have a go at me. All right? My ancestors used to take each other slave. They used to say, okay, well, we've got to bring in the crops. Let's go attack the tribe over, grab some of their blokes, bring them back here, and they can harvest our shit for us. And hey, while we're at it, we might as well grab some of them, their women, and breed the next generation at the same time. Like, slavery isn't a nation thing. It's a power thing. If you have the power to take something that you deem to be an object, generally speaking, humankind is nasty enough that it will. Very rarely is true power exerted with true wisdom.
Everybody here knows what an indentured servant was, right?
Oh, hell yeah. Feudalism?
Yeah. In the American Revolutionary War, there was a gentleman named Peter Francisco who was an indentured servant to a judge who was friends with Thomas Jefferson and George Washington. And he came over from South America, and he was just placed on the docks as a baby. And this judge said, okay, well, I'll take care of you and I'll raise you, and then you could have your freedom. We'll figure that out later on. And then the Revolutionary War began. It was called the Rebellion then. And he said, look, if you join that, and you fight along my friends, I'll grant you your freedom. And here's the best part. He was 16 years old, and he was 260 pounds, and he was 6'6". They called him the American Giant. And George Washington had a special sword made for him because no swords were. This guy was a monster, especially at the time.
What did he ride? A Clydesdale?
And they gave him a 5 foot a cutlass, right? A sword. It was 5 foot in length, and he was so scary and dangerous that when the British dragoons would see him, they would just run. They don't even go near the guy, because there's just story after story of this guy being at almost every major battle in the Revolutionary War, and he would cut down 11 British dragoons in the Battle of Guilford Courthouse in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Small feat.
Yeah, exactly. But he went behind enemy lines and started fighting them, and then he would take their cannon away and start dragging it away. It's like, 1,000 pounds. Who the hell's pulling a cannon?
That's some Mickey Mouse shit right there.
Yeah, but I mean,
that was his big feat, was hauling the cannon.
But they ended up giving him, there's a stamp for him.
This man legitimately went behind enemy lines, flogged a brass cannon, or an iron cannon,
crazy.
And said, "I'm gonna just take this back over my side if you don't mind very much."
If you ever find
I'm just gonna borrow this.
if you ever find yourself in Greensboro, North Carolina, you could actually go to the battlefield, and there's a huge monument to Peter Francisco that talks about it, and it was witnessed not just by Americans but by the British. Like, so you see that guy
I'm just
run.
thinking 1800s Rambo. This dude holding a cannon mounted at his hip, firing at the enemy.
You can't even make a movie because how do you cast that? How do you cast somebody like this?
No.
Wow.
The Rock, Dwayne Johnson.
But it's it's an inspirational story when you consider that he came from nothing, no hope. That's the one thing about America that I think a lot of people around the world always found interesting, is that it didn't really matter where you came from. It didn't matter who your parents were. It didn't matter how much money you had. All that mattered was, could you do this? Do you have the work? Do you have the initiative? Do you have the drive? And then that's it. Now, of course, you're not going to be accepted into Upper East Side parties, with the Vanderbilts, but that's okay. So you move to the Upper West Side, and you build and you move into the Dakota, so you don't live on the East Side. So you don't live on
thought for you, Scott.
Yeah.
I have a saying in my head, and I use this a lot because I play a lot of strategy games. I grew up with like Command and Conquer and whatnot. And the thing, because you're always playing on your own, but you've got an army, right? And it was always a moment, if you look back at historical figures, it takes an army to fight a war, but one man can win it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at at almost every decisive battle, like if you put Stonewall Jackson in Gettysburg, it's probably a whole different story. We're probably dealing with a whole different America. You take Hummel out of Africa, and the British just surge through. It takes an army to fight a war, but one man can win it.
How the fuck did
I
we
love
get
history.
here from Amber Heard?
I have no idea, but you know what, gentlemen,
Because
I
she
gotta
fired the
head out
first
because
shot.
I'm gonna be heading over to the Supreme Court right now, to see what's going on. So, but
Watch yourself over there.
Please be careful.
I know. So I'll be on later tonight, but so if you guys are around, feel free to come on by. But yeah, this was fun. We'll have to do it again.
Thank you so
sometime.
much for coming.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for
Take
the
care.
invite.
See you soon.
Bye,
Stay
fans.
safe, literally.
I'll tell you guys another inspirational story. There was another gentleman in the 1800s. His name was Bass Reeves, and he was playing cards with the gentleman who owned him. And the guy says, "Listen, if you win, you can have your freedom." And he said, "Okay, fine." And they played, and he won. And he says, "Fine, you're on your own. You can go free." And so he moved. The United States is 50 states now, but it wasn't always states. A lot of times it was a territory. And so he went to Oklahoma, and he became the greatest lawman in the Oklahoma territory. And you'd have guys that would commit crimes, and they would disappear. And Bass Reeves would go to the judge. Judge would say, "Okay, go find this guy and bring him back." And if you knew that Bass Reeves was looking for you, you just turn yourself in, because he was going to find you. and it wasn't going to be pleasant if you even try to fight him. So one time he was gone, and this wasn't like today where, okay, you call the police, they're at your house, whatever, 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, they apprehend somebody, and that's the end of it. This was, he would go looking for people in different towns, and then he would have to tie you to his horse, and sometimes he would have to get 3 or 4 or 5 people that hated him, that wanted to kill him, and he's pulling them on, behind his horse for 3 weeks. You're going to sleep, he's tying up to trees or whatever it is, but that's the way it was back then. Imagine the courage, right, that this guy had to have. So one time he came back and he went to see his son, and his son wasn't home. And he's asking around, and it's like, where's my son at? And they said, yeah, your son killed his wife. He found his wife cheating with somebody, with another guy, and he killed them. So Baz Sharif said, all right, well, where is he? Is he in jail? And they're like, no. They said, well, why isn't he in jail? He says, well, he took off. Well, they said, okay, well, who's looking for him? Well, nobody's looking for him. Well, what do you mean nobody's looking for him? He committed a crime. Why is anybody looking for him? He says, well, Bass, he's your son. He says, give me the warrant. He goes, I'll go find him. And he went. Yeah, and he went and found his son and brought him back. And then there was a trial, and maybe Rob and I should do a show on that. But so I won't reveal how it all ends. But it was all right. But anyway, so there's just great stories. So once again, isn't that an inspirational story? Here's a guy, a black guy, slave, and he went to Oklahoma, and nobody cared that he was black. It's like, okay, you're able to do this. You have this skill. You have this ability.
We'll get to it, Diggy.
Right, because nobody else wants this job. You want it, but anyway, he did a great job, and he's well respected, forgotten, unfortunately, but I think a hero, not just for black anybody. It's a heroic guy, courageous guy with a good heart. Went after his own son just because
it was right.
Law matters. It was the right thing to do. Yeah.
And there's a lot of people throughout history that I come across just reading that definitely strike me in that category.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's plenty of great stories. I think the Johnny Depp trial, in a way, I don't know what his motivations were in the beginning, but I think part of the reason why there was so much support is we needed this victory. There's just been a lot going on in the world for the last couple of years, and it just seems like we're constantly being punched in the face, and bad people are constantly getting away with things. And then here's somebody who's so obviously been abused, Johnny Depp, and this one lady is just a tornado. She's a freaking tornado in his life. She's the Wizard of Oz. The tornado came and took Dorothy and threw her in the special world, and Dorothy had to figure out how to get home, because the goal of the Wizard of Oz wasn't going to Oz. The goal was,
unfortunately, there were no ruby slippers this time around.
Yeah, so I think that Johnny Depp in many ways was representing a lot of people that it's a big victory. It really is. And maybe it'll save people in the future, because maybe some people will think twice before doing something like that again. Maybe.
I don't think so. Well, we can already see. I won't say anything on stream because it's an ongoing case, and I have already formed an opinion based on what I've read into it. But there's another celebrity couple going through a bitter divorce and custody battle. And I mean, oh God, can you imagine if there'd been kids between Johnny and Amber? But yeah, there's another case already going on, and it's shaping up to be almost as bitter. And the accusations aren't as extreme, because I don't think she's as crazy as Amber is, but they are still unwholesome.
Yeah.
She's
already in the. Yeah. Without saying who it is, I mean, she's in the quicksand already. So I mean, once you get in the quicksand, even trying to climb out, you end up sinking deeper into it. But maybe in the future, some people look. We've all met, including people in the chat. We've all met our Ambers, and it's got to stop. It'll never stop. But it'd be nice to at least say, look, you're not always going to win. It's not always going to be. Believe. I mean, look at poor Woody Allen. I mean, he's got these tags on him for his entire life that he married his daughter. She wasn't his daughter. She's Andre Previn's adopted daughter.
Like, there's no...
But you get a tag on you. Even Johnny Depp, in a way, is going to be tagged the rest of his life, no matter what he does.
With the whole Woody Allen thing, I kind of categorize that as, I wouldn't do it, but fucking none of my business.
Yeah. I met them. I mean, you can't choose in life sometimes who you fall in love with.
Weren't they committed and loyal to the end?
Into what?
Like,
hear you.
or are they still like? Is he still alive? I don't know. I haven't looked
Woody
into
Allen,
Woody
yeah,
Allen recently.
sure.
Are they still? I think they're still together.
Of course, they're married and they have children. So you
Well,
think
then
about
how
that.
have they not passed all of the tests that a marriage can like? That makes it a genuine marriage, then, just despite the like. Great Balls of Fire. Who's saying that?
Yeah, of course, we all have. Yeah, married his 13-year-old cousin,
Yeah,
Jerry Lee Lewis.
I didn't even know that. And then like his career was destroyed by it, and I was like, wait, didn't the whole family support it?
13's a bit young.
Oh, yeah, I understand again, but I'm trying to put myself into the mind's eye of the people involved, not judge them by my
if the family was okay with it, yeah, you're right. It's not like he abducted her and took her to England with him.
Because I mean, let's look at cultural shit. That like I could name a dozen countries in the world that still support marriage at 10.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing with the Woody Allen trial, if you want to talk about that briefly, is Mia Farrow is no prize to the world. When she was a teenager, she was having an affair with Frank Sinatra, who was married, and she destroyed the life of her friend, Dory Previn.
Stupid, but I need to Google Mia Farrow. Hang on.
Yeah, Dory Previn was married to Andre Previn, and Mia went in there and started having an affair with Andre and destroyed Dory's life. And Dory was a brilliant woman. If you ever look up, anybody who knows who she is. But she even wrote a song called "Beware of." I think it was called "Beware of Little Girls," and so she's having sex, having a relationship with Frank Sinatra when she's a teenager, and Frank Sinatra's married. She's having her fling with Andre Previn, destroying the life. I mean, I think she practically drove Dory Previn insane. Just the sadness of losing a friend, this infiltration, this destruction into her life. And then she's having an affair with Frank Sinatra, even when she's in a relationship with Woody Allen. Yeah. And so it's just one mess after another. And, if you watch Woody Allen, he says things and he's trying, I guess he doesn't want to be funny, but it comes across like he's had plenty of chances to have sex with children if he wanted to, or to rape children. And he never did. And nobody ever accused him of that. And the one time he decides to is while he's in the middle of a bitter divorce. He decides to drive to Connecticut and grab his daughter in a house filled with people and pull her up into an attic and then touch her. I mean, it's just like none of it makes any sense at all. Who would do that? You're in a house filled with people who hate you. And it's like, oh, here's my chance to finally be a child molester. I've been waiting for this opportunity. And here I am in my, almost 60 years old. Here's my big chance. Let me do it now. And but they just don't get off his back. So I was thinking about doing a video. I know a lot of people would hate it, though, which is if you believe Johnny Depp, you have to believe Woody Allen, because there was a investigation. And you know what they found? That none of the accusations were true. And so why can't people just accept that? It's like, look, there was an investigation. And these are people, believe me, that would love to find Woody Allen guilty. They would have loved to. This was in Connecticut. It's not exactly like, Woody Allen country there. But they didn't. They said, look,
people in chat are asking about the whole Reddit thing. So I suppose we should let Hayden get back to it, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You and I can sit in private chat.
It's all about
this, that, and Lindy Beige.
For Reddit.
Whoa, what happened to the audio? Was that just me? Everyone just went robot.
Oh. No clue. Sorry, were you saying something, Sean?
Yeah, it's Reddit. It's all about the updudes. That's all.
No, he's robot.
Oh,
he's robot to me.
Yeah, Sean, something's going on with you.
Oh.
Where are we? Okay, so back to the Reddit thing. So this is the main one that I had major issues with.
Is this better?
Yeah, Diggy, brilliant. Yep, Diggy, don't take it personally. It was because you used the word piss. Don't stress. It's like I said, I'm going to shut it off eventually. I can't do it midstream though. So, where are you? Most of the channels have extensively pushed misogynistic, victim-blaming content on Gamergate, Animegate, and Comicsgate. They've also made the same harassing, misogynistic content against Meghan Markle. How many of us have actually made anything about Meghan Markle as of yet?
I haven't heard any.
Many of them criticized adult sites for removing child SA material and non-consensual sexual imagery of adults. Who the fuck at all in LawTube would have had any issues with any of that? Like that bit that's majorly, like I have major issues with that, honestly. Linking that to being anti-Amber, And then he goes, my perspective from looking through all of these channels is that there are two groups: those who went into this with malicious intent and those who didn't. On the one side of the spectrum are the incel misogynistic YouTubers who seem to have coordinated their propaganda campaign. It seems that Waldman recruited incel right-wing red pill celebrity gossip YouTubers like the Umbrella Guy. The Umbrella Guy then went on to recruit a number of similar channels who posted over the course of the following year. Most of them are middle-aged white guys who share alt-right red pill incel beliefs. Pro-Depp anti-herd videos got immense views for the channels previously unheard of, 1,000 views to 160,000, and it's unlikely this was organic. So now they're even taking a crack at the... What?
I want to see how many views my Amber video got, because I don't think it was that many.
Well, it wasn't. It was
cared.
organic, because I don't know what does coordinated mean. Obviously, people want a lot of views.
Exactly.
There's no doubt about that.
Okay. I got a couple of more views out of it, but not too many more than normal.
I did a video 5 days ago on Amber's ridiculous claim that people were 3 to 4 to 6 blocks away holding up signs saying "Burn the witch."
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, and so I put together a video pretty quickly. I don't know, like 10 or 15 minutes maybe.
You put my baby in a microwave.
Yeah, and what I did is I went on Google Earth, and I grabbed and Google Maps, and I showed what the area looks like around Fairfax County, and I described people would have had to have been standing in neighborhoods. Okay, like they would have been standing on people's driveways. And I was there, it never happened. So it's gotten, and I haven't looked at it, but at last count, it got like 82,000 views in 5 days. I didn't expect that. I just thought, okay, look, I was there. I'm in a position to tell the truth about what happened. Nobody else seems to have done a video like this. People can make fun of her all they want, but nobody really, I was there. And there really weren't that many of us there. So I thought, all right, let me throw that up there. So, but what are you supposed to do? If people see that Umbrella Guy and other people are getting lots of views, should they hold their fire? If they have an idea for a video, why shouldn't they? It doesn't mean that we're all in coordination. Nobody sent me that Umbrella Guy didn't send me a message, and he knows how to reach me and say, Scott, you were there, put this video together. No, I just went and did it. And so this is incorrect right here. Obviously it was organic, not coordinated.
No, exactly. Well, he goes on to say that
they were looking private chat, by the way.
They successfully created the infrastructure for a black hole of inceldom. A year ago, the first wave of created content. 2 months ago, the second wave. 2 months ago was when the trial came up. Of course, there was going to be more content about it because people were following the trial. On the other hand, we have channels who started posting 1 month ago after the propaganda campaign was well underway. Some of them seem to be naive, relying on previous content pushed by the primary group. At the end of the day, they repeated a list of misinformation, lies, and propaganda curated by the inner circle of incels. So
yes,
that was the original.
It's all propaganda, and I definitely am not, after looking through all these videos, to tell you about them. Yeah, Amber's definitely not paying this guy.
No. This guy, I think, is just I
think this is Amber. This is pro Amber paid propaganda.
Oh, you reckon? Because look, there's 128 comments. I'm not going to go through all of them, but look at the sort of stuff they're posting. Are they posting content that's unambiguously against YouTube terms of services and can be reported and removed? Twitter is pretty useless a lot of the time, but it's easier to avoid there than YouTube. I'm inundated with anti-Amber and pro-Depp bullshit, and it's bullshit that's been there for an eternity anytime someone wants to look it up. They go on to say, yes, it's reportable. Tug was whining about it a few days ago. Poor Tug.
What if it was coordinated? Who cares?
Exactly.
Right now, a lot of the LawTube guys are with Legal Bites. She's getting married today in California, so they're all there. I think the cat's out of the bag. Everybody knows that by now.
Yeah.
And so what if they're all sitting around tonight drinking, and they say, listen, on Monday, let's spend the next 5 days. Let's just finish up with this Amber thing, but let's just pound this one, this, and this. We'll all go on each other's shows, and we'll build each other up.
What's the cat out of the bag?
Alita's at a wedding.
Yeah, she got married today.
I thought she was already married.
No, she just, her and her beau were in a very good relationship.
Yeah.
Oh. And I thought I was bad being engaged for 15 years.
But even if it was coordinated, who cares?
No, exactly. It's
Yeah.
The information was still provided from a relatively unbiased viewpoint, and all we did was really follow the evidence. It's not, even if it was coordinated.
If we're talking about legal bites, her information was so unbiased to the point of like almost too unbiased. If you know what I mean, like every like that's what started that whole bullshit drama. Was she was trying so hard to be straight down the middle.
Yeah. The religion of believe only what I say. Well, all I have to say to that is, yeah, okay. Phil's having a go at the streambot. Never mind.
Yeah, he's basically at it's a sexy toaster in the corner stage. So I'm just going to leave him to his cold shower and the electrocution that comes with it. If he wants to mess with that, go hard.
Yeah.
So there was this one. My hunch is that the YouTubers will start deleting videos soon. I need someone with archiving experience to help out on this. Why would we bother deleting any of the content? It's there so that people can view it after the fact. The views, the hours, it all still adds up and it all still counts.
Yeah, if you delete it, you lose that stuff.
Exactly.
Actually, I changed. I didn't remember seeing that part. That comment, yes, I do change my mind. This is just a very spectrumy person. This is definitely not a hired gun because a hired gun wouldn't be thinking like this.
A hired gun would be so much more
to the point and very
punchy.
clean.
Like you wouldn't be going for just shock value like words and misogyny and incel. You would actually be trying to come across as fair, but damning.
Yes.
Because the only person this convinces is somebody who's already made up their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not swinging the jury.
No.
Claim censorship when game with rape content is removed. What the hell does that mean?
Where's this?
Number 6.
It's number 6 down here. That's a very good question.
I mean, yeah, I
what?
Yeah, I think they're getting. That's crossing wires because.
What?
Yeah. What game had rape content removed?
What game had rape content?
I think The Last of Us Part 2 did.
But wasn't it a character building event? I mean, it's not like I don't.
I don't know. I didn't play it. I just
no.
I'm an Xbox. Well, I'm an Xbox and PC guy, so.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm PC, PC and PlayStation, but I'm primarily PC.
Do you play Squad?
I used to until I lost my squad.
Oh.
I only like to play with people who are willing to legitimately role play in a game like Squad.
Well, you should get back into it. It's really good now.
Is it? It was still beta last time I played.
Oh no, they're to version 3 now.
Oof.
You can even play. You can even play as the.
I'll go shoot some terrorists with you one day.
You can even play as the Australians now.
No
Really?
way. Are they emus?
As in the SAS?
No, just the regular. Well, no, because it's just the regular unit. So you just play as the Australian Army as one of the factions.
So instead of like America, Russia, it's Australian versus emus?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, it doesn't look like YouTube's going to do anything to take down
No.
that Umbrella guy or anybody else. Why would they? There's been nothing. If there was a copyright issue, which I guess there was last week, right, with Dateline or something like that, then okay.
Yeah, that sucked.
But
Yeah.
but we do not want to live in a world where people can't talk and give their opinions, whether they're lawyers or not lawyers, and these assumptions about the types of people that they are.
Oh, they're
is
bringing
kind
up
of
Gabby
strange too.
Petito. Oh, that's
can
so
we
funny.
create a politically incorrect safe space where we guarantee everything within that space is safely politically incorrect?
I mean, you can, but everything leaks at some point.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't mean anything about it is safe. It's just that if you come in here, you enter our safe space, and in our safe space, it's our rules.
No, because that's just fucking dangerous. Because anyone who has ever tried to set anything like that up, as soon as it is leaked, it destroys them.
I am completely talking about the boot of a Honda right now. There is nothing literal in my statement.
How come people that were interested in the truth aren't
Okay.
allowed to balance the scales? How come it can only be Amber's side?
Well, it's not just
Yeah.
Amber's side, but it's you know the whole Gabby Petito thing. Apparently, saying you know Brian. So Gabby Petito was a YouTuber who her and her boyfriend lived in a van. He murdered her.
Whoa, that escalated out of nowhere.
Well,
Yeah.
these things happen. Funny story. He murdered her and left her body in the woods. Anyways, he came back and she was missing for a long time. And people are like, where is she? He's like, I don't know. And then he disappears for a while. And while that's all going on, people are hounding this guy's parents saying, you know what happened, you know. But in the meantime, he hasn't been charged with a crime. Anything happened at all. Finally, he gets charged with a crime, and they're like, we don't know where he went. He ended up going into the Florida swamp to hide, and an alligator got him, so...
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, but people are upset at this guy's parents because they didn't help at all. They got an attorney. They lawyered up. They didn't talk to the police. Yeah, it's become a big issue.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw something about how they should have had some kind of responsibility for her because she was a member of their household, because she was living there, I guess.
Even then, nope. There's still not a duty to report like that.
Really? Okay. Oh, excuse me.
It's a sad story nonetheless. The girl must have been terrified.
Sure.
Nobody
Absolutely.
expects somebody they love to strangle them to death.
Actually, I think, Sean, there was actually a comment from you on here.
Bite you in the ass.
What's that?
I said they do say crime will bite you in the ass.
So she got eaten by an alligator. I thought
Brian Laundrie did.
No, but I thought he shot himself.
I don't think they know for sure because they found him and he got chewed up pretty good.
Yeah, I don't even
Alligators
know how they know it was him.
Yeah. The alligators typically can't eat the skulls, and so if he shot himself, it seems like he probably would have shot himself in the head. But who knows?
I don't know. I didn't hear about him shooting himself.
Yeah.
Alligators can't eat skulls?
No, I actually know quite a bit about this in a weird way. But in Florida, what you would do if you killed somebody, not that I would know, of course, but
You're right. He did shoot himself in the head, but he also got his remains got eaten.
Yeah, you didn't have to chop up the whole body. You didn't have to go through that much trouble in Florida. All you really had to do was take the head off, and you could just get rid of the head, which is easier.
Well,
and then the body, you just go to the Everglades and throw it in there, and the alligators will take care of that. But the skull, it's a little more effort.
Well, apparently the old method of dumping the bodies in a barrel and make mead is no longer viable.
Yeah, that's a problem now. Yeah. But yeah, actually, in Scott, I don't know if you know this, but where I grew up in Ohio. You learn pigs eat everything, and they will eat the bones.
Oh,
Hannibal Lecter taught me that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably didn't have much luck finding.
You put a bunch of pigs in a pen with each other, though, they'll start nibbling at each other.
really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like they'll bite each other once in a while, and if they taste blood.
And the thing is that if one frenzies on an injured pig, the others will frenzy in as well. If you've ever worked on a pig farm, that can get your main job is stopping the pigs from killing each other.
Really? Okay.
One of them is because they will, and they can just turn out of nowhere. You'll suddenly have just like a whole bunch of pigs. That's why they're often kept separate.
Where are we?
Either way, it's got to be very traumatizing for the parents. How do you deal with losing a child? Remember that?
Sure.
Remember that girl that disappeared in Aruba? What was that about?
Natalie Holloway, yeah.
And the mother was going out of her mind. I mean, she went down there and she just wanted answers, and he wouldn't. That kid wouldn't break. I think he's in prison now in South America.
I think he's actually dead now.
Is he really?
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, he ended up down there, and he had a.
It's an
big
ugly
thing going
country to
for
be
him.
in jail.
Oh no! Wait, he's still alive. He murdered another girl
Oh,
down in Peru.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They were staying in a hotel together, and she looked at. I think she was looking up Holloway, and saw that her boyfriend killed this lady, or accused him of doing it, and then he got very angry, and he hit her and killed her, and then wherever that was in South America, that's where he is now in prison.
Yeah.
In Peru, is it?
Yeah, I would not want to be in a prison in Peru.
So just out of curiosity, if I'm ever attacked by an alligator, should I shove my head in its mouth?
Probably. Yeah, give it a shot. See how
You
it works.
definitely won't be able to run, so
Yeah.
you're not going to outrun them.
Well, there was that story.
They can get fast, can't they?
Yes, they're lightning
30,
fast.
30 miles an hour, I think alligators could run.
That's what, 50 kilometers an hour? I can't run that fast.
Did you ever see that movie? Did you ever see a movie about that guy who thought he was friends with bears?
Yes, didn't he die?
Yeah, he thought he was their friend. He thought, oh, I've got a special relationship with bears. They love me and I love them. And he was videotaping himself and I think his girlfriend, or if that was his girlfriend, it was a lady who was with him. Yeah, and he, the bears came and ate him on camera. I think.
Sean, just something I'm going through. I was just going back through these comments because I did see one there at one point where I think you actually commented on it, or someone pretending to be you did.
No, that was me. That was me saying, hey, I appreciate to know where's this proof about, me liking R. Kelly and all that, and they banned me, so.
Yeah, it's been removed.
Sure. Well, they said Natalie lawyer chick, they said not a lawyer, and she's like, actually I am, and then they had to go back and correct and say a criminal lawyer, not a civil lawyer. So, yeah. It's like so much for that stellar fucking research.
Who said other criminal lawyer? I forget his name, but he has like the real hardcore intro, and he's got like the spinning wheels and the chrome mags, and he's like criminal lawyer and blah blah blah, and then he sits at a desk and does lots of dissections.
Oh, you're talking about Bruce Rivers, the guy who says stop stealth. Yeah, he's got like the rap intro, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Bruce Rivers. He's like he looks like a skinny guy. He's a skinny looking guy.
Hang on, let me Google Bruce Rivers and I'll see
criminal lawyer. Yeah, he's pretty good. I love his motto because it's so much cooler than mine. The stop.
What's his motto?
Stop self snitching. Don't snitch on yourself. So.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, actually, he's just done a video on Ezra Miller.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Yeah, I was going to look into doing that too, but...
So one of the many things that the chat has learned from this live stream is that if you're going to dispose of a body, you've got a choice between alligators, pigs, and bears. And it seems like bears are the way to go. Are we in agreement with that, gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd say so, yeah.
So if you're going to murder someone,
if you're feeding them to the bears, you could probably hide the body just period.
Yeah.
Well, if you've got to fly somewhere to dispose of the body, I say saltwater croc all the way.
Oh. Yeah? Okay.
Oh, fuck, dude. No, there's easier ways to go than that.
Well, the saltwater croc, that's like a mouthful and they're gone. Although saltwater crocs do have a tendency to stash their food away for later.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I don't want to get stuck under a log somewhere. All right. I'm just going to have a quick look through it because Farron sent this through before she left, but I didn't get the chance to go through it with her. Interested to get your guys' opinions on it because it's in relation to the bill that's literally just gone through.
Oh, yeah, the gun control one?
Yep. And share. Move that across to there. So Congress passes the most significant gun reform bill in decades and sends it to Biden, apparently. Congress passed the measure aims to strengthen background checks for the youngest buyers, close the so-called boyfriend loophole, and incentivize the states to pass red flag laws. Okay, so for those of us that have absolutely no clue, does anyone have any idea what the boyfriend loophole is?
Yes, I can explain it. So
please,
in America, So in America, domestic violence generally is a misdemeanor offense, meaning it's not a prison term.
Really?
Oh, really?
You can get jail. You can get jail for it.
Over here, it's called male assaults female, and it's the fastest way to get bashed up by the other inmates.
Well, and that can happen too. But what happens in America is, generally speaking, there's a couple ways you get domestic violence. So, for example, if you live with that person. So, my girlfriend and I, if her and I were getting into a fight, and she hits me with something or hit her with something, that would be domestic violence because we're in a cohabitating relationship.
Yeah.
If we were married, obviously, that's a familial relationship then.
Okay.
If she was my baby mom, she would be a familial relationship. But also domestic violence is like if my brother's over and him and I get into a fight, technically that's a family member. So that's domestic violence as well. For the longest time, this was never an issue until 1994. They passed a law saying if you're convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence or if you're convicted of assault and the person you assaulted is a family member, you no longer have the right to possess a firearm.
Right.
Oh,
It's the only misdemeanor
or a
offense
misdemeanor.
Yes, and that's the only misdemeanor offense that covered that. Now, this boyfriend loophole thing isn't a loophole, but let's say you have a girlfriend, you guys canoodle and do all that fun stuff, but you don't ever let her over, she doesn't live at your house, you live at your house, and you keep everything separate.
Non-familial cohabitative.
Because now you're not a family and you're not living together, and if you guys, if he hits her, it's not domestic violence because there's no cohabitation.
It's just violence
there's no
against
family.
a female by a male.
Yeah, it's just assault. So, and honestly, though, the idea that there's a ton of this
sounds ridiculous.
It is. But it sounds good because they're protecting women. This is all a bunch of nonsense. This idea of, I think this whole thing is a fucking.
Could that not also
personally.
be referred to as the girlfriend loophole?
Yeah, but it's because men commit domestic violence. They don't think women do. Yes, but I think that whole thing is. It's a red herring. How much is this really happening? I mean, really.
So does this bill effectively change anything?
Yes, it does. There is going to be a put if you're between 18 and 21, your right to go out and buy whatever you want is now restricted.
Right.
I'm okay with it.
So
okay,
now
you might be, but remember we're talking to Americans. Take it easy, Kiwi.
I said I'm okay with that.
And I understand that, but I also look at it this way. Once you're an adult, I don't believe in tiering the rights. You either get, you're an adult, you should have all the rights as an adult. If we're going to start restricting things, well, if you can't be trusted with guns at 18, I would argue a vote is the more powerful use of force that anybody ever gets to exercise in their life.
Now, I would quite happily shift the drinking age, the voting age.
But these people would never.
To 21.
But the people that are pushing this would never do that.
No.
Because they would say, oh my gosh, that's horrible. Well, that's my point is this is, I think, grossly...
So is the access to weapons gone?
No.
Or just...
It's well, I would argue a right delayed is a right denied. Okay? Because now it's up to 10 days for them to do searches and checks. Okay, well... But for me, I can go right now. If I went to the bank and got some cash, I could go ahead and do that because I'm 36. But 15 years ago, if I was 15 years younger, I wouldn't have that right. I don't think that's fair. The bigger issue, though, is the money they're throwing into the idea of the red flag laws.
Yeah, what are those?
Right.
So what would happen is it depends on the state and how they want to put it together. But basically, they're bribing the states to set these up. So somebody would go to, like Hayden would, let's say Hayden lived near me. He could say, hey, I know this guy named Sean. I think he's crazy. He's going to hurt somebody. He's doing things that make me wonder about his safety. And you would go to the police. Or you would go to the court and seek this motion to have my firearms taken. You're concerned for the safety of people. Well, the court and the police would look at it and say, okay, yeah, there's probable cause. And they would grant it. No, you've done this by yourself. I have not known about it. I don't have the chance to argue about it yet. The cops show up at my house. Now, they generally try to do this when the person's home because otherwise they got to, kick in your door. So, 10 o'clock at night, I get a, thump, 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 thump. Here's an order. We're taking your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do I do? I can't argue with it. There's going to be a court date coming up in the future. I have to show up in court. And now I have to argue to the judge and whoever's there, I'm not a threat. So let's say I'm not really a threat. This person is either doesn't like me, they're a complete idiot, or, whatever.
Anyone can trigger this shit.
Well, it depends on the state. Some states that actually have these, it's only family members or law enforcement. Some states, anybody can do it. But the issue is, I now have to go into court and say, look, judge, I'm not crazy. I'm not a threat. Now, the evidence is on me. I have to prove to you that I'm not the problem.
Well, just to give you some clarification on where me and Hayden come from, we live in a country where you have to apply for a gun license. It's not a right. You have to apply for a gun license, and the police vet you.
Sure.
So the police go through this whole process. They check your criminal record, they check your references, they vet you, and technically they have final say. Now,
Yes.
you can, if they deny you, you can appeal it to the courts, and you can then get a court to decide whether the decision made by the police was right or wrong.
Yes.
But see, we have that process, and for the most part, it's a pain in the ass, but we actually don't mind it because it really does weed out the ones that shouldn't have the guns.
Sure.
And most of the time, some slip through. The Christchurch Mosque unfortunate events were proof that it can slip through. But for the most part, we err on the side of better to not remove a right, but to put in place a process that governs that right. Because it might, even if it saves one life, what is a bit of an imposition if it saves? Like, let me put it to you this way: would you suffer an imposition if it prevented Columbine?
No.
See, that's where Americans and Australians and Kiwis will always fundamentally differ.
And here, well, I guess here's what I would say to that. This is, you know, and I understand that we have certain rights that we enjoy here, but for example, here in America, Kiwi, if you were charged with a crime, you have the right to subpoena people, meaning you have the right to compulsory process, meaning if you know there's a witness, you know their name and address, you can serve them with a court order to show up to court and make them testify to say, yes, here's what I saw. There's never a point where you have to fill out a form saying, well, you know, Mr. Judge, here's why I want to bring this guy into court. No, you have the right to subpoena people and bring them in. You don't have to justify
say, I'm going to subpoena this person because he might have seen something.
Well, you have the right. Well, if you bring him in and then it turns out that guy doesn't know anything, that looks really bad for you. So generally speaking, you're going to go try to find out.
Due diligence,
Yes. So you're going to bring in those people. There's never an issue of, well, I'd like to have counsel. Well, here's why I really want counsel. Here are the reasons why I need it. No, it's a right you have. There is no question about you exercising it. You exercise it. Your First Amendment right. There is no, why do you need this? This is the only right that I can exercise where people say, oh, well, we need to trim it away a little bit. Because then it turns into, well, we're going to trim your rights a little bit because of, well, we're going to trim your rights to do banking. Why? Oh, because of my terrorism or my drug dealers. Okay. I just don't trust that.
Back to the gun issue, though.
We already have that, though, in relation to banking and that sort of thing. I mean, specifically here in Australia, if you do any sort of transaction that's over $10,000, that has to get vetted by the government.
Yeah, and I don't. And here in America, yes, there's reporting requirements, but that's because they chisel away at all these different things in the name of fighting crime, in the name of fighting terrorism.
Well, let me put an argument to you.
Sure.
These rights that exist within the Bill of Rights or the Constitution.
Yes.
When was the Constitution signed?
Well, it was formally ratified in 1791.
Okay. So before 1791, did these rights exist?
Yes, they did. The Constitution is not the granting of rights; it's the acknowledgement of your rights that you have.
Okay, but given that it's a living, breathing document designed to best govern, and the right to change that document is given to the elected officials of the country.
Well, it's to the people, but I get where you're going with that.
Yeah, so the people elect a government to represent them, and that government has the right to make amendments to the Constitution. If
propose amendments. You're going to piss off the Americans. Let's say
I understand. I understand where he's going with it. It doesn't matter. I get the point.
Right.
Yeah, so like, for example, if you honor the democracy, because I'm working to it from 2 points of view from the same angle, because the one question that I have to sort of preface this first, is that which comes first? So you acknowledge the democratic right to elect a government, the government represents you, the government has the right to amend the Constitution, and that those rights within the Constitution are fluid. because those rights are only given to you by the Constitution. So anything that's not in the Constitution is by definition unlawful.
The rights aren't granted by the Constitution. Your rights exist. The fact that you are the way it is, if you come to America and you're standing here in America, when you were to exist, let's throw out the issues of citizenship. The fact you are here as a breathing human being, you have all those rights already.
See, I can't buy a gun in America because I'm not an American citizen.
But I said, excluding that idea, the fact that I am an American citizen, the fact I am standing here in Ohio, those rights were endowed with me the moment I took a breath.
Okay.
I had those rights, and then as I reached, the age of 18, I have the right, that right to vote, and and yes, and there's some triggers there, but it's the idea you have those rights. Like I have the Fourth Amendment right at 6 minutes into my lifespan. I have that Fourth Amendment right now. I have the Fifth Amendment right now. The Sixth Amendment right now. My Eighth Amendment right now.
Yeah.
My First Amendment right, I have it all the time. And the Second Amendment right is no different. You have that because you merely exist. The Constitution acknowledges, everybody here's one of the rules of the game. Everybody has the right to freedom of speech.
Who gives you those rights?
If I could chime in for a second, can you hear me?
Yeah.
One thing I think a lot of people who aren't Americans don't understand is a good portion of the time that the founding fathers spent discussing all this was things that the government wasn't allowed to do to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's not so much we have a list of you could do this, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. It's like, no, you're free.
Okay, I see.
It's like, these are things the government will not do. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that.
And I apologize if I didn't make that clear.
No. So your argument is not that the that the Constitution gives you the right to have a gun, is that the Constitution prohibits the government from taking your gun.
Yes, it's acknowledging my rights. It's an acknowledgement of what I'm allowed to do and what exists. My rights are being enumerated so that we agree here's kind of the baseline from where we start.
So you could almost use drugs as an example of an enumerated right. So, like, if you have a right to own a gun by mere argument that guns exist, and so therefore I have a right to have a gun. Sure. Bows and arrows exist, so I have a right to have a bow and arrow. Drugs exist, so I have a right to use drugs. It's my body, my choice, sort of thing. Would that argument go to say that any law that criminalizes drugs is an infringement of a right?
I mean, all laws are an infringement of a right at some point because they do limit your ability. Yes, and I think that like a lot of the laws against drugs are problematic.
Okay,
but that's
actually that I now completely understand your position on the guns. Because it's not that you think that the Constitution was written to give you the right to the gun, so therefore there is a point at which those rights were brought into existence. And what you're saying is that in American culture, and guns is kind of just the topic of the now. Ironically, Roe v. Wade might arguably be a more pertinent topic.
They're both pretty big.
Yeah, so it's that you are brought up in a culture like, for example, in a lot of Asian cultures, honor is paramount, and shame is a thing. In America, it's your intrinsic rights, and rights trump law.
Not necessarily that rights trump law, but that your rights are important and they need to be
in rights trump law. I mean, if they made a law that guns were banned, then rights trump law.
Yes, and I guess I'll say it like this: it's that's the idea of honor and shame, but it's the idea of the individualism.
TT has a point, by the way. Drugs aren't in the Constitution, but my argument was more neither are guns.
But I think specifically though, well, guns I think fall under arms because arms and weapons. I mean, But I do agree with you though that yes, I think you have
prohibition might have been a better argument than drugs.
Yes. Well, and prohibition got sorted out. Thank God. Yeah. This brought to you by White Claw. So.
Behave.
Yes, but that's where it's about the individualism here, and that you do have those rights, and it's something that if you were to talk to my dad, you wouldn't necessarily think about know it from talking to him, but I learned a lot from him about that. You do have these rights. I remember, because I remember as a kid, I remember asking him, is the Second Amendment does the Second Amendment about hunting? Because when you're 10 years old, that's really all people using firearms for and weapons for. And he said, no, that is so if the government gets out of line and comes after you, you can handle your business.
And see, that's where I think the critical cultural difference occurs. Is that
we're the only country where we acknowledge that
that is why you want them.
We're the only country that kind of still also acknowledges that this is all inherent on pressing a reset button at some point, and that's kind of part of why do you have these protections against the government so they can't prosecute you properly.
And also, let's not forget the famous quote by that Japanese general during World War II when they were discussing whether or not they should invade the United States.
Yamamoto had that concern.
And he said there'll be a gun behind every blade of grass, I think he said. One thing that's interesting is every time there's a school shooting or something happens and they have to go in, the politicians have to start screaming about this. I read a great quote the other day, I think, or maybe I imagined it, but it was something along the lines of, there's about 350 million Americans, and there's about 400 million guns, and there's countless bullets and ammunition. If we gun owners were the problem, you'd know it.
It's like when they said that Republicans were an insurrection army waiting to go. It's like, well, I didn't see a single firearm in the January 6th riots. It's like, if gun-toting Republicans were a problem, I think the January 6th would have looked very different.
Very true.
Yeah.
I would just say, though, Kiwi, I'd be careful
at
about talking about January. YouTube doesn't like that too much.
Oh, really?
That's why I tried to be vague and just use the date.
Yeah, I would just still, though, I try to stay away from that as much as possible.
Because where we're culturally different is that, Hayden, if I said to you, do you have a right to own a gun? What's your gut answer?
No. Would be here in Australia? No.
Yeah, and see, I'm the same. Do I have a right to have a gun? No.
Do you have the right to free speech?
No.
Technically, no.
Well, and I know the answer to this, but
I've got a major video on about that. I go on about that fairly frequently. So
now, do you feel you should be able to?
Can I speak freely? Absolutely. The police will never come to me and shut me down unless it's a hate crime.
Well, that's now
because there's actually no law to stop me speaking freely. There's no law that says I have the right to speak freely, but there's no law that says I can't.
Well, but you don't get to ultimately, and I would say. And you mentioned Christchurch earlier, so I think it's kind of apropos.
Well, my freedom of speech in Christchurch is a lot broader than on YouTube, for example.
Well, from the way I understand it, though, and I know at the time when it happened, the actual video of that guy doing...
Oh, that was taken down for very different reasons.
But the way I understand it, though, I know at the time there was stories, and I remember reading it, that a man was actually charged for having it and viewing it in New Zealand.
Yes, because it was deemed. It wasn't. It was. I'm not going to get into the legal shit. But deemed yuck. Like it was deemed something that people just shouldn't have and disseminate.
Sure, and
it was deemed disturbing to the public.
Yeah,
and that's where, and I know you say you have the right to speak freely, or that but if you don't have the right to possess media to an extent, that's where I have a concern there,
because this I've seen it.
I've seen it as well. It's absolutely horrible.
I had it and I deleted it. I had it. I watched it. I deleted it because I watched it live.
I would caution you about that because I don't know what your statute of limitations are.
I deleted it at the point it was made unlawful.
Oh, okay.
Because I watched it live. That's how I knew to get the fuck in the car and go to my kids' school and grab my kids. Because I was one of the ones ringing the cops saying, you need to move your asses because this shit is going out now and I think it's real.
Yeah.
And I was one of hundreds that rang the cops that day and said that this shit is happening. Because at first I thought it was bollocks. I was like, no, there's no way. This is just blow our scene. And I can't see any reason for that video to be disseminated any more than his manifesto. I'm not in favor of censorship, but that particular video, I would equate it. I can't remember his name. You might remember. There was early on in the internet days, there was a man who was executed by terrorists, and he was beheaded. It was Nick Berg.
I remember. I was in high school. I remember seeing this.
I watched it, and I felt sick that I'd watched it. I actually regretted watching it. And I can honestly say that my life would be better if I hadn't. There are some things that it just shouldn't be seen readily available.
But in saying that, should it be up to the government to be imposing on you to prevent that, to protect you from yourself, or should it be up to you to take the steps to avoid that?
I think sometimes we have to just say, well, we elected this government to do this shit.
But do you want that government with... Because at the end of the day, your government is power. So you're now having... You're now, and you're going to have that edict backed up by men with guns. And those men with guns...
It's different here because our police are unarmed.
Well, but here's the thing. Like, let's say, okay, the constable knocks on your door and says, okay, hey, Kiwi, it's time. We're going to take you to jail. And you say, fuck you, that ain't happening.
That happened after the riots because I drove one of those cars. I had the exact same car. I was a middle-aged white male. I had a court appearance 2 days later on a court fine I was fighting. And I rang up the court and said, look, I'm the one that's disputing this court fine, or this road fine. It was put on my car. So to give you an idea, rego warrant fine, put on my car in my driveway. I said it's an unlawful fine. I said I'm not paying it. It got bigger while I was fighting it, blah, 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 $100 every time I went to court. I had a court appearance.
That's awful.
I rang up and said, look, this was pre-COVID. I said, I'm really, really sick. I can't come into the court. They said, well, we can't reschedule, so the judge will issue a failure to appear warrant. I said, that's fine. What do I do? They said, well, you come in the next day when you're well. Don't come in sick. Come in when you're well and do what's called basically turning yourself in at the court desk. So they arrest you on the spot. They give you a new court date and they send you home. Now, I had this all recorded on phone, and the very next morning when I was getting up and getting dressed, ready to head to the court to turn myself in, 3 armed officers showed up on my door, one carrying an AR-15 and 2 with pistols, and I was pissed. Like, I was beyond pissed. And I made it very clear that I was pissed. And they were like, oh, you're being really hostile and aggressive right now. And I said, no, I'm not. I said I'm being pissed off because you got a fucking gun pointed at me. What the fuck? How the fuck would you react? You get out of bed in the morning and someone knocks on your door with a fucking gun. And you tell me you're going to be all chippy chirpies? And, they took me in, handcuffs. And when it got before the judge said, what the fuck is this? This is over a vehicle registration. And they're like, you're arresting people over vehicle registrations now at gunpoint? And he basically he tossed the whole thing out right then and there on the spot because it was just so stupid.
Sure.
But the cops, that's the cops being super jumpy. That is like not the first mass shooting in New Zealand history, but it is by far the biggest.
And I understand they can be jumpy, but I guess my point is,
once
go back
I calmed down, I understood it. If I didn't like it, I understood it.
Well, but here's the thing, and this is where I said ultimately, they pass a law saying you can't watch the Christchurch video, okay? You know, the police come knock on your door and say, hey, Kiwi, will you please delete it? We found out you have it. Delete it. Everything's fine. And you say, no, I'm not going to comply.
Then I've broken the law.
Well, I'm just saying, eventually, if you break a law, at some point, even if you live in a society where there aren't armed police, eventually you will meet some guy with a gun who says, you know, you're going to do what we tell you to, or you're going to have a very bad day.
But you hear that in America, do you not?
That's true. I'm just pointing out that just because, you know, there's a law there, I'm just, when you said, like, it's okay to have laws, well, yeah, but those laws are ultimately backed up by the idea that if you don't comply, eventually you will get killed for that.
Do you guys mind if I you guys mind if I chime in to point something out that I think is interesting? When Donald Trump got elected, does everybody know? Do you know where he went first?
No.
The first place he went when he left the country?
No.
He didn't go to Israel. He didn't go to England. He didn't go to India. He didn't go to China. Where did he go?
Oh, I think his first official visit, wasn't it to North Korea?
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, Saudi Arabia.
And the reason why, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but in the United States, we just about had it with all of the videos of people having their heads chopped off and guys being set on fire and all of these horrible videos that we kept seeing over and over and over again that terrorists were doing to people. It was unbelievable. And we wondered, we're in the United States. We have the greatest technology, just like, everybody else, all the other technologically advanced countries. And meanwhile, we keep seeing videos of people being set on fire in cages, people being blown up, and it was absolutely awful. And Donald Trump said, this has got to stop. We have got to stop this somehow. He said, and if we can't do it in this country, they said, maybe somebody else can do it that understands their language, that could pick it up. He went to Saudi Arabia, and he mentioned, I think while there,
to fight ISIS,
he said, we're going to put together a team in this country, in these Muslim countries, and we're not letting this happen anymore. We're done with this.
In other words, you sort it out, or we will.
And nobody ever, and that was it. And it disappeared so quickly that people kind of forgot about it. And I was like, wait a minute, I don't think people remember.
Yeah.
5 or 6 years ago, it was sickening. I mean, like you were saying before, you saw videos that you wish you never saw. I saw videos that I wish I never saw, that I can't get them out of my mind. These horrible videos, and now they're over. They're gone. And who did that? They took care of it on their own.
Well, like I said, I was never pro or anti-Trump. I was very interested to see how the man would govern, and I thought it was a shame he wasn't allowed to give it an honest shot. Because the way I see it, you elect somebody for 4, 2, 3, whatever many years, and if you don't like who's elected, you wait until the next election, and then you voice your dissent with your vote. And Sean, don't get me wrong. There is absolutely, I have no solution or suggestion, because unfortunately, for every 5.5 million law-abiding gun owners in America, you've got one dumpster defender.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't asking. I wasn't going to tell you.
Well, I didn't actually. My comment wasn't political. I didn't mean that even it had anything to say.
Oh no, I understand.
As far as Trump, for or against Trump, I was saying that. I guess my point was that terrorists don't have the right to murder people and upload videos.
No, absolutely not.
That's right, and so that's what's bad.
Yeah, I do completely agree with Sean's logic, though, because Sean actually hinted at something that's been discussed before. Hayden and I have had discussions around Ukraine, and I've no. It's a topic with a similar issue. Is that when a section or a portion of your country, he's talking about laws enforced at the barrel of a gun, right? And if you get seceded from the country, Ukraine enforced its views at the end of a barrel of a gun. And my argument was, if you reach a point where the only way for you to keep your country is by using a gun,
you've already
is it your country anymore?
Yeah. Well, I get that to an extent, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is a little more philosophical. A government does have a monopoly on violence, and that's something you grant to it to keep that semblance of order and things going on. So it's not that, the fact the government has to use force that it's losing power. I mean, sometimes that's a healthy exercise of the government, governing and regulating the populace. I just think, when people say, oh, let's pass another law, or more, like the answer to this is more legislation, that's why I think people need to stop and say, are you willing to have people killed over this thing you want to make a law? Because that's where that ultimately could end. I mean, maybe not with you, but there's going to be some person who disagrees with this law, and they will disagree with it all the way.
One thing that shocks me is that, I cannot impose my views on guns on America. Like your views are as intrinsically in you from birth as mine are in me.
Well, I mean, heck, I have an RPG in the back of the shot right now. So
I'd love to have an RPG. Fucking oath. Pine trees beware. But
right here.
What I find shocking, and this is on a side note, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but there's reports that the police delayed going into the most recent school.
It wasn't just they were inside the building, like down the hall from it.
And they
claimed the door was locked. No, they thought the door was locked. Now, this is something I will say as a defense attorney, I think is absolutely hilarious because the police, if they think they're going after a criminal or getting drugs or something like that, they will break into homes. They'll claim
I've seen cops go through fucking drywall.
Yeah. Oh, they'll say, we thought we heard somebody yelling for help, so we went inside. Or they found the door cracked, and they said, we thought we found signs of distress. Like, the idea that a door they thought was locked stopped these cops now is absolutely humorous because those same cops would have no problem running roughshod over somebody's Fourth Amendment right to go get a drug bust. The issue is they were a bunch of little bitches, and when it became time for them to actually do their job and, like do the protect and serve part of it, not just gain a pension, they didn't want to do it.
Same thing happened in Parkland with the shooting, right? Didn't he wait outside?
One of the resource officers crouched down behind a barrier and let Cruz do his thing.
Yeah, what kind of pussy does that?
I don't know if it's a YouTube sensitive topic, so I'm going to voice it in a way Sean will understand, and then he can advise me on how to proceed. There is a certain city known for a certain lifestyle that happens under a certain amount of bright lights that usually sees people go home broke. And there was an incident that occurred in that city that involved a lot of loud noises that had a rather impactful...
Did it involve a man removing an 800-pound window unexplainably?
It involved a man
out of his hotel room
removing 800 pounds of dispensable brass.
That too, yes.
I remember, like, without getting into the tin hat shit, because there's a shitload there. I'd love to explore.
Oh, I agree. Well, yes.
But I saw footage of officers covering people with their bodies because they didn't know. They knew there was nothing they could do. To stop the situation. So they literally put their bulletproof vests and their bodies over people to do something.
Yes.
Now, those are cops. If you can say to me, and I'm going to say this real fucking blunt, if those cops can say to me that they stood in that school with even a fucking second and let children die out of fear for themselves in any way, you need to fucking hand in your badge. Because as a parent, I would, if I was at that school, even if it was for anyone else's kid, I would charge that fucker. And if those cops failed to protect the children under their care, they need to fuck off.
No disagreement at all.
And no doubt there were police that there were parents that probably would have gone in there if the police were going to be standing down. There was a video not too long ago where I think some guy, I think it was in Texas, I could be wrong about this, but I think he opened fire in a church, and I think 2 or 3 people in the church just pulled out their guns.
That was a couple of years ago. Yeah, no, the church security,
that's right.
Yeah, they put him down.
Wasn't there a school shoot? Wasn't there a educational incident where a bystander ran in with his open carry and took the guy out before he could even kill or injure a single individual?
It happens sometimes, but the issue is, and people like to say, "Oh, well, we're the good guys with guns." Okay, in Texas, for example, 1% of the population carries a firearm or is licensed to carry a firearm concealed. Now, out of all those people, and like in Ohio, I'm one of the people, I have a license to carry a concealed firearm. I'm an attorney, so I don't normally, like, when I'm out and about during the day, I'm going to court, I'm, my office. I'm not allowed to carry a gun into the courthouse, so I was going to
say, you are not allowed to have a chambered round?
What's that?
Is it true that you're not allowed to have a round?
Oh, no, I'm allowed to. No, if I'm carrying a gun.
You can carry that thing hot to go.
Oh yeah, well yeah. If I'm carrying a gun, it's rock and roll. Like there's
Okay,
no
secondary question: personal curiosity. Concealed carry weapon of choice. Are you allowed to state on YouTube?
Hold on. What? Sorry, Hayden was having.
Oh, sorry, I was just reading the chat.
So what were you saying?
Is this legit?
No, one of the officers, his kid died in the
Oh
in
my
the school.
God.
But anyways, you were
How
saying
could
that.
how could you?
Well,
look
I
at
don't
this
think
police?
I don't know if
he
I
was.
want to talk about those cops
I don't
much
know
more
if he was
because they should be
necessarily.
charged.
I don't know if he was one of the ones who had like the tax shield and was like right there in the stack, but he was on scene and his kid died.
That's horrible. I mean, honestly, how given that they
would be
delayed,
awful.
then how could
If
you
any
look your
cops
colleagues
did
in the
anything that
eyes?
led to death, those cops need to be charged with accessory to murder.
Well, it's
If through
That might be
negligence,
there is a mountain of case law, and it's the government protecting the government. The government has no obligation to protect you personally. Their job is to protect society as a whole.
okay, class action lawsuit, take every penny they've got. No one feels safe.
They're allowed to say they are the Supreme Court of the United States has established you have no duty to protect.
Are you fucking serious?
No. There is a famous case. It occurred in the 80s. The Children's Services, which is, I don't know what you might call them in New Zealand, but they're in charge of welfare of children. So if a family can't afford things, they would get involved. If a children's getting abused, they get involved. A kid got abused by his dad.
Child Youth and Family Services.
Yeah. So the kid got abused by his dad. And they knew it. And they said, fine, you're going to have him back, but we're monitoring you. So over the next couple of months, they monitored him. And in their notes, they said, yeah, we're pretty sure he's still beating this kid. And that kept going for months and months and months. And then finally, the dad beat the kid so bad, he became a vegetable, basically.
Oh,
The kid's mom sued, and it got all the way to the Supreme Court. And they said, what do you want us to do about it? There's no duty to protect. And there have been multiple times where the police have...
But it says it on the car. To serve and protect.
That is a business slogan. That is not a... But you were asking me though about what I personally
What's your carry of choice?
Well, I wish I could show it, but YouTube will get pissed off if I do that.
Are you allowed to put it on the shelf behind you where I can see it?
No, because that would count. It can't be in the shot.
Really?
I'll send you a picture.
Oh, true.
But it's
Demolition Ranch for the demonetization and shit. Yeah.
Well, we also don't have 10 million subscribers. But and we don't have. And Raid Shadow Legends is not sponsoring us either, so I don't want to do that to Hayden. But no, I carry a Glock 19.
Hey, Raid Shadow Legends, if anyone works for them and you're listening, hey, we're open for talks.
Yeah. So the weapon I normally carry is a Glock 19. It's been, I had the slide cut for a red dot sight to put on it. But yeah, I carry it loaded and ready to go. I mean, it's
how many can you chamber? Like how many do you carry in the mag?
The magazine, it's a normal 15 in the magazine, one in the pipe, and then I mean, there's no limit to what I could carry. I could carry one of those big, long, full 30 round Glock magazines if I wanted to, and it would just stick out.
You've got enough stopping power with 15.
Well, I carry 15 plus 2 extras. I mean, and I only say that because if you watch, and this is where it actually helps to, there are multiple videos of gunfights on the internet where
they'll take 6-7 shots and keep going.
Well, it's not even that, but there's actually a famous video. It happened here in Ohio where two state troopers, which are a version of state police here in Ohio, they encountered 2 guys in a car, and the 2 police officers get out and they start trying to talk to these 2 guys, and the 2 guys are bad guys. They jump out of the car, and 4 guys start shooting at each other with pistols from 10 feet away.
Oh, that's just lucky dip.
Well, and nobody get hit. It's just because once people start shooting, generally, I mean, if you watch a lot of these videos, people are running for cover, shooting over their shoulders, the cops are shooting behind them, the bad guys are shooting behind themselves. Nobody wants to get shot.
No. Have you seen a channel called, I think it's called something self-defense, and it's Protect Your Asp?
There's a bunch of them out there, but
he's got a snake symbol. He says Protect Your Asp, and he does shooting breakdowns.
Sure. Well, but I would say there's a lot of them out there if you watch. I mean, even for an example, I would say like watching guys in Syria or Iraq where they have GoPros on. Yeah, they might be using rifles and it's in combat, but when bullets start screaming into things and there's crunching metal and
there's stats out there that something like 70% of all shots fired are actually fired without the intent to even be in the direction of the enemy.
Well, it's not that they're intent, but it's that they don't make an impact. Like it was like 5,000 bullets were expended to kill one guy, because a lot of that's like suppressing fire. But even
one study I actually read is that during a lot of warfare, a lot of soldiers aren't even trying to kill the enemy.
Yeah,
they're just shooting their gun in the hope that the shooting from the other side stops as well.
There's some of that too.
I'll have to find it. It was something that Jordan Peterson
before.
was talking about once.
What kind of soldier fights like that?
Well, that for a long time,
apparently
that's how
quite a lot.
Well, Scott, for a long time, that was
kill you if you don't kill them.
Well, but for a long time, that's how soldiers fought. But then they started learning, like, okay, that's why you train people to shoot silhouettes, and you have to encourage them to actually want to fight. But that was a very common thing.
Is much more kill centric than simply holding the enemy out.
Yes, but but no, like there is a lot of what I would say is, when, for example, when there have been shootings, they've asked people like, how many times did you shoot? Oh, I only shot once or twice, and they shot a ton. But that's like why in the shootouts when the police are shooting, and a guy gets shot 50 times, but it's 10 people each shooting, or 5 people shooting 10 times.
Yeah.
You keep shooting till I don't want to die.
Yeah.
And that thing right there, that scary thing that might kill me, is not out of the fight yet. I'm going to keep going till I know I'm safe.
Well, you know the 9-step rule, don't you?
Are you talking about the 21-foot rule?
I don't know.
What's 9 step?
Someone with a knife within 9 steps of you is just as deadly as someone with a gun.
Oh yeah. It's the they call it the 21-foot drill. That yes, an able-bodied man can cover 21 feet in more time than you could react. Yes, that's very true. But even then, it's still just even if they're,
don't get me wrong,
even if they're 30 feet away,
guns, I like guns. I appreciate the beauty of firearms, because there is beauty in firearms. You can't deny it. The advancements in modern weaponry, like you pick up an AR-15 and you look at the aesthetics of that weapon, and it is for killing, but it is a beautifully designed weapon.
Yes, it was designed with the 50s and space age technology in mind.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at a musket from the 1800s; they were beautiful weapons. They had it used to be a point where a gun was a status symbol. Like you look at some of those old muskets and the pistols, and a gun doesn't have to be for killing people. That's
exactly. Well, actually, that reminds me. It's because I know that to loop it back to the AH stuff. I know that people were quite curious as to what actually happened with Elaine in one of her previous cases. The whole thing about her in DynCorp, because there was allegations.
Oh, she worked for DynCorp?
Yeah.
Ooh.
There was allegations as to whether or not she actually instructed someone to delete the only evidence of metadata in a particular case. But the other one that
does some sketchy stuff. If anybody doesn't know, DynCorp was a major military contractor in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they did all the basic stuff, but they had a paramilitary wing of them, and has done allegedly a lot of not nice things.
Right.
Okay. Note to self: Google DynCorp from a VPN.
It's probably too late for me because I was looking them up when I was looking over this stuff.
You told me not to Google Blumcuck or whatever it was.
Blumpkin.
It turns out there's a psychologist called something. I'm not going to repeat Blumpkin, who specializes in the needs of children and young people with the surname Blumpkin.
For starters, it's Blomkin with an O. But anyway,
no, it's spelt right. Trust me.
Oof.
Yeah, it's the top. His name is the top comment that came up when I googled it.
What was I saying? Anyway, so there were the two cases. So, but the other one, which didn't necessarily involve any ethics issues, aside from the fact that DynCorp she actually went up against them representing someone, so they tried to apply to have her removed. But in that case, there was it was like the director and CEO of a company that got absorbed into DynCorp. And basically he had old style muskets, he had a rifle and like cutlasses and all sorts of things actually displayed on this wall in his office, right?
Yeah.
In his drawer, he had a 9mm and a clip. It was always locked, whatever. When they were trying to sort out whether or not he would get his bonus that was supposed to come through as part of the integration into the new company, they were looking for a way to get rid of him.
Yeah.
And basically, they used the fact that he had the 9mm in his drawer as a breach of security provisions, saying, "Okay, you are being let go. You're not
But
entitled
he's got
to
all
your
this
bonus."
shit on his wall.
Exactly, and the CEO of the company had been in his office the week before.
Yeah, but those are you know those were going to be argued. Those are going to be completely ornamental, and that is the sneaky part of employment law. But once you mentioned he had a actual modern fireman there, I'm like, I know where they're going with that. That is brilliant. That's brilliant, sneaky lawyering.
Well, see, that's just it. It wasn't just the lawyers. The security guards showing him out on the way out tried to get him to sign a document saying that he agreed he'd breached the policy.
Yeah.
So,
Well, here's an interesting one for you as far as ornamental goes, right? I had a World War II era, Sean will know what I'm talking about. I had a Mark II era officer's katana. So mass produced.
Yeah.
It was classified as ornamental because they had cut 3 to 5 millimeters off the tip, technically blunting it and making it ornamental. The edge on the rest of that blade was still so sharp that I often cut myself cleaning it and oiling it. But it was technically ornamental.
well, I suppose we're arguing over semantics as to what was included in the security policy.
You're
but,
lawyers. You are semantics.
Yes, that's yes. Being picky is
True.
the job.
That is
Yeah,
true.
you are the living embodiment of semantics.
But I tell you what, that 21-foot rule actually does bring me nicely into something else. Sean, you got time to go through dumpster divers?
Sure.
I was going to hit up on that.
Wrong thing.
Okay, so I watched some of your guys' reaction to it. Those firearms are entirely legal in the state of Texas to own and possess. So there's
I
no
was going to
issues
ask
there.
about the shotgun. Is the shotgun classified as a pistol?
No, that shotgun is classified as a shotgun.
But it has a pistol grip.
Well, it's not considered a pistol grip because it actually maintains the line of a shotgun stock. The reason why people buy that is because it's like owning a sawed-off shotgun without having to have all the paperwork for one.
I think I know where you're coming from. I think Demolition Ranch did a video on the loophole that it fits into.
Well, here's the thing though. I would say when it comes to loopholes like that loophole is a loophole induced by the federal government.
Yeah, because there's even things out there that aren't classed as guns.
Yes, and that's because the ATF lives and dies by its opinion rulings, and now it's to the point where they've made so many people now dance around them. And
is this other guy in the glasses Mr. Orange shirt?
Yeah, that's got to be him.
Yeah, that's the guy that died.
Yeah,
I feel bad because
that was unalived.
There's now a face to it, but just can I just give him the thoughts? Can I quickly state, having watched it, the conclusion I've reached?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go for it.
Because Sean, he's a criminal lawyer. He can tell me. My first reaction to this is, what the fuck? How the fuck did we get here? This is fucking dumb. There's at least 10 points where this should have fucking just never happened, right?
Yes. Entirely.
Ignoring that, it has happened. My opinion is, both will get off on self-defense. Probable cause of that he had a baseball bat, which could give one a reasonable fear for their lives. The father was not in any way. He was carrying, holding, and presenting the firearm, but he was not brandishing the weapon in a threatening or provocative way. He reacted to a perceived threat and defended himself with what I think was 1, maybe 2 shots. That it's really hard to pick because the video gets really bad. I think the son was acting provocatively, but he was also behind his father, and it was more a cocky arrogance than I'm about to shoot you in the face with this shotgun.
I would argue he's provoking as much as the baseball bat guy.
Yeah, like that's why I said he's being provocative, and that the whole calling him a wanker thing. Like the son was being a dick.
Yes.
Orange shirt was being a dick. I don't think the father was being a dick. I think he was asserting what he believed to be his right.
Okay, if you decide you need a gun, like, and I've made this before in a bunch of my videos and comments. Absent some guy, like if I look out my window right now and some guy's out there chasing my girlfriend around the yard with a butcher knife, I'm gonna go grab a gun. Like I got a pistol sitting here on my desk. I will go outside and I will kill him. I'm not gonna try to figure out what's going on.
What if he's got a baseball bat?
That's a deadly weapon too.
Well, this guy had a baseball bat.
Yeah, a deadly weapon is any weapon that can cause serious bodily harm or death. So,
from what I've read, this is not their first encounter.
No.
Nor is it the first time this guy's threatened to physically harm these individuals.
And the issue is the way, I bet if we learn the whole story, as we will at trial, he's a bigger guy who could probably beat the shit out of those two.
Easily.
There have been multiple issues. He probably came out with a bat at some point, or they brought the guns out. I don't know the order of everything. But yes, this has been a simmering multiple.
I think they both get off. I think it's guaranteed with the father. I think.
Yes.
I think if they overcharge, if they charge very carefully with the son, they might get a conviction on a lesser charge. But I think if they charge him with murder, he'll just walk.
Well, that's if you don't mind, that's another thing that people seem to always wonder why Americans are walking around with guns. If you're going to be in a confrontation of any kind, the idea that you're going to walk into your house and you have a whole bunch of, let's see, I got my baseball bat, I've got my, let's see, I could throw some orange juice on him, I've got this knife, I can grab my gun. You're not really thinking like that. Yeah. You're saying to yourself, okay, there's a confrontation, let me see what I can do. But you don't know what somebody else has either.
Yes, and that's true. Those are disparity of force is not just what weapons are being presented, but for example, if you were Mike Tyson and you were having an issue, there's a disparity of force. There's a disparity.
I want a gun in my hand, quite honestly.
Well, yes, there's a disparity of force. There's a disparity in skill. So Mike Tyson, a former heavyweight champion of the world, you versus Robert Whittaker,
age
as well, physical abilities.
I have every reason to believe that old man was scared.
Oh, I think he was, and that's why he had a firearm. Now,
and he was standing up for what he perceived to be his right to do so.
I will say this much, though, and I've made this clear. If you're going out there and it's not life or death, and you're walking out the door with a weapon, I don't care if it's a baseball bat, whatever it is, and you think you need something to sort out that business, you're already wrong.
Yeah,
if it's that bad, you should be calling the police.
Yeah.
This assholes collided here this day.
I agree with that.
However, I'm pretty sure there's no obligation to retreat in Texas.
That's correct. There's no duty to retreat. So they don't have to retreat. But the issue with that is you have to be where you are, and you have to have a legal right to do what you're doing.
Well, it's an easement, from what I understand, and what I understand of legal property in Texas.
Yes, so they have a right to be armed where they're at.
An easement is owned by all.
Yes. So then but it's still going to be at the end of the day.
That's the council boundary there, that fence in the background. Yeah. And they are technically on shared private property.
Yes. But the thing is, at the end of the day, these guys are going to have to go up in front of a jury. And that is a coin flip.
But it's a jury of Texans.
It's still, and you know what? And that's true. But you have to make sure, you have a jury of Texans. But you know who also lives in Texas? A bunch of people might say they're totally fine with this. You might get a bunch of Susie soccer moms on the jury.
Yeah, true.
A jury is risky. Now, yes, do these guys... I bet if you ask these two right now, they'd be like, oh, God, I wish I wouldn't have done this. They spent the past 4 years out on bond. I guarantee you every time they've had a spare moment, in the back of their head is, oh, shit, I'm going to prison for the rest of my life. I'm sure they're not going around and huckle-chucking it about.
If I was a defense lawyer and I saw a bunch of Susie soccer mums, now I'm going to assume I've gotten down to the minimum number of Susie soccer mums through jury selection.
Yeah.
Because what is it? How many strikes do you get? Was it 6 or 10 or something?
It all depends on your court and where you're at, the amount of challenges.
So we're at the minimum number of Susie soccer mums. I would almost be tempted as a defense lawyer, and I don't know if you could, and you can tell me, to make the argument, put yourself in a hypothetical situation. By convicting these men, you're telling your husband that if he sees you in his danger, he needs to hesitate before he defends you.
That would be improper during jury selection.
No. During trial.
During closing. Trial. Oh, yeah, during closing, you could say you put the jury in the spot because the jury has to assess it from the old guy's position and from the shoes of the kid.
I would say to the Susie soccer mum, next time, if you're ever in danger and your husband's coming to defend you, by convicting these men, stop and tell your husband, wait a second, make sure it's legal before you protect me.
And I agree with you, but you also have to be careful. The jury might say, fuck you, we don't believe this. This was nonsense, guilty.
Yeah.
And then there's a good chance that might not get overturned, and now those guys are gone forever. So, you know, if you're going to go at, even if you're going to get into a fight with somebody as an adult, I mentioned this, you better be prepared to go to prison. You better be prepared to waste a lot of your life on it. And if you're going to bring a gun into a situation, you better be prepared
to pay for the price.
Yeah.
I
don't think they were.
Sorry, it's probably not fair.
I still think the verdict goes down this way.
Oh, I think so too.
100% the father gets off. And I think there's a 70-30 chance the son goes in. I think 70% out, and this all goes away. 30% he goes in. And I think that I personally think the Kyle Rittenhouse precedent will probably be argued during the case.
Oh, now you put him on the spot.
You got to be you have to be careful because there was right after Kyle Rittenhouse, there was another case in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, which is a bigger city nearby, of this guy. He was a black guy, and his attorneys had tried to sell in the media this was basically the black Kyle Rittenhouse case. It was a guy named Theodore Edgecombe. And I listened to it and I thought, okay, this might be interesting. You know what? And until I hear otherwise, he's innocent until proven guilty. Basically, no, that's not what happened. He basically shot a guy and had no reason to do so.
Right.
So, and his attorneys tried to bring up Kyle Rittenhouse, and the judge stopped him. He said, no, that's not the trial we're talking about. You are defending Theodore Edgecombe. Talk about Theodore Edgecombe. And that's generally what happens. You're not allowed to weave in too much of prior things that have happened. Now, you can talk about philosophical and historical things or societal issues, but you're not generally allowed to mention specifically. Yeah, I'll send you a link about him. I did a bunch of videos about his case.
So you're not allowed to stand up and say...
This is just like Kyle Rittenhouse, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you're not... A lot of judges will not let you get that far.
Okay. However, once it's said, can the judge make it unheard?
No, it's not, but you do not want to play that game of... If you're going to say something that outside the rules, you don't want a judge holding you in contempt or sanctioning you.
At which point in a trial do you say, okay, I need to swing for the fences here. I might piss the judge off, but I am losing this case so badly that I'm just going to pull out all the stops.
That is a decision you need to know once you're, trying it. But at the end of the day, I have a set of rules I have to abide by. Yeah. And there is no client worth my livelihood, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah. No, that's exactly it, because you're going to get raked over the coals by the judge one way or another if you try that. And if you wind up in front of the Bar Association, or what I would call the VLC, the Victorian Legal Services Board, it's not worth giving up the practicing certificate or the bar certificate.
Have you got, both of you, Hayden and Sean, send them to me in Discord, books that outline the conduct of that a lawyer must adhere to.
Yeah, sure. Hold on. I'll get that for you.
I don't have a book.
Possible available in digital download. I'm not paying $500 a book for some of the shit Hayden links me.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go edit some videos. But the one thing I wanted to say is, for the people in the chat that might not have ever been to the United States, I think one thing that surprises people is just how big this country is. I mean, some of our states are bigger than European countries. And so it's probably never a fair idea to say, well, Texans are like this or Kentuckians are like that. I mean, these are monstrous states with incredible numbers of cities, with populations that dwarf, like I said, many countries. And you never know. It's also probably not fair to assume that any juror, we don't want this, to make assumptions before something even begins. I remember when I was at the Depp trial and people kept asking me, what is the jury thinking? What do they look like? Should we be upset about this? And you know what? They're mostly Asian. okay?
Mhm.
But they're Americans, and they've got common sense, and
I
they're
kept
listening
wondering
to the
about
case.
that when they talked about them being Asian and stuff. But I was like, well, hang on a minute. Based on the ages that I'm reading, these guys could have been born and raised in Texas for all I
Oh
know.
yeah, I think that's what we say because I mean obviously they're not Irish, you know. So I mean it's just a way of saying,
Yeah.
well, all right, they're descendant. But anyway, these were people that showed up, and even the idea that they're being influenced by videos. These people showed up every single day they were supposed to be there. They sat there all day long. They were mostly awake. They looked at
Except for
everybody.
B.
They looked at everybody except Amber. They wouldn't look at her. But also the idea that you're going to spend hours upon hours upon hours, days upon days upon days, weeks upon weeks upon weeks, listening to evidence from both sides, and you're going to go home and be swayed by a TikTok video is ridiculous. No. Okay.
Exactly.
But am I right that it was Sleepy Joe and Soccer Mum Sue that got excluded?
The two people that got excluded.
Some guy had a medical issue. I thought.
I've actually.
No. I mean, at the end when they said, the juror's not deliberating.
Yeah, it was a juror. Well, the
Was it
jury
the
number.
sleepy young guy in the soccer mum?
Yeah. Juror number 2 is what we called him. And he seemed to have a medical issue. I don't want to say that he did, but there was a time that Larry and myself, and I think Vanessa, we were so concerned with one thing that was going on that we actually thought he was having maybe a petit mal. Is that what it's called? A seizure?
Yeah, there's petit mal. Yeah.
Right. It certainly wasn't a grand mal. I mean, it wasn't on the floor, nothing like that.
Yeah.
But
I'm familiar with them. I get cough, syncope, seizures.
Okay. I was watching him one time. And I think Larry was looking somewhere else, and we're all looking in different directions. But I was looking at this one juror, number 2, and his arms, his muscles seemed to be making involuntary movements. All right, to put it gently, not crazy. I mean, it wasn't even enough to really draw much attention. I just happened to be staring at him, and then he was staring out into space, which is what happens when people are having seizures. Because, a seizure is not the worst thing in the world. It's basically, an electrical misfiring in the brain. And when you take things like phenobarbital, it dampens, I guess, the neurotransmitters. And then he kind of fell asleep a little bit, which is also something that happens after seizures because your body's recovering from the stress of what it went through. So I couldn't believe it. And I'm nudging Larry. I'm like, what the hell's going on over here? And he noticed it too. So it wasn't just me. And then we told, I think it was Vanessa or maybe James, and they were like, holy shit. And so we actually flagged down an officer, and what is the protocol here? What the hell are we supposed to do? And he just said to me, goes, it's not unusual for something like that to happen with a juror, and unless it's something really serious and major, it wasn't the worst thing. So juror number 2, he was excluded, and
it was all pre-decided, wasn't it? Like before the trial even started.
What's that?
No.
Yeah.
Those jurors
really?
were already pre-selected before the trial even started, weren't they?
I thought their numbers were in an envelope or something.
No, she selected them at the end, and that's how she determines it. Some courts.
I thought it was a sealed envelope from before the trial started.
Oh, well, okay, that part, but it was random, but it wasn't.
Yeah, she just randomly picked 4 jurors, put their names in an envelope, and then by chance, 2 that left were also of that 4.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like she made the decision prior, but
no, I'm pretty sure it was literally just random.
He seemed a bit relieved to just get the hell out of there. But then there was juror number 8. She was in the front row, and she was a Caucasian lady. Probably, I think we're all in agreement, the people that were there, that she's probably in her 50s or so. And she seemed a bit devastated. She was like she got hit in the stomach with a baseball bat. I mean, I think she really wanted to be able to deliberate. But if you don't know, juror number 1 was Asian. Juror number 2 was Asian. Of descent. Yeah. That's what I mean.
And then Polynesian for juror number 8, was it?
9.
9.
Yeah. I actually asked somebody what they thought he was, and somebody said Philippines.
Filipino or Samoan, yeah.
Yeah, but juror number 3, we don't really know, but he may have been from Indian. Juror number 4 was a very attractive black lady. She was probably in her 40s or 50s, always dressed really beautifully. I mean, nice outfit. I mean, she came in like she's ready to roll. Nice, colorful outfits. Juror number 5 was also of Asian descent, probably in her 30s. She was wearing a mask, so kind of hard to read her. Juror number 6 was a Caucasian man, probably 60s. And juror number 7 was also a Caucasian male, probably in his 30s. Those 2 seem to have been paying attention the most. They were like watching. They looked like they were watching a tennis match. I mean, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. So they were really on top of it. Juror number 8, like I just said, and juror number 9 was just a beautiful guy. He had this look on his face like a dolphin, just like this kind of perpetual smile. And
somebody said he reminded them of the doorman in the car. The what do they call him
at the Eastern Columbia building? The guy who
the guy that was like vaping.
The guy was vaping. Oh, I don't know what that guy was. What was his nationality?
Oh, I don't know, but just that happy-go-lucky look.
Oh yeah. He just had this great look, but also he wouldn't look at Amber, and he had this kind of side eye, where he would just kind of like every once in a while you would just see he would just shift his eyes, not his face, not his body, and he kind of had this look. We're not mind readers; there's no way of knowing, but it's kind of like he was saying, "Really, lady, you want us to believe this crap?" And they wouldn't look at her. And when you don't like somebody. It's not like the movies where you're staring somebody down. Usually if you don't like somebody, you don't even want to look at them. And they wouldn't look at her. And they also didn't want to look at some of her, like that guy, Dr. Spiegel.
There was a moment there where I was like, is this guy stroking out in the stand?
Yeah.
Like he just did something with his mouth. I remember I looked at it and then I looked at my wife. And then we just looked at each other, and then we looked back at the screen, and it was still going. And I was like,
"Yeah." I'm like, this is Renfield from Dracula. He's going to start taking out like a bag of flies and start eating.
I thought he was repositioning dentures.
Yeah. He's from. I think he works at. I think I could be wrong about this, but I think he's a professor or something at Duke University. Which is this liberal hotbed. And he was. Acted.
Sorry.
Yeah, he acted like he was in the professor's lounge, hanging out, drinking his chamomile tea, and talking to his friends. And it's like, man, you better up your game. The whole world is watching, and this is serious business. You better start taking this seriously, and fix your, just lean back.
Did you see the speculation that they hired the wrong Spiegel?
Maybe.
There's another Dr. Spiegel out there that does the exact same job, and he's on par with Johnny's psychologist. Well, psychiatrist, like he's just a clean-cut looking dude with massive credentials and the exact same name.
And it was terrible because after Spiegel was on the stand, this guy, completely unrelated, got massively review bombed as well.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Just before you disappear, Scott, I don't know if you Discord or not, but I've thrown mine in there, and you can come join our little ramshackle hovel.
Okay.
Yeah, Scott, it's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Thank
you very much.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, nice talking to you, Scott.
Yeah, and don't be surprised if I throw you some money to edit a Hayden video of all the highlights of all the funny faces he pulls, and he may or may not know about it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, it was an interesting experience being there, and we'll talk about this another time, but I kind of looked at it like mythic storytelling, where I'm looking at all the different characters and who's the hero and who's the dark forces and who are the allies and the rest of it. And I just thought that it's just a fascinating story, and I think that people were drawn to it. A lot of it because it was a story, and it's like we need to see how this ends. We got to see how this goes. It's like reading a book or watching a TV series. It's like, what's going to happen next? And it was
like 6 weeks of Johnny Depp's Days of Our Lives.
Exactly right. Yeah. All right, you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, chat. I appreciate it.
Peace.
Nice meeting you, brother.
Bye-bye.
Also, keep in mind, people, everyone's linked in the bio now, so I'm not sure who's from where, but by all means, go give Scott a follow if you haven't already, and pretty much everyone else. I mean, Kiwi could certainly use the number boost.
From one. Dude, I feel so shitty sometimes. I'm going to be completely honest. I feel so shitty sometimes. I fucking load up my own webpage just so I'm not alone.
Oh, dude. That's when you're supposed to send me a message. I'll at least put it on the background.
Even Kripke abandoned me one night. Didn't help that I didn't realise I was on mute for the first 20 minutes.
Are you...
Oh, yeah. I hadn't even put myself in the show, man.
So as you can see, Sean, we're a quality act here. Lots of production value.
Oh, hey, no better than what I can turn out. So
I'm just going to say something for chat too, because I've been mulling it, and Sean hasn't responded. So I'm just going to go with the idea in Discord.
Oh,
I'm going to create a Discord server So basically, every YouTuber that joins the Discord will automatically be an admin. That will give them the ability to create their own channels within the Discord. And it can just be like, for example, if you don't want to wait for Hayden to be on stream and you want to say something to him, like you come across breaking news, hey, I really want to get your feedback on this, jump in the Discord, slap it into Hayden's Aussie box, and that way he can just have it as like a running tally of, oh, okay, let's have a look at this. And or even if Hayden's just chilling there working on content and he's bored and you want to go hang out with him and it's not stream time. I think it would be a great way to take.
Just to clarify, that is why we do have Twitter direct messaging.
Yeah, but you've seen how shitty that is.
True.
It's like there's a reason why they call it Twitter, because it's like fucking communicating via pigeon, and they don't always find the right way. I'm just thinking, like, viewers always talk about they love that chat interactivity. And I'm just thinking, like, if I'm a streamer, I'm not. I get one. But if I'm ever just chilling out, working on editing a video, I could just pop myself in Discord, and if a couple of the viewers want to come in and just say hi, sort of like one-on-one time or 5-on-1 time or whatever, I think that Discord's a nice neutral ground.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just saw that now. I think that can work. Why not?
Yeah, fair enough.
Doesn't cost anybody to try it out.
Nope.
That is true. That is very true.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sean, I'm curious to get your opinion on it, though. Do you think that the son should have fired?
I think he saw his dad about to get creamed with a baseball bat. I mean, I think that self-defense of a third party is a valid use of self-defense.
Is it? I was going to ask that.
As long as you can, I mean, you have to articulate the same standard, and then you can impute that to someone else. And there can be a mistake in self-defense. So let's say, for example, it turns out these guys are joking, and it's a fake bat, but I don't know that, and I shoot the guy thinking he's going to kill this guy.
Yep.
You know, did I have a reasonable belief as somebody standing there objectively something bad was going to happen to somebody? Yes. And if I were in that guy's position, would I have the right to defend myself? Yes. Then you have the right to self-defense and the defense of others.
You know what's interesting about the video that's up at the moment? Sorry.
The other thing I was going to say is, too, in split seconds when there's a bunch of action all at once, technically, you know, you have to have the right to self-defense every time you use force. So if it's a fist fight, every punch you throw, you need to be in a situation where you've got...
and you knew I'd crack at that.
Okay.
Yes, there will be Llama Theatre in most upcoming streams. Sorry, Sean. Please continue.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You missed the llama.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find this. I want to see that. Every time you throw a punch, you have to have the right to self-defense. Like, you have to have a reasonable belief you're going to be subjected to serious harm. Okay. Well, if I'm using a deadly weapon, I have to have the reasonable belief that I'm going to suffer serious bodily injury and or imminent death every time I employ it. So if I have a baseball bat and I'm swinging it, if the threat is going away, then my ability stops. It's kind of like if you're at the putt-putt course and the windmill's swinging by, as soon as that blocks, you're done. So, but
scroll back up. Don't scroll down because I want to comment on that photo of the son holding the shotgun at the ready.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Sorry.
Sean can comment on this as well. Like, through that whole video, that kid was acting like a cocky shit with his gun over his shoulder, everything. Yeah. But and I haven't seen this still shot before. Where is it?
Oh, sorry.
You haven't shared it?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, producer. Yeah.
So
he's the producer.
In that moment,
yeah,
he knew exactly what the fuck he was doing.
Oh, in that moment, he's putting in work.
Foot forward, he's got his back foot to the side and braced. He's got two hands on the shotgun. He's got his arm horizontal and braced.
Yeah.
That fucker knows how to shoot.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's probably shot it before. Yeah, but no.
But that's what I mean. He's gone from cocky over his shoulder to immediate threat, use this weapon and use it effectively.
Sure. He's entirely. At that point, there's no mistaking what he's doing.
Yeah, like, and it's funny too because it's so polarized with how he was handling the weapon prior to that.
But I will say that shows you he understood when it was necessary to do. When it became time to put in some Omar work.
Yeah,
he knew when it was time to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, that was just my observation. I hadn't seen that before, and if you were to ask me, I would have imagined him firing off a couple of wild shots with the shotgun, but that was on target, aimed, and ready.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and I don't. Does it show? Did the guy? How close did the guy get to the father? Because it looked close.
Well, they were already close to start with.
I was stupid enough to just rewatch it.
The problem is his wife is filming this, and his wife is either. I'm sure she did that intentionally so it doesn't show her husband committing a crime. Because if she's focused on them, you can't see what he's doing. But he got close enough where he could throw the bat, and that bat hits the old guy with a decent amount of force to it.
Because he must snuck off and get that bat, because he doesn't have that the whole time, does he?
I don't know if that you can tell for sure, because you don't necessarily see the guy.
Well, you see him raise both his hands at one point. And
at one point, yes.
The car.
But then very quickly you don't see him after that, where you can see both of his hands or where the bat is. But it must be nearby if he grabbed it. Because
what I'm wondering is that if he disengaged, moved any distance away, grabbed the bat, and then re-engaged with an aggressive manner, that's a hostile act with a deadly weapon.
Well, him grabbing the bat and then waving it around becomes a hostile act with a deadly weapon as well. It certainly makes him, he would, if he were still alive, him to say, I'm the innocent party. Well, no, if you walked away from the fight to go grab a weapon, it doesn't make you look like you're the innocent party. It makes you look like somebody who wanted to fight. Now, yes, and if he were still alive, it's going to be, he would have a tough time saying, he was in fear of his life, because he's standing there screaming at him, and it's like, if you thought these guys were going to kill you, then why didn't you get away from them?
And could his threat, what is the definition of when they say that you can be charged for threatening to kill? What is the definition? He made some pretty clear-cut threats to shoot him in the head.
Generally speaking,
a lot of what he said was conditional threats. Let's be honest.
Some of it is, but I'm going to take that gun from you and kill you. That's pretty realistic. I mean, he's there.
And saying you're dead. You're dead. You don't know it, but you're dead.
Yeah. So that's where it all depends. It's all situational dependent, but generally speaking, at least I'll use Ohio because that's where I know the law best. You have to have, did that person have did you cause that person fear that they were going to be injured or something would happen to them? And was that a reasonable fear? And in this situation, telling these guys that he's going to grab their gun, do all kinds of stuff, I would say, if you watch my channel, there's a video from back at the beginning of the year where these two, stepdad and dad are fighting in a custody dispute, and one of the guys grabs the gun, and then there's a big fight over it, and the other guy gets shot. I mean, it doesn't take much, and, he's right there. He's got the ability. There's the immediacy. It's right now. He says he's going to do it. And is there danger? I mean, he could have grabbed those guns, especially from the old guy. So, I mean, he's right there doing it. Instead, he grabs a bat, and he's within swinging distance. It's going to... I think they've got a good case, but it's still
and also
risky to take that to a jury.
Wording, not I will kill you. It's I'm going to kill you.
Yes. Well, and that's where I think you might be able to make an argument. Some of it's conditional, but it's hard. It really, because then you'd have to see what those guys said, what the dad and son said, because they appear not to be too scared, because especially the one in the back is still just jawing off and acting like a fool himself. So I don't think he was too scared.
Well, I don't know how scared you'd be holding a shotgun.
Well, yeah, but you would think in a situation like that you'd be a little more calm. So,
Yeah, I think all arguments aside, I honestly think they'll both get off. But I think and this is what I said, if they charged correctly, if they picked the right charge, they could probably get the son on something, like perhaps causing a disturbance in a public place, or
it also, depending on if he testifies, they might be able to get him for manslaughter. They can always ask for they always have the right to ask for a lesser included offense.
Yeah.
But however, if they charge him with murder and he's found not guilty, they can't then charge him with a lesser offense, can they?
No. What would happen is, prior to the jury getting the case, the prosecutor would make a motion to the court saying, we would like to have him charged with the jury to consider manslaughter as a lesser included offense.
So they actually consider both offenses in the same trial.
Yes, well, because it's if you commit manslaughter, okay, then they decide if you committed murder. I mean, I don't like that as an attorney, as a defense attorney. I think
that seems like doubling your bets.
It is, and it's a way they do that, and I agree. If you're telling me that you're going to do it that way, then you should be stuck with what you charged.
Because wouldn't a manslaughter defense be very different than a murder defense?
Well,
and by putting that, aren't they forcing you to?
But both? Here's the thing, though. You can claim self-defense, but it might be manslaughter.
Yeah.
So, but that's the thing. Like, you could claim, like, oh, I was in fear of my life, but it's like you shot your neighbor because he was in bed with your wife. That's still manslaughter. Now, you can make an argument. Because I consider
manslaughter to be an almost undefendable charge, because if you're responsible for the person's death, there is no defense. You either did or did not cause the person's death.
Well, yes, and usually, at least here in America, voluntary manslaughter is a killing under extreme provocation.
Yeah. Like over here, if you had a car crash, and I think there's various charges. There's a vehicular accident causing death, and then there's misuse of a vehicle resulting in death, I think, is one of the charges. And then, but manslaughter, like for example, I drop a brick. I'm carrying a bunch of bricks up a ladder onto the roof, and somebody has come through my stay out tape and is walking under the ladder, and I trip on a broken rung and drop all those bricks, and they kill that person. They can charge me with manslaughter, even though I've done nothing wrong.
Are you serious? In New Zealand, that's manslaughter? Wow, because generally, other than voluntary manslaughter, in Ohio, like in America, in a lot of places, the other type of manslaughter is you committed a crime, and that crime wasn't meant to kill anyone, but somebody died.
But someone died.
I mean, that is clearly, you have not committed a crime. That isn't. If that's really the case, that is insane.
Like they can go all the way up to that, because they can argue the case that there's more you could have done, blah blah blah.
Really?
Like I've heard of some really stupid cases where people are charged with manslaughter because they were in somewhat, like, if you removed that person from the equation, does that other person still die? And if the answer is no, then you are technically guilty of manslaughter. I mean, is it similar in Australia? I'm not saying it always gets charged that. I'm saying that if you get a really wanky prosecutor, they can slap you with manslaughter, even if it's accidental death. Because you're still responsible for that death, even if it's accidental.
Negligent homicide and things like that. Yep.
So we don't call it negligent homicide. We just call it manslaughter. Manslaughter here is almost anything that isn't murder. That's just how I refer to it in my head.
Yeah. Well, and there is negligent homicide in Ohio too, but negligence though is you had duties and you failed to protect on those duties. If I put up all the stay out signs possible and you decide to Helen Keller your way through the construction zone, at some point, that's not my fault.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be some civil liability, but there's no criminal liability.
3.9, New Zealand Law Commission 3.9, manslaughter is culpable homicide that is not murder or some other specific form of homicide. In New Zealand, manslaughter is culpable homicide that does not amount to murder or infanticide. 185. This includes all instances where death is caused by an unlawful act, but there is no murderous intent. So if they, like I said,
Wow.
wanky prosecutor, if there is, so an unlawful act could be a breach of health and safety. That's what I mean. It's just there's wanky
Wow.
ways around shit.
And yeah,
Like,
and
let's
I will
open
say
up the whole
there are
act
people
here.
who have been, convicted of really weird things here, but wow, that's
So there's
that's
like
a
the obvious
stretch.
ones, hitting him with a wine bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, look, we've got, so in terms of manslaughter, we've got voluntary and involuntary. Voluntary is basically it's a situation where the person intentionally carries out an act that may or may not cause grievous bodily harm, but actually results in death. In terms of involuntary, I just want to make sure I get this right. It's murder in the sense that it lacks the intention to kill, which is basically, so if you're negligent or if you are reckless, you're getting done with involuntary manslaughter. Sorry, I had to go back and pay attention because I've been sitting rewatching that video a few times.
Yeah, because there's different types of manslaughter. Like this one here says there is a common law requirement that the unlawful alleged act must also be dangerous. So yeah, different types of manslaughter.
Yeah. Whereas, I mean, the other thing as well, we've got Section 4A of the Crimes Act as well, which I think I mentioned to somebody a little while ago, it's one-punch laws, basically. So because between glassing and one-punching, we do come off as a country of drunks. But so it's basically manslaughter being caused by you physically strike someone, and if they hit their head or their neck on, say, a curb or a table or anything on the way down, you're getting done for manslaughter.
Yeah.
And you would get charged here as well for that.
Here we go. In New Zealand, culpable homicide is defined by Section 160 of the Crimes Act 1961. 160 culpable homicide. 1. Homicide may be either culpable or not culpable. 2. Homicide is culpable when it consists in the killing of a person by unlawful act or by omission without lawful excuse to perform or observe any legal duty, so hence safety signs, etc., blah, 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 by both combined, or by causing that person by threats or fear of violence or by deception to do an act which causes his or her death. So say, for example, if we're on a roof and I'm joking around and I say, if you don't run, I'm going to fucking kill you. And then they turn around and run, trip over a hose, fall onto a curb, break their neck and die, I'm actually guilty of culpable homicide. By willfully frightening a child under the age of 16 years or a sick person, except as provided in Section 178, culpable homicide is either murder or manslaughter. The modern distinction between murder and manslaughter, murder defined... manslaughter is culpable homicide that is not murder or some other specific form of homicide. In New Zealand, manslaughter is culpable homicide that does not amount to murder or infanticide. This includes all instances when death is caused by an unlawful act, but there is no murderous intent. In jurisdictions with partial defences, manslaughter also includes homicides that meet the requirements of the defence. Avert murder convictions, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of grey area. But, like, for example, that one that I was talking about there, where was it? By an omission without lawful excuse to perform or observe any legal duty. Yep. So, under New Zealand's health and safety laws, you are required to do certain things to ensure that the public is at no point endangered by your acts as a tradesman, blah, 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 whatever. So if somebody is killed on your work site, until proven innocent, you are actually guilty.
Wow.
Because you are responsible for that work site. So there will usually be an investigation where work and safety will come in. So occupational health and safety, they'll investigate it. And if there's even a smidgen of evidence that you have been negligent in some way, it then goes from occupational health and safety to criminal. and they can then decide whether or not to hand it off to the police.
Bloody hell.
Because I have heard of some stupid cases where I think one was these people put, the clothing bins where you drop recycled clothing?
Yes.
A bum burned to death in one of those bins because he lit a fire to keep warm. And the people that were responsible for the bins were held liable for his death. Because
that's nonsense. They
put non-entry devices on them that made it hard to get out.
That's
so
I don't know. I think that's a bit much.
Oh, of course it is. Pikachu, what now?
Yeah.
Dude, like that. No, look, Sean. I've listened to that video over a few times, and I just want to get your opinion on something.
Sure.
There were 3 of the shots are fired after he's thrown that bat. Would the fact that he's been de-armed not have any sort of impact on your opinion?
Well, it turns into a situation of like in the heat of that moment, they're still shooting. Like it's not a super delay. And that's where you have to, they're going to have to make the argument like it all happened so fast. The guy threw the bat. I'm already thinking this guy's going to kill my dad. So I brought the shotgun up ready to fight, and it just boom, 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 And
they're actually, once they deem him to be a threat to life and life, they're actually under no obligation to stop until they deem that threat no longer present.
That was the question I was getting at. Is that the fact?
No. Well, you have to like I said, you have to justify every action you take. And you have to claim, like, every time I shot that gun, I thought I was in fear of myself or my dad getting killed. You have to show that every time you shoot.
So if he's still coming at you,
you can keep going.
But he's still charging at you, and he's 6'2",
and
twice your height.
That would probably be a good argument.
Yeah.
But if at some point he throws up his hand and say, I'm done, well, you may still think he's a threat, but remember, it's an objective analysis.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. Well, one defense that I read just before on a different case was the question that was asked of the shooter was, and they'd worked very hard during the trial, apparently, like, people thought they were incompetent because they basically kept highlighting the point that the guy wasn't a very good shot. They kept on making out like, oh, but you're telling me he's really shitty with guns. You're telling me he's irresponsible. What was he doing with a gun if he's not a very good shot?
Yeah, there's no requirement you're Annie Oakley.
And basically the defense is they looked at him and said, did you shoot at this man with the intent to kill him? And he said no. And they're like, but you know that a gun's deadly. He's like, yeah, I knew I could kill him, but I didn't want to. And then they turned around and said, well, we've clearly shown you this guy can't hit the side of a barn. So his statement that he was trying to scare the person and accidentally scored a between the eyes headshot there was reasonable doubt that he intended to kill the person with the shot he fired.
What? That would be, well, that's dangerous, because if you're saying you didn't feel in danger of your life.
No, he said he felt in danger of his life.
Yeah.
But that he thought shooting above his head would be enough to make him run away.
I'd love to see that case, because generally speaking.
Yeah, I'll try to find the exact case. I'm just reading.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
News article.
That's all right. I'm just saying, like, warning shots are no bueno generally. If you're gonna try to shoot at somebody, you better be trying to hit them. Now, if you miss, that's different.
100%. I agree with you. 100%.
But yes, the idea of arguing, I did that to scare him. No, if you're doing it, you better be trying to do it.
That was the defense as stated by this journalist, is that he was trying to scare the other party away, but I accidentally shot him in the head.
Yeah, I don't. I think that is highly problematic to make that argument in court, and I don't think you'd want to make that argument in court.
No, I've always been a strong believer in, if you're going to fire a weapon, you're pointing it at something because you want to kill it, whether you're You don't pull that trigger unless you're aiming at something to kill.
I
And
can
you
tell you
specifically
a couple times I've gone outside with a knife because I genuinely thought I didn't know what was out there, but it sounded like it's my property. But the only time I do it is if I'm willing to use it. If I am not willing to use it, then I will go out with something. I never go out unarmed, because if it's enough to make me scared and to go out and check that property, I need to be at least minimally prepared for the worst case potential scenario.
Look, that's a fair call, because you're not a small dude. I mean, I'm not talking like width or anything. Like, you're an intimidating guy if you want to be. So that to have you on the back foot and scared, that's
6 foot, 140 kilo.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way to show you why. And you might think, oh, it's New Zealand, blah blah blah. Dude got shot down the road. Okay, so, but that's not why. But now that I know a guy got shot down the road, I'm telling you, every time I go outside in the middle of the night, something goes bump. I'm carrying something, whether it's a short piece of pipe or something else. But here's a specific incident. I was inside with my wife watching a movie, and we heard a massive thud from outside. Like, I'm talking a huge thud at like 2 a.m. And I was up, and I hit the security floodlights on the front of the house, and I immediately saw shadows sprinting down my driveway towards the road away from my house.
Right.
And then I heard the sounds of multiple people, and it sounded like 4 or more, and it was, running away from the property. And I foolishly pursued them because I was pissed because we'd had a bunch of break-ins on the property, and I thought, yeah, this is them. I've caught them red-handed. They're not fucking running away this time. I pursued them around the corner, and while I was engaged with, shall we call it, masculine stupidity with one of the individuals, which at this point was simply verbal monkeying backwards and forwards. It was dick measuring through verbal assault. I wanted him to come back and fight me, but I didn't really want him to come back and fight me. I was just trying to hold him in place long enough for the cops to arrive, but I was prepared to fight him if he did come back. The problem was the roadworks in our area. One of the young fellas stopped and picked up something from next to one of the road signs, and it was the metal foot. It was a one to 1.5 foot length of steel, triangular rebar steel with a pointed end that digs into the ground. And this guy starts walking towards me with it. And then it wasn't until one of his friends kind of ran up, said something to him, and he kind of threw the weapon off into the ground. But I mean, it can turn from an unarmed conflict to this guy could have skewered me with that thing
at the drop of a hat.
At the drop of a hat. So don't go out looking for a fight. I did, because I was angry, I was emotional, I was invested in the moment, and I made foolish decisions. Because I mean, these are 4 teenage kids. Even I'm shoveling shit uphill to win that fight from the start. I mean, even if I come out of it intact, I'm coming out of it sore. But I put myself in a position where, had shit gone south just a little bit more, I could have come out of that dead. So don't go out looking for a fight, but go out ready for one. But if you do go out with a weapon of any kind to defend yourself, you must be willing to use it, or all you're doing is arming your opponent.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you playing, Sean?
What's that? Oh, I'm playing Squad right now. But no, I'm listening along. I
can tell. Legal debate and gun tactics in the background.
You could what?
I was just saying legal debate and gun practice. I thought I heard WSD.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. No, I'm just listening along. Yeah, and you're right. This whole idea of it goes back to, yes, you gone outside and fought those kids. If something happened to them and they determined you were the bad guy, well, now you're sitting in jail. You know, are you prepared to go to that part of it? Were you prepared, like, you know, let's say they determine you need to go to prison over this. You know, do you want your kid not, you know, be around your kid or your family? And
100%. If I find someone on my property, someone was just saying in chat, shot the guy breaking into a shed. If I go outside and find a guy like breaking into my car and I hurt that guy, I'm up for charges.
Yeah.
Which is why what's in my mind whenever I go outside and something goes bump in the night and I go outside that house, my mental positioning is defensive, because I would rather go out there and know what I'm confronting, whether it's nothing or whether it's something. But let's just say hypothetically, I go outside and I encounter an individual breaking into my car.
Sure.
I'm not going to say to that person, if I'm in a rational mind, not like when I chase the idiots down the road. If I'm in a rational mind, I'm going to say to him, you need to fuck off. Because if you don't, I'm going to defend my family if you step towards this house. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm putting myself between whatever's out there and getting inside. Because I would go to prison to defend my family, no matter what.
No, fair enough.
And you might think it's silly, but at the age of 15, 16, I woke up and there was a glue sniffer standing on my back door holding a 12-inch kitchen knife. And I'm lying in bed.
That'll do it. That'll wake you up first thing in the morning.
Yeah, the back door opened. It woke me up. My bedroom was facing the back door. I'm lying in bed. I opened my eyes. He was known. He was a known individual around town. So this guy was like 6'2", Māori guy, gang related. And he's standing in my back door, and I'm like, "What are you doing, dude?" And he's like, "Oh, the door was open. I just thought I'd shut it for you." And I was like, "Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah, just close it on your way out so I can get some more sleep." And he's like, "Okay, bro. I'll see you." And I was like, "What the fuck just happened?"
Yeah,
and yeah, good call, Hayden. If you're sleepy doopy.
Yeah, look, Sean, I'm going to move on to
I understand.
Sean could always come and keep me company for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I can talk. We can talk at Discord later, but yeah.
No, that's fine.
You're a champ. This is like covering a trial. I understand how tired this is.
No, that's fine. All I was going to say is I'm going to move on to my final word, which is basically I do a little bit where it's just me on the screen, but
he kicks us out for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Very funny Kiwi. Okay, moving on to our final word for the day. Now, look, we've heard a lot about self-defense, about guns, about the changes that are happening across America and the world today. But you know what? It's literally just hit 7:30 in the morning Saturday here in Australia. I know that it's still Friday and whatnot for our international compatriots. But I just want to end today by saying, make it a good weekend. Go out and do something fun. Bring some joy to your lives. We don't always need to end on something emotional or philosophical. I just think it's a good idea to go and live your life. And I'm going to keep it to that because it is, like I said, 7:30 a.m. I'm not terribly philosophical right at the second. Oh, no. Where's my... I'm not putting the Pikachu face back on. There we go. There we go.
He found the button in the end.
Very funny. No, because I had the bloody Pikachu face left up, so when I clicked on it in Streamlabs, I was like, no!
I just realised something.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Sean can just hang out in this StreamYard after you bugger off, and we can play squad with video communication.
Yes, we can.
Although
I like your closing message, Hayden. That's very nice. I think it's very apropos.
Yeah.
Cheers.
I'm amazed he's awake.
It's a nice weekend.
Dude, I'm amazed he's awake. This is. I've been watching him decline for the last hour.
Well, thank you for sharing. No, look, it's not quite as bad as Joe's stream the morning of the day, the first day of Verdict Watch.
So, were you on a stream with Joe? I didn't understand that. Were you on a stream with Joe? Or were you just watching along?
No. So the first day when we were waiting for the verdict, it was about 2 a.m. here, and what was it? I think it was me and Farron at one point. But Joe sent me the link, and I just logged on from about 2 a.m. right through until I think it was right until I had to get ready for work at about 8 o'clock. So I was on for 6 hours in the morning.
12 hours or some shit.
Oh God, no, it wasn't that long.
Because it was your stream plus his.
Oh yeah. So I did my stream in the evening, and then I went to bed, and then I think it was about 3 hours later. I woke up, and I just happened to check the messages, and I'm like, oh screw it, I'm already awake. Send me the link.
That's one way
Famous
to look
last
at it.
words. Yeah, exactly.
Because you were Fear the Walking Dead season 2, right at that moment.
Yeah, and I had a full day of lawyering after that as well. So, but yeah,
And
look,
he
guys,
didn't lose.
no, that is true. I did not lose. If I can kick ass from 1,000 kilometers away, I can kick ass while I'm half asleep. But that's another story for another time. Guys, I'm going to end it there. So,
All right.
you guys feel free to stick around and chat, whatever you like. In the meantime, because look, you're going to go kill shit. Lovely. Anyway, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise, people. I'll see you later.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bloody words.